close there on Friday when we were looking at Palantir to the downside. You just saw AMD trying to get going as well on semi on the report down. But this is working. My only problem is, again, like if the market's going to be up 1% right here and Nvidia is just barely holding on, I'm not in love with the long, but I did write it down. It is on the sticky note. It's going to be out in a second. And I just think that, bouncing off this 128 to 129 area, it's quite a large area for support. But this is kind of where I'm looking. And I think you want to try it maybe at 129 if it does fall back in. And then I think, you're putting on decent shares down here. And really, unless the market's falling apart, you're just hoping that this holds again, and the buyers come in at the end of the day. So Nvidia has, it has the capabilities of running. This was 230 on Thursday. This is 230 on Friday. So we've seen a move. So if we can get the market to bring Nvidia into 128 and change, I think that's what it is. So yeah, that is what BTS stands for there, Brendan's Trading Show. So if you're gonna look one more time here, I just want to break up the feed a little bit. Like I have charts on there. We had over 200 votes on the Eagles game last night as well. But yeah, this is pretty cool. This is where we put on the makeup over here, right here. And then we have a big screen that we have chats. We're thinking about different things to do. This is Sharif and Joe's desk over there. These are some of these... and
the random tool chest that just sort of sits in front of the makeup.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, random tool chest.
Where else would you put
it? And then some chairs that we throw onto the side. Oh, you can sort of see it. Adara's sitting right here. Unfortunately, you can't... the next behind the scenes, I'll take it from this angle and we can get Adara there. Oh, you can see Adara right here. Oh, there's Adara up in that camera view.
What's perfect is you can see Brendan, but
well,
not Adara. I can see.
Over.
Oh, I can see Adara, but I can't see
now
Brendan.
Now I can see Adara. Yeah,
because that TV blocks me.
Anyways, pretty interesting stuff. Go find it up there. We're tweeting out and putting out some fun stuff there on social. So, anyways, yeah, Nvidia now starting to go a little bit up. We'll see if it can hold 130. I'll get one of you next time, Adara, on the behind the scenes. So, yeah, great to have Adara and Brendan there as Sharif takes a day off. Joe, I see, is ready to rock and roll over there. There's Adara. What's up? So, that's similar.
That's
right there. Thanks, Ramin, for that one. Okay, Michael is waiting, and we're ready to go with him. So let's throw it over to the desk.
Just seeing a note on Coinbase as well. I want to talk about MicroStrategy coming up here, but Coinbase getting a note from JP Morgan. Hey, Mr. Noss, happy Monday. How was your weekend?
It was fantastic. Happy almost 500,000 subscribers, and I watched that RSI video, so it was very good. It was CMT approved for sure.
Wow, that's all we can hope for. That's all we can hope for. Appreciate it. Lots to cover. I mean, we're still in this box overall as far as the market is concerned. You got to go all the way back to basically the beginning of December. We really haven't done anything. Is there specific areas of the market that might be that we're not paying attention to?
Yeah, so we haven't done anything, but we've done an incredibly volatile nothing, is the way I'd put it. If anyone was watching the futures last night, I know most people were watching football. I was watching the futures. Big gap down, and then in the first 5 minutes, almost went green right away. So just a crazy market. The first chart I have just kind of highlights this. And this is what's very frustrating for people who are trend following, which I am in some of my strategies. But a lot of what I'm doing over at StatSed Trading is building and testing multiple strategies and then combining those strategies together. So I've talked about my anchored view app strategy with you guys. Talk about that a little bit more if it starts going. Talk about the pullback strategy as well. But now I just want to go into a little bit of mean reversion. So mean reversion, I think it's a little bit of a bad name because a lot of people, talk about catching a falling knife and all of that. To me, that's going in there without a plan. But if you look at this chart, any time you're trying to buy a breakout, you're having a bad time. We don't know when that's going to change. But if you were somebody that, as the market was gapping down, as the market was looking a little bit scary, as the market was dipping, you had a plan to buy things that were dipping, it's been a very good market. So this is actually a strategy that for us over at StatsEdge has been performing absolutely the best. So next chart is just the equity curve of it, just to show, right, we test these things back till at least 25 years, and it's not always great. And so I want, very transparent about that over on the website. I have the whole back test you can look at every month going back 25 years. But there are times where this does really, really well. So in 2020, it had an amazing year. Even in 2022, 2023, where the market was really down and choppy, that's when this performed. So if this market is going to continue. You're kind of in a buy the dip, sell the rip type market, but it's very important not to go in there haphazardly, because then what people end up doing is, buying stocks and then averaging down when it doesn't work, and so on and so forth. So that's the idea behind it. So I got a couple quick examples of what past trades looked like, just to show what we're looking at. So this one was on ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch. This was a crazy one. So what we're looking for, this is a weekly chart, is an overextension down on the week, and it uses, which is funny enough, RSI. So it uses actually two RSIs. I'll give a little bit of the juice away, a longer term one and a shorter term one. So, in the video, you guys talk really, really well about RSI, and this is built off one of Larry Williams' famous strategies, the 2-period RSI. So might be something to throw in your charts, just using a 2-period and then looking for overbought, oversold. But as you can see with this one and the next chart, both of these things are, they're in uptrends, right? They're pulling back really, really harshly, but I'm not mean reverting kind of junk. I'm not mean reverting, $1 stocks that have been hitting new all-time lows forever. They have to be in an overall uptrend. So that's kind of the takeaway I wanted to give. If you're not interested in the symbols I'm just going to talk about, but you're interested in kind of putting some mean reversion into your strategy, it's best to mean revert in things that are in overall uptrends, because you're going to get that, that ebb and flow of an uptrend, where if you're trying to buy bottoms on stocks that are just getting killed, then that's not going to work so well. The other thing to note about these trades is they're quick. We're holding for about a week here, right? When it comes to trend following, we want to be in something and we want to hold that for a long period of time, because trends can go for a long time. They can have a long period of time to develop. When it comes to mean reversion, we're looking for sell-offs and kind of quick hits at levels. So I've got 2 ideas for you from the 10 or so that get generated by the algo every week. And we need to see these things come down more. So these aren't buys at these levels. I have these levels highlighted for both of these. So the idea is we're looking for a little bit of an overextension. Based off what we're seeing today, we may not get them, but we're going to watch these all week. So the first one is GameStop. Yes, as much as I've talked a lot of smack about GameStop, I may actually be buying. We're looking for a pullback into this shaded box of around $23. And the idea here is that GameStop's actually been pretty strong, right? It's been grinding higher for the last little bit, and then now has taken a bit of a pullback. We know this one in particular can and will just pop down to a level and then rip. So we need to kind of pay attention to something like this. That is the level that the system's looking for. Again, we're trying to hold for about a week. So we're just trying to get a little bit overdone to the short side, the shorts to get a little bit too heavy-handed and to have some sort of a bounce for them to take profit. The next one here is NovoCure. So this is a bit of a therapeutics one. This is probably my favorite from all of the 10 that the system put out. And the idea is that we are looking for something that really, really has some sort of positive catalyst, in this case, this gap that occurred, and it's coming down to fill the gap. Now, the system doesn't know this, right? The system is simply just saying, let's look at these indicators that I put in and let's back test it going back all these years and see what's going well. So I like to be able to apply a little bit of my CMT kind of trader's eye to the system. And you can see this level that I highlighted ended up being very important on the upside for a long period of time. It's about $20 a share. So if we can come back to that sometime this week, that looks interesting to me, because there was a lot of people that were probably short against that $20 level. They might be caught out. So if the name comes back, it ends up getting involved. So if you guys are interested, I actually have built a website just called statsedgetrading.com/tradertv. You can check everything out there. That actually ends up helping the show as well. So if you're interested, give that a shot. But yes, try to add some mean reversion to your trading. Again, don't buy really junky stocks and don't try to pick bottoms. If you're doing mean reversion, it's generally short-term in nature. You're looking to buy the dip, and then if you get a rip, to sell that rip. And to be honest, I think that's the market we're in, so I'm not getting too excited on this pre-market action, even though it looks really good out there right now.
I mean, you've been kind of banging the table on this for the past, few weeks that we've been discussing this, specifically around that third year of a bull market being exactly what we've seen so far, just back and forth and kind of sideways. Talk maybe a little bit about the simple fact that if people are experiencing this for the first time, we've been in an uptrend for, it seems like, forever at this point, where you could just casually buy dips and then casually sell it as we got to new highs. When things change, how important it is to adjust, your thinking in that sense.
It's absolutely paramount. So one thing that I've again been getting into really deeply over at Stats Edge, trying to figure out, all of these back tests. I've got all this data going back. I'm a super big nerd, so I've been playing with it. And one thing that we all know internally, but I've actually been able to prove quite a bit, is no strategy works all the time. There's no system out there that you're going to be able to do, whether it's day trading, whether it's swing trading, whether it's investing, that's going to work. So you're 100% right, Brendan. In the last couple of years, you just bought a large cap tech name when it broke new highs, and you did fantastic. Just like in 2008, you could short anything with financial in the name and do well as well. But it's understanding what market we're potentially going to be in, and then understanding what system is going to work the best. So I think this chart is perfect. I think this chart is probably what we're going to look to see. Even if we break a little bit to the upside, maybe we come back in. If we break a little bit to the downside, we pop back in. I don't think we're going to be in this particular box all year, at least I hope not. But I think this is kind of indicative of the market. And if we go back to the last Trump administration, this is exactly what we got. We got this chop, but it was high volatility chop. This range is very wide. These candles are very big. So what you're doing is you're trying to find a strategy that plays off high volatility chop. That's why we're waiting for, on some of these levels, a bit of a down surge. There's, again, some markets where you can nice smoothly follow an uptrend. I like those better because you just buy a stock and you check on it once a day. But I think you need to not only be moving your strategy, I think you need to be a little bit more active in this markets, because as we've seen, a tweet can just kind of change the whole world on a dime.
Yeah, volatility adds all kinds of opportunity on the shorter side of things, which is great for us, obviously, doing what we do. But for investors, time to maybe shift focus. Great stuff as always. Michael Noss back with us after the close tonight. We'll see you then.
I'll talk to you then.
And looking forward to it, Michael. And I think, the second Michael said mean reversion strategies, the first thought that comes to mind to look at that phenomenon, like remember what happened in Rigetti. Well, it wasn't just Rigetti, but remember what happened in a lot of the quantum names in a general sense, and it happened in the nuclear names too. Like you had that crazy run up, you get that sharp pullback, and you're just waiting for it to make a bottom, break back up, and there were multiple days that you could have been involved here for what was a spectacular bounce. And it's not just, there. We've been talking about some of the nuclear names that had that big pullback after they had ramped to the upside, like an SMR, where it made a fresh high, you pull it back, goes into a support level, and then you start bouncing. That's the idea of mean reversion. It's just the expectation that things will go up forever isn't going to be there. But some of these better looking charts or these trends can be profitable if you're willing to be patient and allow it to make a bottom, allow it to make a double bottom, whatever it might be. So there's one, a couple out there worth watching. Obviously, Rigetti's a little more volatile than SMR.
We just got punched in very small here on Uber. It just went crazy. Like it was just at $75, and I guess there's some sort of a probably some. I don't know. It wasn't actually a dark pool because there was actually some trades going off there. So we'll just wait for it. It was just we're not trading like crazy through breakouts. We talked about that. So I'm actually going to get a piece out up here near 76 and 77 and take a little bit of a hit here because that was a little bit too much action here right off the jump there. So I did like that trade. Yeah, I actually did Michael Noss's trade there, and it was, not on SMR, on Rigetti. It wasn't his trade, but it was the same kind of thinking there, where we were long at 6 and then out at 9 on that exact pullback that Neil just talked about right here. When we gave this trade to everybody, we said that our level was going to be $6. It came in, we got 6, and then the very next day we got 9, and then we felt foolish, obviously, after that for selling it as it goes all the way up. But 50% in one day, as Michael said, navigating this market seems to be something that's necessary these days. So we'll have to wait to see what we can do with all of that. There's an out there at 76.80, so we'll take a 30-cent hit on 20% of this trade. 20%, yeah. So now we'll just have to wait to see what happens. I mean, Uber's just going up and down here like crazy. So I'm waiting here as well in the teens to see if we can get a piece on this as well. But all right, that's Uber. It's trying to go here again. So yeah, I know Ackman's involved with this. So we'll have to see if there's some sort of a talk here maybe in the pre-market. But that just went from 75 to 77. Was not expecting it to break. So we're going to slowly get out of this one with Uber.
Yeah, it's a Lyft story. I just threw it up there, guys. Lyft to launch Mobileye-powered robo-taxis as soon as 2026, starting in Dallas, according to TechCrunch. So Lyft absolutely ripping right now on that, which, of course, is going to be a little bit negative for Uber. So So we'll keep an eye on both of those. Nice move there for Lyft. All right, let's get into what we need to know here this morning as we head towards the open on a brand new week. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. All you need is your email address. We'll send you the watch list every single day for free, has everything that's moving in the pre-market and why on it. Let's talk about semiconductors. There's a bunch of different angles we can take here on this group this morning. Here's AMD actually trying to get back to session highs right now. Nvidia definitely the leader, already at session highs, but only 0.5% as far as relative strength is concerned. But a couple of different news catalysts today.
There's really a couple different ways you can take this. One is, of course, the story with Nvidia with regards to OpenAI. According to Reuters, they're reportedly working on a chip that is set for production this year with TSM. This is going to be OpenAI's first, I guess, their own chip, which could lead to some issues there with regards to Nvidia and AMD, other chip makers. And then also we have ON. This is on Semi. This went to the downside after a very weak earnings report. They missed on earnings per share. They missed on revenue. And their guidance for Q1 2025 was much lower than expected across the board. They guided earnings per share between 45 and 55 cents. Analysts are looking for the high 80 cents, so 86, 89. So it's pretty significant there with regards to that miss for on Semi.
Yeah, big one to come in a couple of weeks as far as earnings goes, of course, with Nvidia still to report. Again, if you missed that Lyft note, Lyft to launch Mobileye-powered robotaxis as soon as 2026, according to TechCrunch, starting in Dallas.
I'm in this, there's a stock moving here, MNTS. I just bought a little bit of this one with some sort of a deal here to build. All right, we'll find out what's going on here with Momentus. I just took a little bit of a long here on a pop-up, just trying to play some of this excitement here. I'll get the story for you in a minute, but it's a nice pop-up there on MNTS. We had seen this happen before. It just bottomed out there near that $4 mark. We'll figure out MNTS here. Could easily turn around, up 25% rate now. And if you go into details, let me just see what the short float is on an MNTS. Well, there's Big Bear, by the way, which we'll talk about as well. That's going to be number one on my list. All right, so this one's only 3% short float right now. There it is. Expansion Defense Department contract. So we've seen large structures. That's what I thought it was. That's why I was like, I thought I heard something about space. But anyways, there it is on the screen. Thanks for that one as we get the stories. I really like that. There we go. So we can just look on the screen. But MNTS, we had seen this move up before. There must be more short than 3%, but we'll wait to see what's going on with that. That looks to me like it was a split. And if I pull down the E-signal chart, you'll see right there that it did split 1 to 4. So we do have, quite the ways to go to the upside here if it wants to. But again, MNTS awarded something right there. So we'll wait to see what happens with the Department of Defense there. So we saw Big Bear move on similar news last week. Obviously a different space, but MNTS right now, just a small one. We were in the money. We got this a little early and it did rip up. I did put an offer, but we did not get filled. So we'll have to wait to see where this one pulls back into. Looks like the bottom on MNTS. Oh no, Fubo. Oh yeah, there's some news here about Fubo as well. 380. Yeah, you got some support down here. Maybe $4 down into 380. We can have a look at that as well. I don't know if Fubo's actually moving now.
No, Fubo's not moving.
No, they're not. Okay, they're expanding their sports offerings is what was said. And then on Uber, we did get a little bit of a bump up there. We were just sitting there. We got 77.30s there, so that was a good bump up. We're in less than half of this position right now as I liked it. But with Lyft going absolutely nuts there, and we get ready for the rundown. But Lyft is, again, nice move to the upside. We're talking about semis, but there it goes. We'll see if Uber can also catch lightning in a bottle. But this MNTS is a new position, down 50 cents right now.
Yeah, and Nvidia just broke the high of the day.
Oh, man,
so Nvidia 131, up 1%. So you can say all you want about OpenAI developing their own chips and being a competitor for Nvidia. It doesn't seem to matter right now. So obviously this is going to look a little bit strong. It's got a bit of a gap fill that we were trying to press. Almost said yesterday. On Friday, I thought it was an inside day on Friday, which I'm always going to pull back into prior highs and into support. So if 128 is not going to be a thing, then 130 is going to be 130 to 130 and a third. We'll look for that to be the go zone on Nvidia. Already talked a little bit about ON and how that looks weak, and AMD, its situation, which is usually a short to pop. But just one other one in the space. SMCI up 5.5%. They're supposed to give us numbers tomorrow after the bell, and it's already in the midst of a rally here. Multiple days in a row. I guess once we knew that they were going to give us numbers, you've been seeing a little bit of a relief rally here in SMCI. After the bell, expected tomorrow, we're going to get their earnings, and this is clearing out prior resistance here on the daily at 37. As long as it holds this 37, that's Friday highs. Look for the longs.
We had Nvidia written down here as 128 to 129 long. What I wrote down on the sticky note is pretty simple there. I already talked about it on the show. Watch the 128 support closely. I think if the day, with the late day runs recently, if we hold that 128, we could get a nice move into the close. So it's definitely something on watch right now. We had already highlighted this earlier, and I had said, like, well, we were uncertain of Nvidia because of the market. Well, now it's played catch up easily there. So now it's ripping. Obviously, we keep on saying this. It's the only name that I bought on that dip recently was Nvidia. So yeah, I really like it. Just quick check on Intel because Intel's always near that $20 mark or $19 to $20 mark. So I'm not going to get too interested in Intel until we break above 20 again. So I just always want to be double checking that. Lyft is coming back in a little bit. Uber and this MNTS is still just doing its thing. I bought a little bit more MNTS down here. We're still long right now at 497, as you can see on the bottom. Just playing around with this one. I thought there was a chance that it could have gone there. We had seen Big Bear move on Department of Justice news as well. We don't have Big Bear on there. It's my number one idea for today. And we're, again, 10 million shares, going to do tons. Really like, obviously, the momentum here, a huge short float. I just want to see if Big Bear pulls back into this $9 mark. So I'm not going to put some bids out. We're already in this MNTS and Uber. So we're in kind of like two high-flying names already. Let's wait to see what winds up happening. But if we can hold this $9 area on 36% short float, and again, everyone's loving AI, Big Bears, it could be something down here again today. So let's just see what happens. It does give a lot of opportunity. We'll see if VWAP can play, but the problem is we're already underneath it. So yeah, we'll watch out for the 200. If we ever lose the 200, then see you later. Okay, Neil, there it is right now. Let's go. Who's with me on this one? Big Bear, MNTS, Momentus. Right now, your first chicken dinner winner right there as it's up. So we'll be down on Uber right now, holding half of or a little bit, about 40% of that position. But MNTS looks like a good little reload down there. And then now the news hitting, I guess, as we start to go back upside. MNTS, so far so good here. 20 cents in the money.
Quick note on Apple. I mean, not really. It's BOE struggling with OLED quality issues. So BOE is a supplier for OLED screens to Apple. Didn't move at all on that, but just a heads up there for AAPL. Tesla, downside. Relative weakness coming into play here. Looks like we may continue this downtrend that has been intact for the past couple of days. I mean, Tesla has been weak since the beginning of the year, let's be honest. There's nothing significant as far as news catalyst today, but worth a watch.
And we do have two analyst notes on it this morning, both of which are pretty weak. We've got Needham holding it as a hold rating, saying that they see it as an expensive stock and that it would basically need to be trading at 50 times their fiscal 2032 estimates in order to basically see, I guess, this upside for their pricing. And then we had Stifel, which lowered its price target in the stock from 492 to 474. They maintained a buy rating. They are excited about some things to come this year, but they do say near term it's a little bit, dicey as of right now. And they also said their Q4 revenue that they reported fell a little bit short of what Stifel was looking for. And Tesla, I was saying to Brendan off camera as well, basically closing near week lows last week. So lots of weakness in this stock, that's for sure. As of right now, actually not even holding 360s.
Elon did come out and officially, I guess, squash any kind of TikTok ties or potentially a tie to TikTok and picking it up, saying he rarely acquires companies.
Well, obviously not never. No.
Is he acquiring MNTS or what? No, I don't think. I think it'd be great to acquire TikTok, but
it would be great for
I don't think it's going to be happening. But I have Tesla written down here on the sticky note as a short. So we'll wait to see if it does come through. I wrote down 366 here, and it was just sort of looking at a level from yesterday, from Friday, and it was just about coming in right into here. like, I still like the stock upside. I mean, it's down today, but the market's up. I never want to bet against Tesla. Like, look what happened early there on Friday. Huge move up before this happened. So we were looking for this, and I believe we had Tesla on Friday. I think it was a pretty decent trade. I mean, look at it really fall out into the close. And the fact that we fall out so much there into the close on tariff worries and all that kind of stuff, you do have now an issue. Today you get downgraded. It's underneath that 370. We said it again yesterday that the more 370s, until we get above it, we want to stay short. So, I mean, there's 370 there. I was looking at 366 as an area because that's when we lost it right there, and we never really got back up. That's between 366 and 367. Right here is 365. So, yeah, if we can come back up and you know, land somewhere in this area, you know, into the open, then we're going to try to go short. That's 366 to 367. It's written here on the sticky note. If you're looking for some ideas, have a look. But that's what I'm looking for right there in Tesla. And again, it's not. We said this on Friday, man. Like, we got hit early. Oh yeah, that's what it was. We got hit going short on Tesla in here, and then we got out when that happened. Then we had the short. The rest. That's what it was. Then we had the short the rest of the afternoon. So it was, we initially went short here on the pre-market highs and in around 375. It ripped up completely. It was a great, I can go find it on Twitter if you want. And then all the way down there into the close. Right. Okay, I remember that. So yeah, we could have that bump up there in Tesla. And I'm actually going to put the offer there right now, just in case that does come through, because I don't want to miss it if it happens. So yeah, that's a trade for me, shorting Tesla up there.
Yeah, it's like 5-6 days in a row Tesla has ended up a short trade at the open, at least. And you got to think about the fact that sometimes it's a pop and fade, and it's a little bit different. Sometimes it just falls. Other times you get pop, fade, pop, fade, pop, fade. Friday was just the most extreme example of that through that 375. So if you're looking for the same thing, I mean, it flat bottom. It's not really a flat bottom break today because it broke the lows on Friday. But as long as you're underneath prior close, pop and fade on Tesla. I look at the pre-market high. The close is 361.62, but that 65 is kind of the resistance. So I like 63 to 65 for a zone. I don't want to have like a number in mind for reverting Tesla when it's kind of been more about allow it to make the reversion. You know, like stair step it up, and once it breaks trend, just look for the continuation short. It gave you VWAP after the fact. Like once it broke trend, it was pretty clear. So at the open, I'm looking for it to pop, break the trend, and then go short on TSLA.
Okay. China strength continuing here. Yeah. We talked about this going back to Friday morning about this time, but it was basically a sideways day. I mean, we did get a little bit of continuation, but sold off sharply into the close for most of these, 4.3% here, ahead of earnings to come still for Alibaba.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing, they're scheduled to report February 20th before the bell. So there are still some earnings on watch, of course, here. And this comes at a really great time for not only just Chinese stocks, but specifically Chinese tech stocks. We had Hang Seng Index close up 1.84%. Then we had, compared to the CSI Index, which only closed up about 0.2%. Alibaba finished almost 6% to the upside, and they're up pretty significantly on the year as well. So BABA, with that Quen announcement with regards to its AI, certainly going to be on watch here as well, especially ahead of those earnings.
Yeah, I mean, all of these looking very similar. Here's JD as well, huge gap above 4150 all the way up here this morning. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind these guys, but huge gaps.
Gap, huh?
Yeah, Chinese stocks gapping? No.
China.
They never gap around. I mean, if you pull up a 15-minute chart of the Chinese ADRs, and you're gapping pretty much almost every single day. So it is normal. But like, I loved what happened on Friday, just because it gave you like support right at prior resistance, which is generally what you're looking for. But that was only good off the open, and then it just fell right back in. So it's easy to say 103.5 looks good, but you got to look forward. And 107 on Alibaba anyways. On Alibaba, 107 top, that's the prior high. And it's been doing this pattern before where it puts in a high and that becomes a support level. And you do it, sometimes it works. Here, not so great. Here, never tested. This top did get tested and held, so I'm looking for that at 107. If it's underneath and not bouncing off the 107 level, then I'm not fighting a Chinese ADR, or especially Alibaba, at the open. It needs to bounce or hold above that level to look for the continuation long. Otherwise, just shift on to something else. There's always plenty of other things to trade, like a firm day 2 play on earnings. We'll have Nvidia, Tesla as well. big bears also moving around. So there's plenty to look at if BABA doesn't hold this 107, but pull back in a prior high. That's what I'm playing.
Yeah, I've been looking at FXI for a while here. I mean, it's going to be up pretty decently today, up 2.5%. So it may be, getting close to, I was going to say a short, because you're into this level right here again, where we've topped out numerous times on China. I mean, you can go all the way back to October, right there, where you had that huge move up, and you've seen Alibaba. That's where we actually wind up selling Alibaba up there at 117. I just hope it gets back there so we can do it again. But for right now, this high is a little worrisome to me. I would love to break it. I just, again, with sort of the uncertainties in what's happening politically right now, especially with the tariffs in China, I think that's the smart thing to do, especially if you've played this long. We talked about it at the beginning of the year as a theme heading into this year. It was, what about long China? Because everyone was thinking the opposite way. And it's really helped. I mean, this 200 period moving average has been a great look. And if you're able to dip by that into 28, 29, literally at the beginning of the year right there, then you've had a nice little rip. And I think that's probably worth taking as Lunar New Year, all that. We're back now last week there in China. So you can already see it pulling back. Just for a longer term play, if you did get back into here in the next couple of days, I think it's worth a buy though. So I would be shorting up here at 34 if you've taken the profit. But as Michael highlighted at the beginning of the show, it's going to be opportunities to dip buy names and then get them back to the upside. So as long as you're somewhat positive on China, I think you take the opportunity here to sort of build a position against the 50 period moving average and then eventually this 200 period. Because if things turn around in China, we know we can get way higher than where we are right now. So and it wasn't even that long ago. Like, we were up at $38. This is what, this time last year? No, not even. October of 24, as we just mentioned, we were all the way up there. And if you go over to a weekly chart for China, obviously during COVID and everything, we did have some ups and downs, but there it is all the way at 2021, that peak of $54, then all the way back in, and it held pretty good. So yeah, I don't mind this to try to get some sort of value back there to the upside. If you're, maybe if you're underweight China, look at FXI instead of individual names, as the NASDAQ approaching all-time highs and the S&P 500 also up there as well. So, all right, 9:16. Here goes, I didn't look at Google yet today. Let's have a look, but throw it back over to the desk and hear what they're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where context is key. If you zoom out a little bit on Alphabet's chart, yes, it is up better part of a full percent here today, but still hasn't recovered from that earnings move. 190 held for 3 days in a row here. We gave that up pretty quick out of the gate on Friday. So yes, we are up here this morning, but it might just be a bounce.
Yeah, we also had an analyst note here I was seeing circulate a little bit. This is actually back from Wednesday, February 5th, but it is from Bank of America. Basically, they reiterated the stock as a buy, $225 price target, and they actually found the earnings report to be quote-unquote solid. And they said that basically these motivated by search growth is really what's worth noting here, the growth in search. And they basically said that the Wall Street could potentially be underestimating their revenue potential with regards to AI. So Google here with search and AI, one thing they're very well known for, and another thing they're trying to be better known for, certainly on watch there.
Yeah, on a daily chart, this thing made quite the move in 2 days, above 205, 206, right through to 185. If you're trying to cherry pick something maybe early on Friday, there's levels down there, guys, 182, 183, but that candle from Friday, not looking good.
Yeah, Google was bad on Friday, but at least it made a temporary bottom. Like, that's the good news. I don't know, look, the daily chart, you're under that 50 period. So even with a bounce up, like that prior support at 188 is where I'd be more concerned with, that to the 50 period. If you can clear that back out, great. I think you start looking for the relief long if we break back above. Until then, I think Alphabet's it's got to prove something. It's sideways here, even with the gap up. So not a gigantic fan. Not when you see Nvidia moving around, it looks pretty strong. Obviously, we talked about Tesla already. The name in the Mag 7 that I probably want to highlight as well is Apple. And there's a 233 seller. I think it's as clear as day. We saw it Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Actually, it was all week. It was Tuesday as well. Like, every day except for Monday last week when it traded nowhere near 233, somebody's selling up there. So in a strong market right now, we're up 0.8%. Apple gets to 233, looking short. off that high. Technically, the top on Friday was like 34s, and then the day before it's like 33.8 or something like that. But once it gets to that 33, looking for the mean revert short. Google don't really have an obvious level on, but Apple, if it gets there, hey, it's a seller till there isn't.
Yeah, no, I wanted to mention Google, but I wasn't really prepared to do it right now, but 1% up, a good move. I was just looking at it. If that's Morgan Stanley, so obviously we've seen them do this before. This just means they're hella long there, so they'll come out. What they probably did, you could probably look. Day of the report, they probably said it was really bad, and then now that it comes down in, they'll revert that and say that now they like the stock because it's pulled back in 10%. This is how the market works. Get used to it. I think that's a good long. We'll see if the market wants to hold it though, but at least now we know that we have the backing, B of A, sorry. At least we know that we have the backing of a bank down here that seems to like it. So that's good. I don't think the report was that great, as cloud still remains an issue. We saw Amazon got hit on, we saw Microsoft and Google, but hey man, if the other parts of the business are working, I like the stock. It's a big piece of my portfolio, so yeah, I like it. I was looking at this 188 break, they're long, but you know, the breakouts haven't been great. So that's my hesitancy. What time is it? 9:20? Yeah, so I'm not going to put that order in right now. We got up there pretty close, 187, at 187.25. I think it's worth looking at, but I'm not sure for how long. So yeah, let's keep it on the back burner. It's not on the front of my vision there. We did have, you already talked about SMCI and things like that. There are some different names, and then now we have Monday.com to look at. Oh, and then just because we only have 10 minutes with one story left, this MNTS Momentus, what's up, Tisha? You're asking me if I'm trading it with a lot of shares. No, but I do have a much bigger order down here at 415. And again, just looking at what we've been talking about, I'm trying to see if we hold. Basically, this 380 from Friday. So that's the area that I'm looking at. No volume. You can see it was doing nothing there on Friday. It fell down. It wasn't a great day, that's for sure, but pretty choppy. So I just want to see if it does come back in and we give everything back on what should be a good story there with Department of Defense. So I like it. My stop right now is a break of 380. So it's that simple. It's not 375. It's not anything like that. If the stop gets run and we wind up getting taken out down there, then so be it. And then I'm also trying to buy the 50 period, which is now at 4.25. But I'm down there at low fours. So we'll wait to see if that does come in right off the open. And then the Uber play. The Uber play is flat right now. I mean, the spread is 15 cents, so that's going to be, or 14 cents. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. It's not really moving. We got taken in on this one. It is on the sticky note, and I'm going to throw it back to Brenda in a sec. But its lift took off like this, and all of a sudden, and I don't normally do this, but I didn't think Uber was going to fill when we were down here at 75.50 and stuff. So I put that in so I didn't miss it off the open, but then whoops, it went upside. So right now we're roughly flat on it. We're only holding 40%. So, and I do like people still talking about Big Bear. Big Bear is the #1 trade idea for myself today. I want to make sure we're watching it. And we actually wrote down here on the sticky note, Big Bear AI, we like $9. We wrote this down at 9.30, and you could see right there on Big Bear AI, we actually held $9 twice now. So this has been a good long if you've been able to get it. It only went down, though, to 9.11. I shouldn't say that. 9.12.
That's fine.
I know. Well, it's just a price, but I hate those. But anyways, okay, so just came in there to shallow nines at the end of the day. But all right, that's what we're doing right now on Big Bear AI and MNTS.
All right, MNDY, monster move here, 26% for 300 and what was it? $300 stock, we'll call it. 250 before the report. A very AI heavy, let's just put it that way, earnings report here for Monday.com this morning. Barely a downtick. I mean, there's not a lot of volume behind this, but huge for MNDY. And
it's worth noting, too, here, they did beat on earnings, but the guidance a little bit mixed, actually. So for earnings here, Q4 2024 adjusted earnings of $1.08 per share versus 79 cents expected. So quite the beat there. They also beat on sales, 267.97 million. Versus 261.36 million expected. However, their revenue guide for Q1, the lower end, did miss estimates here. Their fiscal 2025 revenue outlook basically in line with estimates. So a little bit more sluggish potentially on guidance, but not an out-and-out miss. And of course, they did have pretty strong earnings for this quarter.
Yeah, to sum it up, looking to capitalize further on the implementation of AI in specific products for Fortune 500 companies. So one of those angles where it's not necessarily the chip or the semiconductor or the company making the actual AI product, but the implementation side for MNDY.
Yeah, and they like it. Look, Monday has a $1 spread right now, and even outside of that spread, it's not as if there's a lot of liquidity on the stock. So it's going to be a mover. There's no question about it. And we talk about this as, when you want stocks going into new price areas, obviously Monday's going to be doing that. It's at a local high that was rejected pretty heavily earlier. So I generally don't like a setup like this where you dumped off this price just going back to November, like this 325 all the way into like 340. So you're in a pretty big danger zone. At the open, you really need to see it hold the bid. So it's not going to be at the top of my list. It's not a lot of volume, not a lot of liquidity. I'm sure you set this one up where if you're able to hold for a couple of days, give it the old 2-3 day rule, and if it's holding higher bids, then maybe look for the breakout, and then you could have some kind of a swing on strength for Monday. Obviously a big time mover, no questions asked, but there's so much doing volume today. I think you got your pick. I'm also liking Big Bear as well, and sometimes, like we said before, pull back into prior resistance levels. You have the lower high at 9. You have the top here at the 920, 925-ish. I think that can be a dip buy zone. If it can't hold that, I think you got to look out for sure on Big Bear. Ooh, Tesla already. Oh, it's 925. Tesla already pressing lower. Imbalances obviously just came out. I don't know if there was a sell imbalance on Nvidia has a sell imbalance of 950,000. Big Bear, oddly enough, with a 1.1 million buy imbalance on Big Bear Eye, and there is Tesla, 600,000 sell. Just saw it drop a couple of dollars. It's likely going to be an imbalance in that case. SMCI with a buy imbalance of 200,000 shares. They're supposed to report their numbers tomorrow after market. They are trading up 5 points. Like them for a bit of a pull back as well. And what is AMD doing? Already falling is what AMD is doing, because that's what it does. I still like the pop and fade into prior resistance on AMD. It's the pop part that AMD doesn't always want to give you. That's the tricky thing.
Yeah, we do have, so we're still going to watch MNTS. We're still watching Big Bear. We have already talked about those plays. We'll wait to see if they come in. Watching out for Nvidia, watching out for Palantir. Palantir's still up 1.26%, but look what the market's doing. I'm not worried about it. It's just, it is coming back in. We probably will have to test VWAP to see if we hold, and VWAP sort of coincides with some of these pre-market lows of 21,725. So I'm excited to see if that does hold. Feel like we could get some dip buy opportunities, and nothing wrong with dip buying some Palantir. The only thing is that it's not really on my radar early. I don't like this move there into the close. It just down $3 like that seems to have been a little bit too much there into the close on Friday. So I could see some sellers coming back into Palantir. The one name that we saw take off was Nvidia when the market wasn't, when the market wasn't taking off really. I'm gonna have to fix this data editor here. But yeah, so I would try to go long on this name. Just fixing the candle there. You had to push OK. I try to go long in this name again. I don't have bids at these levels, but 130 could hold. It's only 50 cents away. So normally we're on that 200 period moving average. Look at the market trying to bounce a little bit. We still have 3 minutes. I mean, we're not anywhere near a panic. I don't have bids yet on Nvidia. I feel like this is a good way to start so I don't get caught up in it. Maybe early at 129, like very light amount of shares just to see how it reacts down there. Then if we still come down in like a falling knife, we'll sit here with size, and that way maybe get picked up down by 128. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Uber, I still like the 77 long. I mean, again, it's on here. We only have a couple ideas on here, 4 or 5 ideas on the stick. One of them is Uber right here. So I like it. I do have offers in the 40s and then the 30s for this, and then lower at 76. So yeah, I like all of these names, man.
I like that
Uber.
idea.
Uber's $77. Randy, we were just talking about being long this name at 67, now 77. So that's starting to work out for us as well. But here we go. Only 2 minutes left. I like the Tesla short. That's still underneath. I priced out a Rivian on the weekend, 30-something thousand Canadian for a Rivian base model. So this one right here is still up, nice, 1.2%. We'll see if it can hold out there. I mean, I probably have to put down 1 million shares to make that money, but we'll see what winds up happening. 1 million shares, $1 million worth. You put down $1 million, right, Randy? I mean, we all have that, just chump change, no problem. You put that down, you make, that $1 on it would be really nice. You make your 10% on $1 million, then you can buy that Rivian. So $12 up to 14 Rivians for my wife, but I am not doing that because nor do I have $1 million to put into Rivian. So,
or would you want to?
Yeah. My $1 million in MNTS. So we'll wait to see what happens. All right, with only auto show. When is that?
It's this weekend.
Yeah,
this weekend.
Okay, nice. So we'll see if there's anything there. You were disappointed last year. Yeah, I remember. So we'll see.
Yeah, I remember you saying it was.
Hopefully you'll get some good.
Hopefully it'll be better.
Some good insights.
The long weekend.
Let us know. Take some pictures and let us know how that happens. That's right. It is a long.
It's a long weekend. It's
Family Day.
Family Day and President's Day in the U.S. And hopefully they'll move the Super Bowl to then. Just a note on that Lyft news. Mobileye is up. It's Mobileye Lyft news. Mobileye up 15% as well. But Nvidia is already pulling back as Super Bowl hangover Monday. It's not really a hangover because I'm sure a lot of people didn't even stay up for the whole game. Coming back in, Nvidia looking like it wants to pull back. It's already at VWAP, but Adara, let's ring that bell in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
All right. Thanks, Adara. Okay, we're going to just still wait. Uber's trying to figure itself out. It has not opened yet. It is printing 77.20. We'll see what happens with that. All right, here it goes. We do have some more offers on Uber, so it's now open. Let's see if it gets going to the upside. I'm waiting at 78.40, and then we're only at 77, so there's still ways to go to the upside here as well. 77.80s, low 76s. Let's see if Uber wants to work out for us or not. MNTS, there's Big Bear, so just FYI on that one. It breaks it comes into $9. This is the kind of level that we did not mind at all. So we're going to wait to see if Big Bear now wants to go back there to the upside. Notice that bottom, 890. I was only going to give it to this bottom here of 880. So we talked about that. 875 break low on Big Bear and we're out.
Yeah, be careful. Oh, give me a break. Yeah, be
I'm gonna buy
careful with
more
Big
down
Bear,
here.
but here comes Nvidia already bouncing off VWAP. We're going to stick a fork in that pre-market low for now and have to look at VWAP. Tesla already to the downside. Oh, wow. Tesla already looking very, very weak. And AMD, which we like they pop and fade on, well, it's popping. AMD with the pop. Friday high was 110.
Oh.
So if it gets into that 110, that is the first look for me there. But Nvidia already gone through 141 or 131, looking like it doesn't want to give us that dip.
Nope. Yeah, we put our bids out there for Nvidia. We are in the low 129s.
Right, Big Bear's New York.
Yeah, we've got Big Bear. So the thing about it, okay, so we've got Big Bear, but we just got in again at 999, out somewhere at 930. Still not great. We'll wait to see what happens there with BBAI. It's a 10-cent winner right now for sure if you wanted it. But there goes Uber right now. It is your money trade of the day, Uber. Well, so far it's Big Bear, but hopefully Uber can get going as well. Almost $1 in the money now on that one. And then there goes Big Bear again, trying to break through 930. I'll put an offer at 929. There it is. We'll take another piece out there on Big Bear AI as it continues to go. Neil, we're 3 for 3 right now. The party's just getting started over here. MNTS now trying to go through 5. Let's see if that gets going as well. So MNTS, Big Bear, and Uber. Oh boy, as we go. So things starting to work out for us a little bit here. Out of more Uber at the upside near 78. Here goes Big Bear finally up to 945. Oh yeah, we've got it, everybody. So hopefully you guys are liking the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Not only trading mega cap names, but going through and giving you our #1 play. I mean, Neil, where else are you going to get this? I don't know if you put down a price target on your note for Big Bear or not, but that is the #1 trade idea on the sticky note is Big Bear AI. So Joe, there it is, man. If anybody's looking to make a little bit of money, there's Big Bear AI, 60 cents straight to the upside off that posted level. So far so good on BBAI.
Yeah, great look on BBAI. Big Bear is making a power move to the upside. We just got finally into Nvidia as it pulled right back Let me fix that for you guys. Pull right back into prior high at 131, so we're going to work off that for Nvidia. Tesla, by the way, looking very different from the open. Massive wick bottom there on Tesla as it's trying a reversal. So they just ran through 55 and are headed back into the upside on Tesla. I said I liked AMD short. Well, AMD is almost at that 109 level. It's starting to cruise. We're still looking for that reversion at the 110. But Nvidia is the first for us here. Ooh, just popped. It was just at 132. Let's go to, we're going to Adara.
Go Nvidia, go.
A couple names to watch out for here. X, US Steel getting a nice pop with volume here off the open. In case you missed it, this name is also on watch with regards to whether or not Donald Trump will allow its acquisition by Nippon Steel of Japan to go through. That was discussed a lot during Trump's press conference on Friday. But also here, we have Shopify on watch as well. This one, SHOP. They do have earnings before the bell coming through tomorrow morning, and they also got an upgrade from benchmarks. So the other thing with ex-US Steel to be aware of is the fact that Trump is apparently planning on putting 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. So keep an eye on X. Back to you.
Right, thank you, Dara. So you're going to see, so we have a different big bear price because it actually broke through the pre-market high, so we did take some more up there. It's going to be hard to see because we've been getting out there right there. So that was just an early take. You know, obviously our dip buys down here, we've sort of been cashing out of those because you're going to take like 40, 50 cents in 1 minute or so on a big bear. You know, as we talked, I think that's worth it. But that's why you're going to see my price right now at 947. So, you know, that's just the price that I have. And unfortunately, we did take that long break through the pre-market high of 960. So that's where we're stuck right now. This could still be a loser because we did take that trade. Naturally, I'd rather be sitting without that, but I'm fine. I'd be looking to add to this position anyways on a break. So we're just in it earlier than maybe we need to be. Uber does go. We got more out here at 50s. I'm fine with this, but again, was hoping for a little bit more of a move. So let's wait on Uber. Our Tesla, we're not in. You're long Nvidia. I mean, I love
Tesla's tanking.
Is it? I mean, that was, again, we had Tesla written down as a short, and I kind of apologized for that.
Oh, my goodness.
But at the end of the day, there was a short there for sure at the 50 period, but there it goes downside. So see you later on Tesla. What's going on over there?
Well, I tried getting Tesla back through VWAP at 357. It's gone to the downside. I'm not going to chase a move, but we're going to short the next available pop here on Tesla as it just broke 55 and went $2 very, very quickly there on Tesla. Yeah. Nvidia just broke back through 132. That wick, yeah, it got a bad wick on Nvidia, so it hasn't been to 134. These are all fresh highs here today on Nvidia. It's filling in a bit of a gap over yesterday's highs or Friday's highs. We're going to buy dips back into 131, and if that fails, we're going to buy dips into VWAP, and if that fails, then I wait for 128. Nvidia just want to be in the long side of the trade. So as I said with Tesla, yeah, it's just going to have to be a little bit patient with it. It kind of lost a bid really quickly there. 350 incoming. If it can bounce off 350, maybe we get an opportunity for a bit of a fade. So Nvidia just went to 132.70.
Oh, yeah.
And I heard, was that, no.
I heard the name Intel. Intel's taking off.
Intel also taking off to the upside. So Intel looking pretty strong. The chips are strong.
Yes, go
But
chips.
Tesla long is wrong.
Yeah, it is. But go chips. I mean, we love that great trade on Nvidia. I mean, we were looking for it. Unfortunately, we wrote down 128 and change, but there it goes. It only goes down to the 200, which we normally are all about that. But no, nice pre-market break there. I mean, you're even way late on that, and it's ripping. So great trade there on Nvidia. As you got to stick with the long names, that is for sure. All right, so not much else happening. We did get a nice trade up there for Google. Just to check in on MNTS. We got some more outs up here at near the highs. We're long at 493. So there's an out there at 520. There's another out at 5. So hopefully we can get going. But again, on that Department of Justice, Defense deal there. Crazy. Not really doing much. But if you're in this name and you want to take like that 10 or 15%, maybe you can take it like I've been doing. But at the end of the day, doesn't look like it wants to go. And by 10%, that's the max. Like we're long at 490 in average. That best price is 520. So it's only 30 cents off $5. It's not like a monstrous trade there or anything like that. All right, so whoopsies. Whoa. Oh, I'm still on the ellipse. Okay, let's get off of that. All right, so now Big Bear. Okay, well, it came right back into this area. I'm at 905, I thought. All right, we'll probably buy a little bit more there. We'll wait to see if we get it just ahead of $9.
Oh, yeah.
Big Bear, 905. Yeah. Okay, so it's a good thing we stepped over there and bought it. This is, again, what I'm talking about. If you're not Specifically, there goes MNTS. Yes, MNTS. All right, so here goes the big play right now. Bang, bang, bang. For MNTS, let's see if this one wants to go. But you see what I'm saying? Like, if I'm not over here putting offers at these levels, then you're unable to get it. And then look at Big Bear as well. Like, I was at 05, didn't even realize that we were right back down there again. So thankfully, we're able to look at it. It's a nice positive day for us here today so far, but still looking for more as Uber is right there. I know Neil's, I think, is close enough to that dollar club, if not already. But here goes Uber right now. That is your first dollar club for me. It's not another one, it's a first one. Let's go over and see, be quiet, DJ. Let's go over there and see what's up now with Adara.
Teladoc here sharply to the upside. TDOC, no news on this one today, but they do have about a 13.5% short float. In case you missed it, this name was actually on watch last week after Citron Research posted favorably about the name, saying that they see it as a good opportunity for a buy. So TDOC continuing here with that strength right now here, actually near $14.50, guys. Back to you.
All right.
Even Teladoc looking pretty strong every now and then. It's that kind of market. The Nasdaq's not doing a heck of a lot. Like, we're actually flat, but I blame a couple of tickers in there. So Nvidia is pressing a very steep trend. If it dips, I'm already sitting back at VWAP, but 132 as an even had a rather large size offer. So if we do break this trend, I'll be out underneath the 33 level. So 133.40. If we pull back under there, looking for the out and then the buy the dip. Again, Tesla is right back into the lows. It's like this stock, Tesla doesn't want to let you into the short.
Holy shit.
It's just continuing to flush. So there hasn't been much of a bounce to be able to play over there in Tesla. And I did forget Alibaba. Baba pulls right back into prior high at 107. If it can hold VWAP, we're taking the stairs up on Alibaba today. So looking for the pullback into VWAP because we missed our 107 at the open, looking to get over into Nvidia, which clearly is working, but we like Baba as well.
Yeah, what a comfortable day over here. All right, so we're just, Uber is an absolute monster. So Uber, the beast, has awoken, finally. You know, we were a little nervous about our position, and then Bill comes in and just saves the day. So, not really. I mean, it was already moving up, but nice move there by Bill Ackman and company as Pershing Square gets involved, and there goes Uber. And again, we only have 4 ideas on here. Obviously, the Big Bear AI $9 long, that went from 9 to 960 on that. Nvidia long, Neil's got that, so that's great. The Tesla short was there, and then the Uber long. So the only other trade that popped into our blotter real quick was MNTS, and oh boy, has that one been nice? Yes, it has. We'll wait to see where it goes, though, on that one. Dollar on Uber. Okay, so just for Big Bear. So it went up there. We were able to buy a little bit. We did get some out at 940 again. Remember, these dip buys is really what we like. It did take out the top. I'm fine with taking that. I always want to take out pre-market highs, especially on names I think can go. But at the end of the day, it's still not going. It is coming back in. I do have another reload at 9. We talked about like 905, sort of where we got that first fill. I'm going to wait to see if that comes in. If it does not, then I am puff passing on that one, and we'll just wait. If it does break this 880 level, which is right here, then we'll get out. So we had sort of talked about that. I just want to make sure that that is where my stop is. Yes, it is. And then MNTS, we're getting lighter and lighter on this. We had talked about if we were able to take that 10 or 15 or 20% on this name, we would probably do that. So I'm going to put my stop now, breaking right through here. So 450 on MNTS. I'm going to cancel all my other bids on this. And then, because I was bidding $4 on this name, but now if we get there, that's a problem. So 450 break, we're out. So watch, 444. We'll just use that. We'll put offer out of 100% of it if it goes back in there right now. And that's very, very possible. The market's pretty flat. I mean, you got a great one there in Nvidia. But other than that, I mean, Uber is $1. This MNTS is good. And then here comes Big Bear right back in now to 905. So now we get our final spot there. We talked about where our stop is. Just got to make sure it's there. So it's there. And unfortunately, what was a great stock to begin with, it's still fine. The problem was really taking out that pre-market high, and we had talked about, although it worked great on Nvidia, some of the breaks.
Yeah, the breaks aren't the same as they used to be.
They're just
different market.
Yeah, because the market's just
not doing anything.
Yeah, like Michael Knott said, it was like volatile, but not. Or I forget the term he used, but it's like it feels like that, where you look back and like the market's just still doing nothing. But now Bullfrog AI is
Oh, you
going.
gotta be kidding
Oh
me.
no, we went from one animal to another. So B-Frog, I think is what it is, right? B-F.
I thought it was just frog.
F-R. Oh, is it just frog?
No,
Okay.
never mind. It's not. Frog's a different
B-Frog.
stock.
I think it's-
Just one quick thing here.
is
There
it?
was a reversal
Oh, yeah,
at 134 on Nvidia, but no VWAP retrace. So
Oh,
there's
Bullfrog.
your topping tail candle, and then me looking for
Bullfrog.
the dip back into 132 if we're able to get it. Still like the long. I don't necessarily want to take a 134 breakout on this yet. And Alibaba just quickly there does not hold on to VWAP, so if it doesn't hold VWAP, then we wait for the 107 level. Big Bear is going to, all right, now Big Bear, reversion, bottoming tail wick here. So I didn't get it off the open. It was a crazy wick as well. But if it's going to do a bottoming tail off the pre-market low, let's see it hold at 9. If it breaks a fresh low, I don't want to be in it. But it's a reversion play here on Big Bear AI. Kind of crazy. That frog going as well.
Bullfrog.
Oh, and by the way, Tesla is now bouncing for the first time. So I think we have an opportunity, at least now, for Tesla to come into VWAP, but I'm going to get BBAI on a reversion, and then we'll go over to Tesla, show you guys Tesla coming in to VWAP, aggressively into VWAP. Yeah, we're not playing around here. Like, it's clearly the bid is a little bit strong into Tesla. Let's see a curl off of VWAP. Let it do that move. The NASDAQ is going really strong here. Still want to get that dip back into Nvidia. Big Bear, that was weird. I got filled before you guys showed it there. I'm like, yeah, I got filled. So we're long at 908 on Big Bear. Makes a fresh low and we're jumping out. Tesla, we want to let it get into VWAP and then take our shot at a curl. It's not the prices that we wanted on Tesla, but if it doesn't go to the 60s, you can't short the 60s.
I'm going to take a 113 break right here on Palantir. So if we can get going there, we're going to try it. I mean, I probably a little bit early. Like, you've already gone down to 110. We talked about like how crazy this name is, especially off the open. So it did already give you an amazing buy opportunity down there. I mean, all you had to do was zoom back out to see some of the support levels in and around that 110.50 or so spot. So that's going to be something to look out for there on PLTR coming back in. But I just put a bid to see what happens if we could take that long. It's not there yet. I just wouldn't mind seeing it. Man, you know what? I'm gonna get away from that for now. All right, what's going on with Google? I'm just trying to find some names because the market's going now. It's up 1%. So I want to find some names that potentially have that chance. Google, I thought, was 188. It doesn't appear to be there yet either. Apple as well, to the downside. No. So up decently there for Apple on this move. That could be a break long as well. It's just, I look at the market and obviously it's going. So I'm looking at this saying, all right, you know,
Apple
we need
at
to think
33
about
yet?
something. No, Apple's, that's the thing. Nothing's really that great. We did get some more out on Uber up here at 78.50. That's $1.50. I'm not worried. I mean, Big Bear's falling back down in there, but you know, we've already sort of made peace with this name as there it comes right now, coming right back in now. So I'm gonna wait on that one, and then that there, Neil's already out of BBAI, so
It just broke the low.
yep. So there it goes, BBAI to that downside, and BFR. I already told you where my out is. It's not right there. Bullfrog right now. That got a bump, but it looks like we're like late on reporting that one because that bump sort of started early. So there it goes. They actually just topped out when we talked about it. So yeah, for now, everything's fine. MNTS, good outs there. We're getting lighter and lighter. Let's just try to find some more opportunities right now. I got to switch this because this is
Nvidia just broke the high again. So
Booyah.
You're not getting VWAP today. It's like you play a plan of action because you see it work on most days on Nvidia off the opening rush. You've been, even on the strong days, you've been able to get VWAP, but you can't get VWAP today on Nvidia, as now you're through 134. We just cancel those if it drops $3. Obviously, something will have changed very distinctly, and we don't want to just jump into it all willy-nilly. So Nvidia looking very strong. Tesla still looking weak. So yeah, there's a price to be paid for patience. As Tesla got into VWAP, it looked for all the world. It was breaking out at 355. This market was strong in the moment. It did a little bit of a curl, tried to get back underneath and hit it as it's coming back into the downside. But, Tesla, obviously, sometimes it just loses the bid. And Tesla looking pretty nasty. Could get to that 350 today. So if we get any shot, the next available pop, we'll try to short over in Tesla. And then the only other stock, what's crazy is I was looking for the pop and fade on AMD. Well, there's 110. So it just double tapped that Friday high at $110 here and looking like a reversion candle. So it's weird. We wanted to short the weak stock, and here we are with Nvidia at the highs, but also AMD at that key 110 level. So I'm going to look for the short here. 110 has yet to actually break, double top.
So see, it looks like all it had to do was get you out, Neil, because now Big Bear finally goes up, but it's still not making me any money. But we'll take a little piece out here at 914, 915. This is the frustrating thing when you play these names. It's like, it can, like we almost got stopped out there, but we picked the bottom pretty much perfectly. It's not that we bought the bottom, it's just we didn't get stopped out, which is kind of fluke at some point, right? I mean, but here it goes now back up to the upside. So we stay patient with Big Bear AI. We talked about the $9 bottom. There it goes. Yes, sir. Okay, this is going to be a game changer for me or a day changer for me, because if it does, well, I don't know if it's going to go, but we're going to take out some more here because it was like, it was a little dicey down there, but all right, here we go. So nice little move back up into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. We do have to get some out, even though this is going to be for a loser right now on Big Bear AI. I'll tell you, we're still in the money on it. Like, so net-wise, it's a positive stock for us, for me today. So that's a name there. MNTS has fallen in right now. You know that this is going to be our stop. It should be right around here, right? Oh no, we switched it. Yeah, we switched it, right, 444. Let's try to buy a little bit as we come in just for this, because we've been getting out. We'll double our position down here, but it's going to be like a 2-unit play, which would be relatively small. So there's Big Bear. It's a good thing we got some out at VWAP. It's a good thing we got some out at the 50-period moving average. So still staying net positive on this name, but again, if we lose 880, then it's squash city and we're gone. Nvidia, Tesla, Big Bear. So just for Tesla quickly, because we were looking for the short on Tesla, I want this short, and it just touched that 354 again, and we missed it. Neil just talked about it. So we'll see if we can get something short if there's a pop-up in Tesla. But that was a play that we've been looking at, and we should have definitely had a $3 or $4 winner right now on it. So that part kind of sucks. What's up, Adara?
ACHR, this is Archer Aviation. This one made these highs at 960, pulling back a little bit here, but still trading higher with volume. No catalyst for Archer Aviation that I saw, but it is worth noting for this ticker, they have about a 20.4% short float. Lots of retail attention. That is ACHR, guys. Back to you.
Archer Aviation also in the house. That stock is clearly going to the danger zone 100%. AMD does, I lost my trend line. AMD double taps the 110. It's trying to head back into VWAP. Remember, this is a strong stock. So if it breaks VWAP, I'm looking at the afternoon high, which is like 108.30. That's where it broke out from. That would be a good target for AMD. Up 1.7%. Wow. AMD actually having a good day. Nvidia still blowing it out to the upside. Hasn't really done too big of a secondary pullback. This is the candle that we look for some kind of a higher low to be able to jump back into NVDA. Tesla still holding that 350 level. And I see you, Johnny H., Lindsay in the chat, both mentioning our good friend SMR. We're just talking about mean reversion trades and SMR with another one. I'm going to make the assumption Oklo's probably going as well, but SMR has something distinctly different, which is sellers at 27 that are about to get blown out. So I actually like SMR. I didn't think this was going to be a possibility. It was doing absolutely nothing in the middle of this range. Looks like we have a chance to break this out through the high on Friday. Got to add this one to the list. It's like 27.33. I thought it really could have gone on Friday. Didn't happen. Now you have a nice little, it's not a huge gap, but that's not chump change to get back into 28 and then into 30 as well on SMR. AMD short, we're still in. And I did forget a little bit about Affirm, and Affirm did not break out the top. If anything, it actually rejected the high, but holding on to prior support levels. So the breakout on Affirm is still technically in play through 77. This is an earnings continuation. If it can hold these lows, break out 77, it's going to put the order in, actually, so I don't forget.
So just a trade on Uber. We are less than or about 5% left, as we just took some more out right there at 78.20s. So we just noticed that, hey, it's 9:52. I don't do time-based trading or anything like that, but if it's not, you know, like it's kind of gone the move that we were happy with, and then we tried to let some go higher, which it did. 78, like when we're taking $1 there. Remember, we got popped in this real early, so we did take some out there. Basically flat in all of this, then let it go. And then we just start playing like normal, right? 20 cents, 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents, $1, $1.40, and then $1.20. So now we're really, really light on Uber. Uber will be your P&L number one today. So as it goes, but we're waiting on Big Bear, of course, as we're layered into that one. And then I made an keystroke error, which was funny on Tesla, because we wind up buying there. We bought 351.50s and I sold it immediately. What I was trying to do was get offers out for when this happened and we started to rip back up on Tesla. Man, that would have been a $2 mistake right there, a $3 mistake to the upside, but you got to get out, so we're not going to take too much credit for that, but we will take credit for this. So there's the short to start with on Tesla. I'm in it right now. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now with Tesla. Short off VWAP. I'm going to watch 356. That 200 period is right there at 358. We're just light on it right now, but I do want to think about getting some more with my eventual out, just making sure I have orders up there. Yeah, in and around this 357, 50-ish or so area. So let's try to layer in a little bit in here to Tesla. So starter position right now, we're net positive on the day, so all is well, but we have to wait to see what's going to happen right now as Big Bear trying to go and Tesla trying to figure itself out. I'm waiting for some more shares short right now at 354.75. So we're almost there again. We'll layer it up into 356. Let's see if we can win with this Tesla short.
Just heard a halt stock and was trying to catch the ticker there, but I kind of missed it. I'll check my halt scanner, but there's a name that's halted on potential deal news. So we already mentioned Tesla in and about at VWAP. So if it breaks out that 55, well above it, gonna have to get out. And AMD's also at VWAP. So this would be a simple, if you revert in, I'm going to do a reversion out. If it bounces off of VWAP and breaks the trend, then got to be able to jump out of AMD here. So watching that one very closely. Nvidia is just screaming higher at this point, so it's still looking very, very strong on Nvidia. It's just a matter of where we're going to be able to catch that dip one more time. So we break this bar, close above on AMD, we're going to jump out of the trade, and Nvidia doesn't seem to want to let us back in. Look at the relative strength. Tesla just lost that 355 level.
Oh, Nvidia.
So I need it back underneath that 55 or coming back under VWAP or doing a mean reversion to jump back in. But we can't seem to get back into Nvidia at all.
I mean, I know Ramin, I believe, had dip bought some Nvidia on that recent move down, and we're lucky enough to have done the same thing. And I mean, we said this is the only play. We're down here. We're long at like 118 on that DeepSeek. We actually bought it. I think it was the close of that day. So wherever that closes around 118. So it was in the later part of the day. That's all, because we don't trade it. Well, actually would have been during the later part of lunch hour. So whatever it was at that day, I just added to the position. It's not like it's screaming up here. It's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 straight up days, or 7, and now trying to take out the 50 period moving average. Again, good name, down by the 200 period moving average. Always something to look out for there with Nvidia into those levels. So we'll wait again. I don't think you're out of the clear. Like if buying this and getting now that $20 bump, or a little bit less than that, I guess $15 if you're long at 120, that is still like 8.5% or so in a week on Nvidia. So that is like a great return. You may want to look at it if it's something. All right, so now we're short at 355. Wow, that worked out pretty good. So right now we're short 355 here on Tesla. We initially liked the short at 366, but the market did not do what we thought it would early. It went down, then came back up into the 50 period. So that's where we're short right now. And looks like we got it on now to that downside. MNTS with a nice move up. We'll see if we can capture. I'm going to just punch them out now because we've got more problems with Tesla. This is our biggest position right now. Just from the show, this will be my biggest one notionally because it's a $350 stock. But we're just chilling. We're just going to, we play all the stocks the same, right? I mean, it's just hopefully we're able to catch some profits. Like that just dipped down in $1.50 for us. So let's put a bid down there at $3.54.
It held 40s pretty well.
Yeah, 354.60 or so. Therefore, Tesla. Neil joins in on this trade. So good job as we were both looking for this one here on Tesla.
Yeah, I like VWAP. As long as it's a weak stock, I like VWAP, but it seems to want to hold that bid pretty well here. Nvidia, look, Nvidia is going to be a difficult one to ignore, but it's starting to slow down, at least in terms of volatility a bit. And I'm watching over here, like AMD starting to lose the bid a bit. I was also checking out it's weird to say, but like Intel's up 3%. This is really just as strong as Nvidia. Look at the charts. They're pretty much identical. So if you do see, like if I see Nvidia falter, there is a setup here for Intel as well for a little bit of a reversion trade. But obviously Tesla looking a little bit stronger this time through. I'm bidding 54 and 53, but Tesla looks like it wants to take out that 56 level. So as good as the shorts were, if you had them on Friday, it's gonna, if it presses through 56, that's too far above VWAP to not wait for the highs, which would be at 58 to 60, maybe even that 59 level. And just one more for you, because I'm still looking over here at Affirm. It's right back up into the top, now double topping at $76. I'm not at the point yet where I want to take the 76 break, but I'm getting there. Like if you just keep on putting higher lows, that's a pretty big rejection candle setting you up for a break. 77 is the actual high break on Affirm. I know I'm taking that one, but I'm starting to get close to wanting this 77 break. So I like that. I like continuation plays on earnings, and you're certainly getting one here for now, at least, on Affirm.
All right, we're cooking it up. Come on, Tesla. Let's see if we can get some downside plays again. So we just put some bids down there, 354. So we did grab that. So that looks like it'll be a decent trade for us down there on Tesla. But it's coming back up just a little bit here again. So I don't mind reloading this right now. We just had 355 60s there. So we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit more. Okay, so now it's coming back up. That's fine. This is what we kind of want to do. We talked about that. Let's play the names that we want to play and just try to play them properly by reloading, taking profits when profits are there. We still are waiting. Okay, I'm just trying to layer in. The strategy now for me on Tesla is just to try to take as many like good fills as possible, and then if it winds up sort of blasting us higher, then that's what will wind up happening, and we will get stopped out. So we'll wait for this. More highs out there right now. We are green on Tesla, obviously position pending, but for right now, here it goes right back there to the upside. We just took profits right there, so we actually got a great short at 356, 355.80, and then there's the cover down there for about $1.20 or so, but. Yeah, I want to be in this name. So let's just see if it can hold. The problem here is the futures just continue to rip higher and higher and higher.
Before we go to Adair, just a quick second. We just held VWAP on AMD. I said trend in, trend out. Well, it just broke trend, wicked me out on a bounce off of VWAP. Now you're actually heading lower on AMD. And in addition to that, LMND lemonade, that cool, refreshing drink, with a little bit of a volume spike. Just heard that one in the ear. It's a squeeze name. It's at an almost significant level. Only reason I mention it is if it actually picks up volume, 40 is kind of a big level for that stock. So Tesla's dancing around that 55 over and over again. Nvidia is still holding higher lows, so we're patient with the re-entry there. And we're out of the AMD short at VWAP and going to Adair at the desk.
What we're going to do is take a look at the market so far today. S&P 500 up about 0.5%. NASDAQ faring a little better here, up almost 1% so far today. We've had some bad Mondays to start the week over the last couple of weeks, but now nice push to the upside. We have tariff news to digest. Donald Trump apparently weighing 25% tariffs on imports for U.S. steel and aluminum. So keep an eye on X for U.S. steel. With that in mind, we also actually had some pre-market earnings. McDonald's here, MCD, actually reporting in-line earnings per share and missing on their sales estimates, but stronger than expected Q4 global comparable sales despite a larger than expected drop in the U.S. Then we had Monday.com here. They did beat on earnings per share and sales. Guidance was a bit tepid, but either way, investors certainly are not because this is up about 25% so far in the day. And last but not least, TSLA, Tesla, on watch here. This one pushing lower, trying to recover as of right now, basically getting some cautious analyst notes from both Stifel and Needham. We also, in the Meg 7 sphere, have Meta on watch. This ticker is set to go 16 straight days to the upside if it can hold any upside trajectory for today, guys. Back to you.
That's insane. 16 straight. It's the quietest rally that I've seen in a while.
For which stock was that?
Meta.
Oh, Meta, yeah.
It's just like there's very few days on Meta that are completely out of control to the upside, yet it somehow finds a way to close green every single day. So is what it is. I'll slap the old fail on Tesla. I like Tesla. Well, it was obviously it's been short for a few days now, but we liked it a lot and it's no good. We'll call it one Palantir to the downside right now. And I only say Palantir because this is starting to jazz up a little bit here.
Just broke lower.
So they just got higher lows. This is exactly what Affirm is looking like, Palantir's. Big, massive rejection candle to the downside, hold a higher low, looking like it's trying to break out the top. I don't know which is going to do it first. Firm kind of pulling the same thing, still hasn't broken that 76, so we're still waiting around on that. Nvidia looks like it might challenge here for VWAP for the first time today. So pulling back into VWAP potentially is Nvidia. It gave you that first initial breakout. Since then, it's kind of hanging around those highs. Mario Rodriguez, GME, and I see a couple of people in the chat mentioning GME. There was like there was a little bit of a story, because I guess it was like a picture with Saylor and Ryan Cohen that had this gapping up, and maybe this move is related. So GME is actually up 7% right now, worth acknowledging. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going that meme crazy. But there was, I guess it's kind of a story.
Yeah. Thank you so much there to Tisha on MNTS, but we did just lose on Big Bear. So MNTS going this way, we're taking some more out. But Big Bear AI, downside move there. So we'll be red. We're actually going to be red. I'm red on the day. So, that's what it is. We're waiting for Tesla to do something. I mean, we're barely. It's just holding this one against myself right now. I know Neil stopped out there for Tesla. I know it's been a rough day today. So we'll just wait. I mean, it hasn't been. It's just like this Uber trade has been huge, and it just goes right back up to the top. I just wish that Big Bear had worked out, because we were waiting for it to happen. We were able to get some out. We just took one more play there at 890. Then it finally breaks. I'm going to go again if we break right here, 885. So I just want to try one more time that maybe we got taken out at the bottom, and then we'll use that 870. This is just like one of those bake and takes again. So it got baked to the downside. Now we'll see it. There it goes. So now we're back into this name. I'm just going to use this bottom, and if it takes it again, then we are out of Big Bears. Give it one more chance. 865 there to the bottom. So we can make it all back. It's just a matter of needs to go. I don't know. So, all right. So not a bad play there. We were able to get some out there on Tesla, but we did not take that opportunity. It went down to 356.15s. I wasn't even bidding there. So now we're bidding 356.11s. Hopefully that will come back in and fill us again, because right now the market is rolling. I was expecting more chop again today, but it looks like we already right down there, right into VWAP again, and then right back up to highs. So yeah, it's not looking good for the bears, because right now it does look like we are starting to take out some levels there to the upside, including that 21,800. So a big level there on the NASDAQ. Looks like, okay, come on.
The bears could use a coaching change.
Yeah, good one there. But here we go, man. All right, so nice little out there on Tesla. So let's wait to see. Yeah, they got rid of Eberflus, didn't they? All right, so here we go. Nice little move higher now. I'm going to take something out on Big Bear just ahead of 9 if we're able to get it. MNTS is really Tisha, a company. This one's really starting to blast higher right now. So I think we should take another piece out on MNTS. And then Tesla, we hit the money thing as it goes to the downside, but it's a good out for us. But we only got out of 15% as that continues to go higher. And here comes Intel too. Intel, man, we're now finally back. So there's only two names we bought recently, man. We bought the S&P 500. We talked about that. That's been working out. We bought Intel at 1980, and then we bought Nvidia at 118. So far, so good on some of these reloads. But I don't want to talk too much here about Intel, because honestly, I mean, it's a nice move up. Did we get news on? Remember we were out this early, and I was like, I didn't
see anything on it. I mean, all right. We know they don't usually move anymore on Mobileye stuff because they divest that. But Mobileye actually had the bigger move to the upside, which I don't know if we've talked too much about that. There was that Lyft story. That's why Uber got that down.
Right.
Affirm, I am into Affirm after it broke the 76 level. It's tracking into, it's a 52-week high. It's not an all-time high. You have to really zoom your chart back out because it did some crazy things in 2020. But it's a 52-week high if it breaks 77. So I have an offer out in front of 77, and then we'll look to hold that through. We talk about these day 2 plays or day 3 plays, and then forgot all about one of the bigger ones, which is Roblox. Roblox broke the low. Just going to keep an eye on this. I'm not chasing this move down, but Roblox broke Friday's lows. If this can hold, if this gets underneath VWAP, I'd look shorts on Roblox. But Affirm, newest position for me. Nvidia's stopped moving. Yeah, okay, that's great. They give me the offer. Sometimes you get wicked with dark pool. Bit of a thinly traded stock. I'm going to offer 76.58 we're sitting here to try to catch another leg to the upside on Affirm. And as I mentioned, Nvidia, just like it's not doing anything here. We're just holding these higher lows and with a little bit of lower highs as well. So it's kind of like this weird bull flag. It could either break trend and take out the highs or hopefully give us a shot at VWAP as we're going back to an era.
Big time trade.
Sort of some news here in Intel to contextualize this. Intel significantly up on the day, and I'm not clear if this is the catalyst why, but either way, it's worth noting here. We actually do have Nokia announcing that one of Intel's AI executive heads, specifically of its data centers, is actually leaving Intel to become Nokia's CEO. So INTC losing another executive here. That's the only catalyst I'm seeing on this name. Back to you.
All right, we just had, yeah, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, more news into the name. That's all they need is catalyst. Like, I'm not going to sit here and judge what exactly the catalyst means because obviously the price don't lie. Right there. Okay, let's go. Come on, Tesla. Tesla's going to be my P&L number one, but again, position pending. But we've been getting out. Like, we just reloading these all at the 200. Here it comes. At the 200 period. We have like 5 outs right there. Like, look at this market. It's screaming right now. So we'll probably get stopped out of this name as it goes back up to the upside, 350, 750, and we are stopping out. So it'll roughly be a flat trade again. This is what I talk about being disappointing today. Like things just, I feel like I have the right trade, and then it's just like we're getting out, and then it's just like not doing anything, right? I mean, the MNTS has been a good one, obviously there. Look at that price there, Tisha, 580 right there. So that's a 460 long to 580. So like that's 25%. I don't know what the math is, but that's a good trade right there on that one. And Big Bear, all right, so it does go up a little bit. We're making a little bit back on Big Bear AI. Hopefully it can still go, and we'll do that, but we got out some 95s, then we got out some O's right now on Big Bear. We're back long this name, 87s. This whole gift horse thing seems pretty obvious to me. We don't want to, if it's going to pop like that, we already had profit on Big Bear AI and we did not take it, so that was not the greatest trade, obviously. And then we'll take another out right there as our diamond hands are getting less and less. We have less than 2% now on Uber as we get that exact fill we wanted. We talked about getting more out at today's high as we're nervous here for an Uber potential pullback. So yeah, man, still trying to work with this, even though the market's up at these highs. Tesla's still holding out, although Tesla's at day's high as well. If we like the short, this may be a spot for it right there. So yeah, it looks like you're into Affirm on a day 2 or 3 play.
It's a day 2 play on Affirm, and AMD is now triple top at 110. So we got, look, obviously you're going to be able to get away with the reversion play when it works, but you come back up here a second time, yeah, you're going to have to actually dip this. I'm not convinced that I shouldn't at least be trying a breakout trade. And I've thrown a trail on Affirm. Let me just go over to Affirm for a second. Thrown a trail on Affirm. If it loses a prior bar, after it made that top here at 75, 76.5, if it breaks that prior bar low, going to get out because VWAP is $1 away here on Affirm. And it got $1 from 76 to these highs at 77. I'm not going to give it $1 the way back in. I think a reasonable pullback gets you to VWAP. So we'll stop it up for a tight stop underneath that prior bar. Otherwise, holding through a 77 break here on Affirm, looking pretty strong. And as pointed out in the chat, shout out to our chat. If you want to be part of our great community, well, you already are if you're watching. But the other thing you can do is be in our chat. And you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So thank you guys for always contributing, because I completely forgot that oftentimes Upstart will follow, and Upstart's going to be reporting this week, and they will follow Affirm at some time. So you can play this one. It's going nicely off of VWAP. I just like Affirm because we got the numbers and they're already blowing it out. And yeah, it's about to break 110 here on AMD. There's 2 things I'm looking for. I really don't care which one happens. Either it breaks trend under and I short it to VWAP again, or we're just going to try a breakout trade through 110. More of a scalp trade than anything else. Came in liking shorts on AMD, but you see how strong it is. Can't ignore that. Let's go to Adair. We got breaking news.
I mean, we have SpringWorks Therapeutics here. If you're a small cap trader, this one, it could be in watch here, about a 20% short float. It did get a little bit of volume here around 10 a.m. Then we actually had a little bit of a halt. Basically, what happened here, I'm seeing this catalyst, reports that Merck is in discussions here to acquire SpringWorks. This is reported by Reuters. So SWTX on watch here with an acquisition rumor regarding Merck. Again, reported by Reuters, this company does have a 20% short float. Back to you.
I guess
well, acquisition and short float are 2 things that are pretty nasty. Like if you're short, Literally the last thing you want to hear is buyout rumors. So watch out for a squeeze. If you want to see the actual details, though, and Merck's got to do something. That stock, like there's an example of a stock that you probably don't realize how bad it's been because people tend to pay attention to how bad Pfizer and Moderna have been, and you have no idea that Merck is. I didn't want to say getting Mercked, but I mean getting Mercked. It's just true.
Yeah, too late. All right, so we just got Mercked, I guess, on Tesla, but not. Again, it's just like this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Like, just for me today, it's been just like we have the trades. Like that's a great out, you know, but like we don't have the long. So it's just like, you know. It's just about having those trades. You need to have some of those trades on in order to get something right there. So, yeah. So I'll be red there today. And like we say, you know, I sit here and I tell you like, okay, daily goal met and stuff like that. So not met today as we go red in the day. But what we're red is basically our daily goal. So right there, okay, 359, 70, 360. So I just took a little small short here just to try to test this 360 level on Tesla. I mean, it's really going, and so that's been a great trade. We said that we would wait for 366. It looks like we did not follow those rules, but I was completely fine. This was a mistake. I wish that was not, because that was a great long down there. But the short's definitely pumping through now. There's 360. That bottom right there, we're going to try this. 360.50 break, we're out of this short. This is just one last try on this coming up into 360. Not like a big position or anything, but still would be a hit, obviously, if we do take that out. So I'm going to put the stop in now at 360.51. Look, sometimes these hits are going to come through, and sometimes they're going to get them on the other side. So we'll have to watch out right now for Tesla going the other way. But volume definitely coming into this market, really nice, right? We had Amazon. Amazon's a name that I like. 232. Okay, I'm trying to find names that are coming on our little screener here. iBit for some reason, but iBit's 97.5.
I got Apple, AMD.
That's why. Look at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's breaking. Go ahead. You have
Apple, AMD, Amazon, Intel, Nvidia, Palantir. Like those are the lists on my trade rate. So I didn't get the reverse on AMD there, which is we got out at 110. I just didn't get the long at 110 reversing through. Use one order next time. Neil, don't fire two. It doesn't really matter. We'll see if we can't get picked up at the 110 level. But just looking at the trade rate, like AMD's going, Intel going, Nvidia, those are the three. And just in terms of, you want to see that, what's the rapidity? No, the rapidness of the tape. And a lot of times I like that trade rate to give you an idea of what you want to be involved in, at least at the moment. So Nvidia is still holding the top of the channel, looking very, very good. Affirm just broke out 77. So Affirm, believe it or not, is at 52-week highs. You know it's a bull market when stocks like this stock is up like 4x from August, but it's going. There's 52-week highs on Affirm. Want it to hold out that 77. If you fail a 52-week high break, yeah, that's one of those that I'm not holding back through. Oftentimes. So I'm going to tighten up the stop underneath that 77 level here on Affirm. Still looking for that pullback in Nvidia. And one last one for you, as we had mentioned, did not get the reversal through 110 on AMD. Kind of left the order in to see if I get picked up. Have not been picked up yet. I don't have another acronym for it because today it's not really destroying any money if you're long. Can't say that it's an advanced money destroyer today because up 2.5 points. The chips are definitely strong with the exception of ON Semi.
All right. Yeah, no, I see you in the chat there. Don't revenge trade Tesla. Yeah, I'm not. I'll explain that in a minute. You're just at 360 right now, so it's a big key level. Here it goes to the upside. We're not like layering into anything right there, but I just want to show Palantir because that just came on the chat right there. Yeah, I mean, we talked about 110, but the problem is like we've already been down into this pretty low area here of 109 and change. So yeah, I think this is a decent bid opportunity here in and around 110. I would use kind of these bottom wicks that they've already showed us where the short might be for Tesla, for Palantir. So, you know, if you're looking for a break short, it might be that 109 and change. I'm actually going to, now that I look at that chart, I'm going to cancel those dip buys. I think it's a better dip buy if we're able to get that down there because look at the market up 1.16. I do think that playing this relative weakness into Palantir, we do know that when Kathy et al. Come barking, you can get some, decent returns on longs. But at the same time, I'm not sure where that's going to happen. I mean, some nice volume right off the open there. it can do this again. So that's all. All right, so we did get a dip down. We were just positive on Tesla, and we didn't do anything about it. It comes right back into 359. There it is. So I was going to say I put a bid there as it comes back in just a little bit here on Tesla. So you guys are mentioning like revenge trading. I told you that's not what we're doing. So we're just getting some out now, trying to play off this 360. It's just because it's the close. Like I would sort of, if it's a name that I'm looking short, we've already sort of not followed our rules, and it wasn't that. It's like it didn't get to the high area that we thought it would, into that 366 area, but then it had bounced off VWAP basically, not really even there, but 50 period there. So we were trying to play those same shorts because it worked there, and then right at 945 or so is where we really got some action to the upside right now. So yeah, we'll be short this name. Look, man, I mean, if this goes down basically 30 more cents, then we're up on the stock. So we've really done a good job of trading it with the right amount of share size. So that would be that one. Big Bear AI is going to be the L on the day for me, as we just tried it again. We talked about that. We were able to get some out, then in and out at 860, not working out for us. So Big Bear to the downside. I don't know, Big Bear down, Palantir down today, maybe some of those AI names. What about that BFRG?
Well, there's that, the pharma one's making a move.
Okay, here goes Tesla.
So a firm just took 78. Every dollar is going to be a bit of a trail. It's got a very... It's a steep trend line, but it's got two trends, one from the bottom, one from the breakout. This is pretty steep. If it loses even dollar, it's going to lose that trend, and I jump out. AMD, we left the order in at 8s. We got picked up on the way back. And this is sort of a, hey, like I know what I did. If you want to reverse, I can fire one order instead of two. I fired two and did not get the reversal, so I punched out of the short and then had to wait to get picked up on the long. Of course, you can just set one order, get out of the short, and reverse into the long, which I could have done. So AMD looking strong today. We like to short into that 110, but 110 broke. 111 is the next resistance level. I like short AMD at all prior resistance, so any long is a scalp into the next resistance level, which just happens to be at 111, and I'll look for a reversion off of that price. Nvidia still looking very strong as well, and don't really, let me know what else you guys are looking at here, because obviously there's a lot happening in this market, and I'm just looking at the same stocks, like Firm, Nvidia, AMD, Tesla, because Big Bear for me did not set up and then hold that trend. It's actually trending to the, it's now trending down. Like, once we didn't hold on to that prior high, I'm not chasing any shorts down here, and I don't know where the reversion would be to the long side unless it was, I'm probably looking at like 750, like all the way down in here for a bit of a catch the bid or a curl on BBAI. NASDAQ up 1.2%. So I guess this is one of those years where an NFC team can win and the market does well, because I read something about it, the market liking AFC better. Who cares? As long as the Chiefs lost, we're all happy. Let's go to Adara for the small cap recap.
Go Adara.
IWM basically flat on the day here, slightly positive initially, much higher, but basically giving up a lot of that gap up that we had today, holding on as of right now to 226, which did surface a little bit of support as of Friday. Lots of small caps to talk about, including SWTX. As mentioned, this one came onto the scene actually a little bit off after the open here. Reports from Reuters that Merck is in discussions to acquire SpringWorks Therapeutics, SWTX. They do have a pretty large short float as well, about 20.8%. Then we have MNTS here. Sorry, that is the wrong chart there, but MNTS actually does have a smaller float, about 2.3 million shares, announcing that they have an expanded Defense Department contract for assembly of large structures in space. A great look for MNTS, Momentus. Last but not least, another space, related name here. Satellite name, SATL. This is Satellogic. No new catalyst from today, but on Friday morning, we got this catalyst here. Satellogic and Telepazio Brazil announcing a multi-year contract. So SATL making new day's highs despite no new catalyst from this morning, guys. Back to you.
All right. Thanks, Adara. I mean, Adara needs to just be there more, because every time she's over there, Tesla seems to be, I'm able to get some out here as it drips back down again there for Tesla, and then it stops completely. So, hopefully we can get back in again. We're short up here. We just took some more profit on TSLA. So, just waiting for more to happen. Look, I do realize that Big Bear AI had a huge week last week. I just thought today there was a chance for it to go again. Obviously, we're wrong. We were completely right early. then it faded out, as Neil mentioned there. We'll both be red there on BBAI, but we could have left it alone again, but I'm still fine. We're able to make a little bit of money back on these reloads, but then not right there. All right, and as I just said, man, like Tesla, now we can officially, I guess, stop because it looks like we'll break above that 360.50 area, and then now we'll have to wait for it. So again, we'll be red on it, but not that much as we're able to grab all of these shorts back in there on Tesla before eventually it takes that spot that we were short at. So yeah, let's stay away from it. We can find other stocks or just wait for that to go. Your call there on Palantir down at 110, someone there in the chat. I mean, wow, what a call that was. I mean, and you said it too. It's like, hey, Sean, Palantir's at your 110 level, but I just told you I wasn't there when that was happening, and I didn't really want to buy that, but you're 100% right.
Look at that.
As there goes Palantir, man, straight upside. There goes Tesla, there goes Palantir. I mean, it's working out for the account, that is for sure.
NASDAQ wants 2 today.
Yeah, I mean, NASDAQ wants 2. Yeah, Uber wants 2. We're almost $2 in the money on Uber, but a little bit less shares. So yeah, there it was. Hey, what's up? Oh, it was T-Money. Okay. Shout out to you, T-Money, there in the chat. You know, congrats. Great trade there. And yeah, so Tesla trying to get up. Intel pumping as well. We sort of, Adair did have that story there, but still dropping off of 20. Nice level there of 2010. See, normally I think that would be a short, but the market's on one again. This has been a great rebound for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, a huge rebound for the NASDAQ. Super strong move. We'll take it. I'm going to take it. I'm not looking to gift horse in the mouth. Firm broke 76. Fresh highs at 77. Trail out on trend at 78. So this was one that set up a little bit later, like once, twice, triple top there on a firm, and we'll just get in, get out. AMD still holding higher. It's really starting to slow down in terms of velocity, but it's still holding trend to the upside. That 110 hasn't really gone all that far just yet. I don't really need that trend line anymore. That was the short trend line. Now you're working on a different trend to the upside. 111 is next resistance on AMD. So I liked every resistance level for short on AMD. The first one was 110. 111 is next. So I will get it out in front of 111. Adam DeLuz, what up in the chat? You may have missed my message. Thoughts on Alphabet, since you didn't want AMD, Affirm, Nvidia, Tesla, etc. Well, I do like some of those names. We've been trading all of those today. But Alphabet was one that, I don't know, it just didn't feel like there was much of a catalyst on it today. 187.40 prior highs. Ooh, Adam, you know we like prior highs holding a support. There is a resistance. There is a resistance. The market's strong. There's not much of a catalyst with Google today, but you're basically bull flagging off of that same level. So yeah, that is a good look there on Alphabet. I just want to get back into Nvidia. You know, I think that's the name that we let it get away from us a little bit here. Thinking it's going to pull back into VWAP just because it has most days. It's because something usually happens doesn't mean it'll always happen. And you're putting in higher lows on Nvidia and not going anywhere close to VWAP here at 133. Stephen ATN, how do you find good resistance? It's not just any level. You want to see distinct price action there, like either just wath of sellers if you happen to be watching the tape, which we have seen because we were watching Google on Friday, or you will see multiple times the sellers will emerge. Apple is the best example of that I can think of off the top of my head. Apple in 233. What? Let me go to this chart. Apple in 233. Like you can see that one for multiple days. And then other times it goes there one time. You just see the massive selling at that level on the tape, and then you might like it for that reason. But this is kind of the best example I can think of obvious resistance on a chart.
All right. Palantir is at 113, and it looks like it wants to break. So I am going to go long through 113 and then understand that there is a possibility for a little bit of a pullback into 112. So that's going to be something. It's dancing around a little bit right now at these levels. So let's wait to see what happens now with Palantir. I mean, it could be, if I look at the NASDAQ here and the triple Qs, you know, there is a possibility for a short right into there, 530, 532. You know, we're getting up to there, but we could also just completely ignore that and blast through 532 and change. So let's wait. I definitely think that Palantir being right here right now, you'll see me into it. I'm assuming it will break. I only crossed up as high as 15s. So if it breaks higher than 15, we probably won't get it, but here it goes right now. We can sit here and watch to see, and there it goes. Okay, well, we probably get a good price there because it didn't seem like it broke too far. 03s right now on PLTR. So again, let's hold and see how far we can go up now. All right, nice little bounce there into the 20s. So we'll put it out in the 20s if we can get it. We're at 21. We just missed it. And now it probably fades out because I'm not getting those 21s. You saw 21 on the offer again there, and I just pushed up, enter. So here we go. We are now long on Palantir. Let's see what winds up happening. This is about like a 3 or 4 unit play. Because we thought that we could break a little lower here, I do have some more bids at 12.25 in case it does come in, and then we'll try to play off this 200 period moving average, which is 111.70. So yeah, we're trying to see if this can go. It's Palantir. Its high is 16s, I think. I mean, I don't know if the market would really need to go, but that's fine.
Randy's going to hurt his neck.
Yeah, 115. Oh, hey, what's up, Randy? Right there. So, all right, yeah, hopefully to the upside is where we're looking now.
Reach farther there. You got
for PLTR. Yeah, all the way up, Randy.
Oh, no, your hand gets...
Okay, come on, Randy. All right, there it goes, Randy. We just got filled up there. Yeah, Randy. Nice little move right there as we props it up. Okay, Neil, here goes Palantir right there to the upside. It goes my number one stock right here, but we're waiting to see if this can go. It's PLTR breaking through 113. Shout out to T-Money and shout out to all of us that are trading this name right now. We always get questions like when to buy the tops, the tops. We just did it right there. Sometimes it does not work, but for right now it does. Big trade right there. Again, 3 or 4 units. So we'll take a little bit out as we get into the 30s. So far so good here. We are out of about 30% already. So let's see what winds up happening. Yeah, Randy is a market maker. Adam, you're right.
He is.
So all right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Adaro's up to.
We're going to start the crypto update off with this image, which rocked social media on Saturday. To the right, you have Ryan Cohen, CEO of GameStop, and then on the left, you have Michael Saylor, leader of Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy. In case you missed it, they did do a bit of a rebrand. So this picture actually led to a lot of speculation on social media. Many participants speculating that it's an indication that GME might be adding Bitcoin to its balance sheet, or there'll be a greater investment into crypto from Ryan Cohen. Regardless of what it means, it's pretty notable. Ryan Cohen doesn't post super frequently. His last post prior to this came out January 27th. So certainly of note, unclear where they are in this image, but I thought an interesting one to bring up given that GME is running, and of course, Strategy's rebrand just last week, guys. Now, in terms of crypto, Bitcoin was pretty anemic over the weekend. Both Saturday and Sunday, not a ton of movement, closing relatively flat. Though Sunday, we actually wicked here into 94.70s. Today, trying to trade higher, getting as high as 98 plus, but giving up some of that move right now, trying to hold into this 97,000 level. So I'll have to wait and see if Bitcoin can kind of curl off of this pretty stagnant period we've been having right now. Now, Bitcoin, like I said, basically flat, slightly positive on the day. Ethereum, pretty much the same, holding on to 26.5s. Then we have Solana up about 1%. Cardano up about 1.5%, but BNB, Dogecoin both a little bit weaker on the day. So lots of discrepancies and not a ton of, I guess, confluence with regards to how these different names are trading, guys. Back to you.
Not a lot of confluence. I like the word. AMD just did a bit of a topping tail candle, so we're out on this move here. Also lost the trend line. So we shorted into VWAP first, then we shorted again into 110 lose, and then we went on the long on AMD. So we'll go 2 for 3. I'm kind of thinking with the market's strength, it's still holding higher lows on AMD. So if it holds VWAP in here or the prior high at 110, should be looking for some kind of a long re-entry. Nvidia's not doing that type of a dip. And in a strange note, the other chip name, which is super strong, Intel just wicked $20 and lost the bid a little bit on Intel. It's not quite at the 50 period on the daily where I would think there'd be bigger resistance. So it's like if it does one more push to the upside, I know Intel's strong today, it's up 5%, but it's done these moves where you get the big power move into a resistance level and you get these reversions in the middle of the day. So we'll let this one calm down a bit. It's the only other chip name I'm watching. Those are the 3, AMD, Intel, and Nvidia. And Nvidia does not want to give us any kind of a solid entry. Affirm is starting to pull back as well. So that's looking like it could be one. Apple, I thought was going to be a push into 233 to short it. But as you can clearly see, right into afternoon resistance at 230.5. And now all of a sudden it is weaker than the overall market and failing to break through a big resistance level. So if we're not going to get Apple at 233, just have to look somewhere else. I don't know about VWAP just yet, but sellers emerging at 230 and a half. We'll probably try to short it there. Still like 33 better, but if it doesn't get there, you can't short it.
No, that would be true. All right, so yeah, I don't know, props up. Thank you to everybody there in the chat as Palantir just continue. I mean, now it's 1160, 1170, sorry, 11360, 11370, trying to go back up to the upside right here. I'm not supposed to eat, but all right, here we go, 1160. We're going to go swimming here in the afternoon. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to rest on this. My next offer right now is, I don't have one. So let's have a quick look at that. This is going to be, I mean, Neil and I sit here all morning, and then all of a sudden this stock happens, and it's just a banger right there to the upside. So 114.50 maybe. I think we can get something out at 114. I mean, obviously it looks like that's where it wants to go. So we still have more than half. We have about 65% or so of this trade. Let's put something in the 80s to get a piece out that we just talked about. So I'm going to, now all the outs now will be about 10% of what we have left, because I don't want to just completely get out of everything. So 114.25, we'll put another piece there as well. Here we go, nice little upside. Okay, we just put an 86 there. I'm not sure why we put an 86 exactly, but there it is, nice move. Neil, man, this is 80 cents a dollar right now since we've been putting this up. So yeah, here we go. Look, man, I mean, I don't know. I told you guys that we were red today, and I don't think, I'm not sure if you guys want to say if you guys are red or not in the chat, but we got hit there on BBAI, which was a try. I mean, again, this is our number one idea, so we're going to get hit on it, but we're like hit our daily goal, basically. So you guys will see me sit here and I say, okay, there we are. We're up our daily goal on the morning, but we lost that on BBAI. So we wound up down right there on that name. Tesla, I mean, comfortable loss for us on this position. It was up and down and then short just didn't work. Although probably the short comes in at some point, but whatever. On that one, so we'll have to wait for that. MNTS has been a beautiful trade. Obviously, as we're pretty much out of this. We'll wait to see if it goes. And then Uber, I mean, Uber's been, we did not get reloaded. We should maybe, that's why we hit that right now. But Uber was an absolute monster. And then right now, the P&L number one for me today, obviously, will be Palantir, as it's starting to go up now. Here's 114. I'm going to get just one piece out. Normally, I said I wasn't going to do this, but there's another piece at 97. We have to do it, man. It is a dollar right there, smooth. And we talked about taking it, so here we go. It was just 5 minutes ago where we were like, oh man, I don't know what price we're going to get breaking 113. We wound up getting 113.03s. So here it comes right now. There goes 114. I'm not adding to it. We still have more than half of this position on. So you know what I mean? Like, let's see what winds up happening. We had a good trade by Neil on Nvidia early. But here we go. Nice move to the upside now on Palantir. Starting to get some of the day back right now. Yeah,
that dip on Palantir, that fake out at the bottom, which sometimes they like to do that. They like to get the weak hands out at the open at 9:30, and then you get that breakout trade. Shout out to Turd Stockman, Amazon short. Here's your last chance. I haven't looked at Amazon today, but certainly it's worth looking at Amazon. ASTS also moving. Jeez. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Paul.
Let's go.
Affirm is going. Actually, Affirm was better for me than Nvidia. Didn't get back into Nvidia, and then Affirm did that same breakout at 76. Like not the same as Nvidia, but the same as Palantir.
Wow.
Where it dipped higher lows into the breakout trade. But now you're at 79. I didn't get back in after it reverted the trend. Just want to be patient with it. And as you mentioned, Amazon powering up, and this is a bit of a trend break. But I haven't looked at it till just now, and usually I want something probably closer to a resistance level. Not necessarily setting up perfect for me. Usually I want it like breaking off of those highs. But it is a good setup. I see what you're talking about with the trend reversal, but I haven't been paying attention to Amazon, so I wouldn't want to just jump over and trade that. It's Nvidia, it's Affirm, it's AMD. Those are the ones we want to stick with. Those are the ones that have worked so far, like short to long on AMD. Only longs on Nvidia, which has yet to put a red candle in on the 15-minute on the day. The first time it does, I want to look for a bounce off of that candle and see if it can't hold any dip. 133 is kind of that big gap resistance or support level now on Advanced Micro Devices. I believe we are taking care of a little business.
Yeah, we're taking some kids' business on MNTS as well. Nice trade there. Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving the fee on the eSignal platform. So make sure you want to trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. This platform has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights. Also, connect to your broker, right? I mean, get involved with that ASAP. Make your trading easier and more customizable with eSignal. Also, the backtesting is for real. I backtest everything. Look at this. Palantir is absolutely monstrous right now, by the way. And that part of that trade is because we've been able to backtest. If you're ready to elevate your trading, do it immediately by scanning that QR code. Trade smarter, not harder. Hey, it's a first month free. There's nothing you can lose by entering into that. So let's see what happens right there with eSignal. Thank you so much for them for offering that. And look, I think you guys should take advantage of it, man. I mean, it was sort of a long time coming there. We wanted to get a platform like that on board, and we do it right there with eSignal. So yeah, all right. I was just going to post this Palantir trade, but again, never too late to the party, honestly. I mean, we always get, I know Joe and Sharif and Neil, we always get questions about like, what are we looking at? What's our trade? What does it look like? And what about breaking through tops? Well, you guys, T-Money and everybody there was sort of suggesting this bottom down there. And it was right in the chat. It was like, bro, it's at your 110 level. 100% right. It was there. I looked at it a little bit too late as it bumped up, was waiting for that pullback. But again, you have to be confident in what you're doing. And I think that that's kind of what we were just doing right there with Palantir. It broke the top. We had talked about a 113 break earlier, and then we didn't put it in because it did this move. But sort of glad, obviously, that we did now as PLTR, really making it move now and changing my whole outlook on the day right now. So we just added it back. It's a really big trade now for Palantir. So I hope some of you are there. Even though it was only 3 or 4 units, still a good trade there. I'm going to get some more out right now at 1450 on PLTR. And that's there it is. We just got it. That's my last offer right now. So let's see if we can even get higher and higher and higher right now as Palantir, Neil, almost $2 straight in the money. We're really happy with it as it continues to go up. And so does Big Bear AI, by the way. That's trying to find a bottom there at 820. Again, I really like that stock, Big Bear AI.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot. Look at that reversion. It just needs to hold above VWAP, right? And then it will look real good. By the way, SMR, we were talking about the nuclear name, 7% to the upside, as that's absolutely powering it out. Looks like it's gonna. We can go to there in a quick little second, but it just recently broke the double top, so it's above that 27.5. I don't usually love breakouts at this time of day, so I'm just gonna nibble in. And on SMR, we did like this a little bit earlier. It just didn't make that breakout until now. On this nuclear name, I almost said nano-nuclear, but that's a different stock. Let's go to the desk again.
Keep an eye here on Microsoft. Reading here on X, apparently the company is facing an French antitrust probe with regards to its Bing access. So Microsoft here, antitrust probe sounds like coming out of France. Also, may as well while we're here, it's around that time we can just do this sector watch as well. Lots of red in this finance sector. Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, and AXP all sharply down in the day. Technology services pretty strong across the board, led by Oracle, Adobe, and Fortinet. Fortinet's actually day 2 earnings play. Electronic technology looking pretty good here as well. Nvidia, Broadcom, A&D all pretty strong. Retail trade looking pretty good, led by an upside move in Amazon. Energy minerals strong across the board here. Communications looking pretty good. And then health technology, consumer services, consumer non-durables a little bit more mixed. So quite the mixed picture, but definitely finance bringing down the market, whereas these tech names trying to push it up to the upside, guys. Back to you.
All right.
NASDAQ stock.
So we've now just made we made the same on Palantir, basically, that we wound up losing on Big Bear. So right now, that's fine. Like obviously if we would have used more shares, this would have been a completely different story, but the breakouts hadn't been great. So there goes Palantir. Nice move there to the upside. Yeah, man, Adara, Sebastian, we do know that Adara's definitely been crushing it. So we want to thank Adara for all of that. New name alert. Let's just check out DraftKings. I, again, like DraftKings. I want to thank some of the gambling community for allowing me to bet on the Eagles last night. That turned out pretty good. So we're able to grab that. We had the Eagles +2. We had it early. As soon as, because we had said this, I knew that some team would beat Kansas City, and it looks like they did.
It was the wrong team.
That was a nice one. Well, yeah, unfortunately, other teams had a chance. But all right, so DraftKings, again, good trading there today. But yeah, I just wanted to check it out. It wasn't scanning on anything. 0.7. Again, like the name, like the stock, but DraftKings just needs some work. It's not really there. If you're down there at that bottom near 42, then I can obviously see a trade involving DraftKings. But yeah, man, now $2 up to 115. Again, like the stock here with Palantir. Let's see if we can get even higher. We talked about that 116. Remember we zoomed out and that's where we found that 114.50 area. So that's been good for us so far, right into there. Right into here. So that's kind of where we are now. So let's just wait to see if we can get something going now with Palantir, right? So just kind of maybe we're stopping out. We are lighter and lighter on that. We have 1/3 left of our PLTR position.
Yeah, great look there. And a firm actually looking a little toppish.
I'm gonna get out.
If that's even a word, it's almost at the $80 level. Here's what I'm sort of looking at. You already broke one trend, and now you're attempting to break another one back into the downside. And the other thing is Apple. I said I'm now willing to look for the short off the highs. Well, since the market's been continually going, Apple can't break VWAP all of a sudden. So Apple looking at up 1%, but it's looking relatively weak. I'm going to try to short this one and back into VWAP here. Like this is what you see with the Nasdaq. Straight up, all green candles with the exception of one here on the 15 at the open, and all you're doing is failing the same top and then lower highs here as a pattern on Apple. The new position, I'm just going to throw the black chart up here for a second, bring it on down, is SMR breaking out that high. It is also the top from Friday. So it's Friday's high break as well. If it loses 27, I think it loses this move, but it's a squeezable type of name, so it can easily move another dollar if it breaks that high. So Apple looking relatively weak. Nvidia is still like very, very small range here up at the top. This might turn into a 135 break or bust here in Nvidia. It's just not doing as much activity as it was before. All of a sudden, I see Tesla going. Look at the candles on Tesla. Wow, that's an upward move. Had that one wrong. We were looking short. We shorted at VWAP, and now all of a sudden, it is going to test this 363, the 365 area any second out here in Tesla. So SMR is the only new position. I'm suddenly looking for a reversion in a firm because at some point, when a firm does this, it usually has a pretty good pullback. It hasn't done that big pullback yet. Even on Friday, like this thing went up like $8 and the pullback was like $5 on the reversion. So I'm looking for VWAP if it can break trend.
All right, yeah, what's up, Sam? I know I should be in Nvidia. I mean, we called Nvidia early, we just missed it, and then our sort of distractions were elsewhere, and we should have been in Nvidia. So I understand that completely, but I can't be in them all. We got Uber's a great one, we got Palantir's a great one. BBAI is not, although now it's starting to go back to the upside, therefore, Big Bear. I mean, shout out to Chef Joe and everybody that indicated Amazon earlier. I mean, we had talked about it. I mean, look at the 5-minute chart. It is just straight fire northbound right now on Amazon, and we love this stock. I mean, I absolutely love this name. So I hope you guys are really enjoying the show. Palantir, I'm going to hold on now. I mean, you guys are saying 120. I'm going to let it break through 115. I mean, and then if we can get through 115, then, I mean, since then, that top right there, 115.60, 115.50. I mean, I think it wants to get there, right? So I'm going to put in an offer at 115.25 for like maybe 10% of what we have, and then 115.50 for another 10% or so on Palantir as it just keeps on going higher, trying to break right now. This will be the biggest trade here for me today. So nice move there for Palantir. And yeah, we're not almost out of it. We have 30% left. So hopefully that will continue its upside. Bye-bye, Palantir. There's a $2 winner. All right, so Nvidia. Yeah, we should have. I mean, we wrote down 128, 129. It gets as low as 130, then boom. So I got to do better getting that. I completely understand it. And then the other trade that we wanted was Tesla. I still feel like I like the short, but doesn't matter what I like. It's only what the stock likes. And then IBIT, I wrote down maybe a dip buy there at 54. I don't think we're anywhere near there because that needed to get to
Bitcoin
96. Yeah, so Bitcoin today. I guess it must have been, remember I was like, oh, why is it showing IBIT? But I guess that must have been there at VWAP. But IBIT has fallen back in again. I just liked it down there. I wrote down 54 thinking that if for some reason we got back into this level, fine. So that would be a second sort of day play, like on a second part of the day. It doesn't look like it's going to get there. If the market does fall off these levels, which we've talked about it on the Qs, right? It does look looks a little bit overextended. This is a big week of earnings again with some more like of the lesser market impactful names, but still could play on, like we had ON Semi today, like that could play in the right space, right? And then a couple more names coming on later. We have McDonald's. There's a bunch of different things happening. 531, 532 Upstart, 532. So Nvidia is still coming, remember, at the 26th.
Yeah.
So it's them and somebody else. That's huge that day. We looked the other day. All right, so nice little pullback there on Palantir. Let's just be patient. I don't really have any targets for this thing. I think we'll just get out for flat if it does wind up breaking down. We want to watch out for the 50-period moving average. There's been days where we've like watched this 50 period just hold. So if we can get like something like that, but on the upside, then that would be great. So there are opportunities for pullbacks, and we'll get out of it. Again, holding a little less than a third right now on Palantir.
And back to the testing the top here on that SMR, but no secondary breakout just yet. So it broke Friday's high, dipped and held a higher low, but you'd still need to take out that top on the way to 28. What is Nvidia doing? Just looked up to double check on Nvidia. Still in the same pattern, Nvidia, not really chasing it. We've seen this story before on the strong days in Nvidia. If you're patient, it's been giving you these dips into VWAP even on the strong days. So when that happens, you want to be locked and loaded, sitting at your desk and ready to grab it, because it's every single time it's been this strong. You've had a VWAP test in the last couple of weeks. I feel like we're going to get one and still want to respect it. AMD, which were in short to VWAP and then broke out, now holding 110. So forget about this one pulling into VWAP for now. Didn't go too far. It's just that prior high, like Friday's high is now turned into a support level. It's bounced once, maybe look for a bounce a second time in here, and then Affirm is the other one we're watching. It's starting to break trend here after almost getting to the 80. We've only gone long this one. Probably missed an opportunity to short it off of 80, but still that prior high at 77. That's a 52-week high that it broke out. So we get back into 77. That's where I like the reload on AFRM, looking super, super strong. And the other one that we're keeping eyes on Intel, I thought maybe it would get to 20.5 before pulling back. It's already at VWAP. So this might have been a missed opportunity, but I didn't like the short until it went at least another percent to the upside on Intel. So it's at VWAP now. I like AMD and Nvidia better. I think we'll wait for those to give us a dip buy as opposed to Intel. While up 4%, it's the only one that pulled back this deep. So it's relatively weak in the moment.
What's up, Nimit? Nimit visited us here, of course. We still have, I was actually opening some beers on the weekend with your Singapore opener. So thank you, Nimit. I wonder if you took some advice there on some of your other positions. We talked about crypto, you and I. All right, so you're welcome. Let's go bang. First of all, bang, and then I just want to give props up because this is what we're doing here on the community. This is why I'm trying to trade other names. You know, like a Big Bear. Big Bear was #1 idea on here. It's going to be my #1 losing trade on here as well. I haven't posted anything. I've been busy trading here this morning, but there it is. Nimit, thanks for trading MNTS. Got my target of the day. So floss it off, Nimit, right there. You are welcome. And we always, it's great when you hit your targets. We talked about that. We've made great strides in battling back here today. So, nothing wrong with what we've been doing there. And most of it is thanks to Palantir. We've had a great trade on Uber. We had an okay trade on Tesla. I still like the short, but unfortunately it's just not panning out right now for that trade. And then the loser would be that Big Bear AI. I don't know what's for lunch, but I do know that Adair is on the desk with Money Talks.
It is indeed time for Money Talks here, and the dollar has actually been upside. We're poised for 3 straight days of upside for the USD, and actually 2 slightly higher lows from this first low here, January 27th. That low just around 107. Then we have a slightly higher low around 107.27 that we made on February 5th. So let's see if this trend continues. Lower highs, though, still definitely the theme for the US dollar. And also worth noting here, no economic data yet today. But at 11 a.m., we're going to be getting NY Fed inflation. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. We know the inflation expectation aspect of the University of Michigan number that came through at 10 a.m. on Friday came in much stronger than expected, which did lead to some selling in the market. So be cognizant of that number at 11 a.m. Not one that usually makes much of a move, but certainly something to be aware of. So let's take a look here. Speaking of that higher than expected inflation expectation print we got on Friday, how are we seeing these rate cuts? So right now, 91.5% of participants pricing in no rate change in the next meeting here for March. Then May, we have 71.6% of participants still not expecting any cuts. So looks like right now, vast majority of participants are expecting we're going to have rates steady at least for the next few months. We're going to have to see how that all comes to fruition, but certainly something to be aware of. Seems like right now the theme is caution, guys. Back to you.
Caution. Cautiously optimistic.
Take some
Well,
caution on that.
you don't have to be cautious in this market. Like it's just we're back to like it's a bull market. You know, if you like, if it's a good company, if it's a good stock, if it's got any kind of a reasonable trend, just buy the dips. You know, and even today, like you had a reversal. You know what? You haven't actually had a complete reversal on Tesla, but Tesla with a bit of a bounce. So we just made a break of the top here on SMR. I wanted to zoom this one out just to show the daily chart. At 28.5-ish on the daily, you're going to run into a bit of a lower high here. You got some wicks up at $30, but for the most part, like you had, close open at that 28.5. So that would be a reasonable target if we broke that 28 level to the upside on SMR, looking pretty strong. Nvidia is actually pulling back. I mean, slowly, like if this even counts as a pullback, but you're starting to get a little bit of a dip. So this could be our move into VWAP for the first time today on Nvidia. We do definitely like this one. If it comes in, any kind of a bounce off of the VWAP, we're going to like on Nvidia. And with only 7 minutes to go, I still like Apple short at VWAP. I'm just not sure we're going to get it. Apple showed its weakness when the market was breaking highs. I thought we'd get maybe one more test at the top there, and then it just absolutely rolled over. So liking Apple short. I like the Apple short at 233. We're not going to get to 233 barring a minor miracle here. So we're going to look for the short off of VWAP. And Affirm hasn't really done much of anything yet. It's really just Nvidia. Look for the dip buy. Hold on to SMR, at least for a test of $28. My stop is now a break even after getting into this one on a break and then dip. So I let it break. I don't like breakouts at that time of the day. I like to buy the dips after the breaks. It's one thing to take breakouts, I think, at 9:30 to 10 o'clock. I'm not a huge fan of them. Once you get past like 10, 10:30, let it break the level and then find a dip buy off a support level. Seems to be a little bit safer of a way to play it at this time of day.
All right, 186.89, new position right now. Oh no, did we just punch out of it? No, we did not. Okay, good. What's up, Travolta? You doing okay? All right, so here we go, man. New position alert for Google. We'll just grab some right here and see what winds up happening. Again, it fell back in. It fell back into VWAP. We talked about a stock that I actually was debating punching. We wasn't debating it, but we had talked about it potentially punching that 188 long on that break, right? I mean, to me, it almost looks like the fact that we held this 200 period moving average and now we're right back into here. It's close enough to get me interested because that is at 186.80. So it makes a little bit of sense. Oh, all right, well, we just got our 10 cents there. Okay, all right. Now we're getting a little more, Neil. Okay, just like that right now, Google, I mean, we don't have too many winners there today, but there it goes, nicely done. Well, we'll be mixed, half and half. We lost on Big Bear. We lost on Tesla. That's it. Win on Uber. Win on Palantir. Win on MNTS. Okay, I don't know why I'm so Debbie Downer here. But there it goes, man. It's a nice move right now for Google, Neil. And oh boy, we put in some risk now into this trade. So this is the same about 2 to 3, 4 or so risk spot now on Google. Oh yeah, we're bringing this one back. Google just like that. As a matter of fact, and this is what happens when you trade a little bigger. What's up, Obi? Oh yeah, you guys are about to get treat of the day, man. You got Obi subbing in there for the man, the myth, the legend. It is Sharif, not here today. So Obi will be there. And oh boy, Neil, there it goes, man. Nice trade on that one as the bulls are back in on Google. So we waited for it. It goes right up to the upside right now. So just like that, we have some two monsters right now in our blotter right there with Palantir and with Google. So right now, Google only 40 cents in the money, but I am now out of a third of this trade on Google. So well cooked right there. We'll get out a little bit more as it's just going uncontrollably now to the upside. Good trade, hopefully, on Google. So not too bad. Yeah, we didn't even look at GameStop today. I mean, again, it hasn't been, I'll speak for myself, whatever, but we won't be green today unless this Google starts to go. So for me, that's what it is for me here. Slightly red.
Yeah, well, we did look at GameStop for like 1 minute. I call up the chart, mentioned that there was a thing with Michael Saylor and Ryan Cohen, and that's about it. didn't think there was enough action on GameStop. By the way, topping tail candle. Why am I not out of SMR? All right, I'm just going to make an assumption that I misplaced my stop, and I'll punch out manually. So I was about to tell you there was the trend up into 28, and I had my trailing stop under the break of trend, but it didn't trigger, which obviously meant I must have put it at the wrong price, so I just punched out of SMR. We bought the dip on trend line. It wicked underneath. We're going to jump out of it. So SMR, not bad. Obviously, I would have liked to see it carry through a little bit better on the last piece, but I got to follow the rule. If it has to hold, it needs to hold that trend when we buy the dip, and when it doesn't, we're going to get out of it. Nvidia, I saw a lot of people saying you should get back into Nvidia in the chat. I get it, it's still strong. I'd love to see it press a little bit more into the bid here. Just want to be patient, patience with Nvidia. It was a clean-ish breakout trade, and really you could have had this one at 131 instead of the $0.50, and you could have done even better. But I don't want to compromise here. Like, Nvidia's been good today. Obviously the one that stunk. I mean, Tesla and BBAI, although I haven't gotten back into BBAI, but when I look at it, here, I'll give you this. It did hold that afternoon support there at 820, and it did try to break the trend from VWAP. It hasn't done it yet. It could, at least it's trying to set up for, like, you slap this trend in there, it could double bottom off it and then revert the move. So that's what I'd be waiting for. But I bought the initial dip off the prior low, and it broke the prior low and just got out. So that's like a buy. I want to make sure it's holding above VWAP, and then you scalp it into the high. That didn't work. Now I'm looking for a trend reversion on BBI. Still making a series of lower highs. Until it breaks that, going to have to wait patiently for that long. Probably should have paid for locates just in case, but wasn't thinking shorts on BBAI today, so obviously not going to do that. And then Affirm is another. It was pretty clean break through 76, and it just does not want to pull back. I still think Affirm is going to do some kind of a bigger dip. It has a tendency, when it has these parabolic moves, to have some sharp declines, and I want to look for that type of a decline to get back into the long. With only about 1 minute to go, I know you guys are looking at a bunch of names in there. I saw Moon Sottle in the chat saying, what do we think of IBM and Netflix? Don't trade Netflix as a day trade until they eventually will do a split, which we've all been waiting for multiple years now. But the other day, someone was like, man, Netflix is looking weak. It's selling off. I forget who it was in the chat. I think it was on Friday.
Oh, guys.
After this dropped like $20. And it's like, that's nothing. Netflix holding on to the 1,000 level and just continuing to go. So super strong name, Netflix. And IBM, I like IBM. It was one of my picks when we did our 3 stock picks. I think it's a nice safe play in IBM for the quantum space. And they had great earnings as well.
Yeah, I love IBM, one of the best names there. All right, man, $1.50 in the money on Palantir, 20 cents in the money on Google. We are back into Big Bear AI right now, trying to play off that bottom wick of 820. Let's see if it wants to go. Some pressure could be coming in on that one. 50 cents in on Palantir as well. So, hey, man, it was a great day. Neil, good trading over there. We'll see if we can get it back for you in the afternoon. So hopefully everyone does well. Without any further ado,
Oh, shoot, it's 11.
Thank you so much to Andre. Thank you so much to Ramin. Thank you so much to Adara. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Go check out our RSI video as well. So, all right, man, that's it. Let's go Google. Let's go Palantir. And we'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Until then, peace. Obi and Joe.
What's going on, Trader TV Live? It is your boy, Joe. And next to me is the one, the only, Obi-Wan. So how's everything going so far, my friend?
Not too bad, not too bad. Pretty exciting start to the week.
Yeah.
See some of these runners right off of the open, just blasting off. It's like somebody turned on all the bid algos.
That's it.
Right
Buy
off the
program.
open. Maybe not right off the open, but yeah. How's your morning going?
It was all right. A little rougher start this morning. We'll talk about that later on in the session, guys, as we wait for people to start to come into the chat. And then we're going to start doing some roll call here, Obi, with seeing what everybody's up to. Options, Ed, what's going on, buddy? Why not? Oh, boy, and Joe. Yes, it is. Let's go. Guillermo Sanchez. What's going on? Omega Zero. Hey, everybody. People starting to roll into the chat now. Let's see. Jay Lee, my guy. What's up, brother? Hope everything is good. Hopefully you had a solid weekend. Who else we got in here? BVB. What's going on? Bear vs. Bulls. The Piper. Tiffany Valerial. Hey, everybody. Cigar Attach. Okay, I see you. Blue Baron. Hey, Alex Davis. Jack's money. Why not once again, Eric Bishop, sorry, Sir Mr. M, my guy Korev, what's going on, everybody? Sir Poppy Paperhands, okay, I see you. What else? Who else do we got in here? Andrew Chow, Obi. We got JCB Sports Cards, Altrif, Showtime 1, Andrew Chow, and Warren. Hopefully, everybody's here, man. They're waiting here for you and I, it seems to be the case, Obi. We got some stuff to talk about today, a lot to talk about. We're going to be going into the second half of the option spreads presentation lesson. We did that last week on Thursday, part 1. Now we're going to get into part 2 and look at some specific technicals that we want to find when constructing these options credit spreads. There's going to be a lot of stuff that we want to cover, especially with the current market sentiment. We know with an increase in implied volatility, that's going to bring increased premiums for our option sellers. But before we get into the lesson of the day, Obi, is there anything you want to touch on, brother?
Nothing much. I'm just kind of watching it. We were talking about earlier some decision making and things like that.
Yep.
And yeah, off of the open, like I said, great opportunities. One of the top ones. It was funny. Back at my desk, I was just like I wrote down like a solid plan for Affirm. And Affirm was one of the ones on watch for continuation. We saw some strong earnings names last week. Palantir has been pretty strong as well. Two of the earnings names that I did have on watch was Docs, DOCS, Net as well. And then Affirm as well. So Affirm doing its day 2 today. So yeah, Affirm kind of was one of the top ideas there. It came in quite nicely coming into some of these prior days levels. What I really liked was this double top on Affirm on earnings day 1, 76.87 on this high at 1 p.m. And guess what? The opening range high is the exact same to the penny. 76.87. So I was like, all right, so if price can find a little bit of a base anywhere and find a bit of a bid through pre-market highs, let's see what we do in and around some of these prior day earnings day 1 highs. And oh boy, the blast off did come in, and Affirm was quite strong, both off the earnings anchored, current anchored, opening range high break. You can see how beautiful that move was, but a little bit of a pullback as of right now. You can see we've kind of we attempted that 80 mark, but we're pulling back nicely as of right now. So let's see if we get down to VWAP. Other than that, nothing really else on watch. I did trade a little bit of this BP in the morning, a little too early. I was dabbling. Oh wow, look at this. What's that? Oh, that's Fannie Mae. Never mind. It's here from last time I was logged in, but yeah, no, kind of shorting on the front side of the move lightly, and then when it does come in, I did well to have the most up here, kind of giving it the appropriate risk back to the high, and that did come in. Didn't really cover everything, and kind of gave some of that back there. So let's see what the next trade is. That's what I'm looking for here. Few missed opportunities, but the day is not done, and you know how this market is absolutely wild. Opportunities galore. Got to stay alive. Got to manage that risk. I was talking to Wayne as well last week. I did shut down a couple times last week, and I was like, oh boy, this kind of market, it is unacceptable to kind of do that. But it happens. It happens, and I did that pretty badly last week, as you know. But right. You know what? It is what it is. On to the next one. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking.
No, perfectly said, man. We were talking about it not too long ago either, and I don't think you could have put it any better there, Obi. You want to be able to give yourself some room, some breathing room, and keep yourself alive. So very much noted. I'll be taking notes on that and just exercising, going through what we did and what we can always improve on. Timing is really crucial in these markets. And you don't want to miss this volatility, especially in this sentiment here, guys, because those opportunities continue to arise, and you want to be able to partake in them. So you don't want to just take yourself out of the game too early. Unfortunately, it happens. Happened to me, so it is what it is. Live and learn. It's only Monday. There's still a lot of time left in the session, and in the week as well too. So don't go too crazy and blow yourself up too early. But Darth Buddha, you're absolutely right. Don't start trading options until you fully understand them, and that's what we're hopefully going to do here. Always trade paper, trade small when you first start out. It is a little bit of a transition when you're going from paper trading to actual live trading, especially with options. So I don't know if some of your platforms or brokers allow you to do so, but just make sure that you are practicing, you're getting those reps in, right? You don't want to just start clicking buttons, buying contracts where you don't relatively know essentially what you're doing. So that is exactly why we're going to get into credit spreads part 2 just now, guys. So stay tuned. This is going to be a pretty good one. And we got some good stuff coming up for you guys as well throughout the week. So let's get right into this one here, Obi. Lots of stuff to cover on the day. So this is what we went over last week, guys. So credit spreads consist of 2 options contracts of the same class, puts or calls. Very simplistic stuff. It is fixed profit, also fixed risk as well too, but you can always tell that the risk to reward is going to be skewed. And then multiple scenarios to construct a profitable trade. Okay, and then use our delta Greek as a percentage metric. I know that I do this. This is how I construct these styles of trades. Delta is key. It is that #1 factor in me selecting my strike price, okay? So Darth Buddha mentioned, guys, if you don't really know what we're talking about, what delta or what the Greeks are, we're going to go over them right now. So hopefully that you guys can get a better grasp of what I'm looking at and what to look for when constructing these types of trades, okay? So let's get right into it here, all right? So we've been over this before. So delta is the Greek that measures the change in the options price for every 1 point move in the underlying asset or stock itself, all right? So we know that we have a range of negative to 100 for puts, all right? And then so negative 100 to 0 for puts and then 0 to plus 100 for calls, okay? So it's just the inverse on either or. They essentially have the same effect other than the delta being negative for puts and the delta being positive for calls. All right, so if the contract's delta is 0.8, this means the options price will change 80 cents. Using the options contract multiplier of 100 means $80 for every $1 move. If the options contract is valued at $1, we're going to keep it simple here. With a delta of 0.8 and the underlying has a $1 move, the options contract will now be valued at $1.80 or $180. That's the simplicity of it. We like to keep it really simple and we're not going to overcomplicate things, all right? So that's how you can use delta. But mind you, we can also use it as a percentage metric on whether that contract is going to expire in the money or out the money, all right? We are going to send it off to Adara and then we're going to get right into theta as well too, guys.
Beware here of GOOGL. This is Alphabet. I'm seeing some comments coming from Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Alphabet, saying that the biggest risk here is missing out on AI. Unclear if this is why, but we had a pretty significant push to the downside here on GOOGL, dropping about 50 cents in that one candle there. So be cognizant here of Google. Apparently, Sundar Pichai is saying that the biggest risk here, I guess, for the company is missing out on AI. Unclear where these comments were made, but it is worth noting there's this AI Action Summit going on from for today until tomorrow, and it's in Paris, guys. Back to you.
Hey, thank you for that, Adara, as always. Now we're going to get into theta here, guys. So we all know theta. Well, we don't all know, but options traders are familiar with theta. They understand its impact on the contracts, all right? So this metric represents time decay in contract values. If stock XYZ is $100 and its 105 call is $1 with a theta of negative 0.2, theta always being negative, the options contract value will decrease $20 every day. Now, why are we talking about theta and spreads? Because this is crucial. This is one of our key metrics other than delta that we are going to use in our favor, and options contract sellers really, really love theta. Why? Because day by day, if the underlying asset doesn't move very much, or even if it's moving, I should say, sorry, I apologize for that, the contract's value will start to decay. And that's what we want to look for when constructing credit-based trades. We want that underlying asset to either stay stagnant, either move in our direction, even come a little bit against us, but not too much. But every day that it doesn't come closer to our short strike price, option sellers are putting money in their pocket. So this is what really drew me to trading these styles of contracts, all right? So theta decay is what option sellers are targeting, okay? So now Vega is really important, and in this sentiment, it is really important because there's a couple things we're gonna talk about tomorrow as well too, and that's the put to call ratio and then the VIX. So this is essentially how you can look at a gauge of volatility, okay? So what we're gonna do here with Vega represents how much an options contract's premium will fluctuate with every 1% change of implied volatility. You can correlate implied volatility with the average true range of stock. Higher the ATR, the greater the implied volatility affects the options price. So if you have a stock with an ATR of $2 per day, that options contract isn't going to be valued as much. Why? Because the contract won't fluctuate as much. But then you go over to underlying assets such as Tesla, where that average true range from a daily perspective really starts to increase and widen. That's when you're going to see the increase in options premiums, okay? So catch IV when it's peaked and on the way down. Don't sell when it's low, with the potential of moving significantly higher. And this is something we're going to touch on tomorrow as well. So technical analysis and stock selection. So when we are constructing these styles of trades, there's some key things that we need to look out for. So options liquidity is important, in my opinion. I like to stick to the bigger names where that underlying asset on the options chain has a lot of open interest and a lot of volume traded. Okay, so we want to stick to liquid assets, identify support and resistance levels, so that's fairly simple as well too, and then combine our technicals and short option strike price to increase our chances of probability. Okay, and we're going to get into that right now. So what can we do here? All right, so this is an example of the Qs. It actually looks very similar to how the Qs are trading right now. But what you can see is we went on this massive bull run here, and then now we have formed somewhat of a top. So what can we do here to construct a credit-based trade? Because we do believe that this underlying or the overall market is going to move sideways for maybe the short term, all right? So what can we do? We mark out our definitive resistance levels, we mark out support levels, and then we come to the realization and the conclusion. We build the thesis saying that, okay, we are now consolidating. So what do we want to do here? So if we think that this underlying asset has stalled at a top, this is one potential trade that we can do. All right. So what we did is we are now trading at 147.12 or 153.12. We go to that delta strike price that is going to give us that 90% probability or that 0.1 delta, 90% probability of expiring out the money. So we sell the 456 call and then we buy the protection with the 461 call. What does this say? This trade says, okay, in a week or so, whatever that expiration cycle may be, we do not believe that the Qs are going to trade above $456. That is the trade plan, okay? Very simplistic. And the goal is that by the end of the week, if the Qs do not close above 456, we get to collect the full premium we sold on those contracts, okay? So here's another example here on Apple. We have definitive support, something that we want to look for. This trade was done 2 weeks out. So what do we do with 2 weeks out? We go back to that 1 delta strike price, also giving us that 90% probability of expiring out the money. So what do? We sell the 170 put, and then we buy the 165 put. Essentially, this is synthetically long, and that's okay, because this is what we are looking for, a specific bounce, or that Apple will not close below 170 by the time of expiration. So now you can see on the opening date and the closing date, it's like, okay, Joe, well, that wasn't 2 weeks. Well, that's fine. You can see that we had a massive gap up in that underlying asset. So now, in my opinion, and what I built over trade sample sets, is that if I've hit roughly 60 to 70% of that full premium received before expiration, whether it be 1, 2, or 3 days, I'm going to close that contract because I don't want to hold on to it anymore for 30% more premium when I've held this contract for next to no time and I've had the ability to collect the majority of the premium, if that makes sense, okay? So risk management, always key. Those are just types of levels that you want to look for. You want to find resistance and support when constructing these trades. Make sure they're definitive, and then now you can correlate your short delta with that underlying stock and those key levels. So options are a leveraged derivative. Protecting our downside is key to trading longevity. You have to buy your protective puts and calls, okay? So in order for this system to work, we must cap our losses at 100% of the premium received. If you collect $50, your stop loss will be $50, maintaining your risk to reward always at a 1-to-1. Well, a lot of traders might say, Joe, well, I don't like a 1-to-1, but you have to take in the consideration of the probability of profit, okay? So keep that in mind. High probability of profit, RVRs will not be that good. We're going to send it to you in just 1 second here, Obi. Credit received, $5, the stop order will be placed at $1. Okay, simplistic stuff. You receive $50 in premium, you have to return the credit, and will be debited an additional $50. Hopefully that makes sense. This is how it would look on the chain. Here, as you can see, we have a net credit of $75. So what are we going to do? We're going to set that stop loss at the exact amount of premium received. Okay, so now putting everything together, you find the stock or index where you like the technical setup and would like to construct a credit-based trade. Define our technical risks and prep for possible outs if thesis doesn't play out how we would like. Greeks, pull up your weekly options chain and correlate your technical levels with the options delta. Select our short strike price, buy our protection, $5 spreads to optimize profits and minimize losses. Set our stop losses at 100% of the premium received. Submit order and let theta do the remainder of the work for us. That is key to the credit spreads, and that's why we like them. Obi, what are you up to, my guy? What do you got going on?
Nothing much. I was just like, ooh. And so, I think Adam DeLue's in the chat as well. I think we're looking at the same thing because I know Adam trades a little bit of the SPY there. I did get, oh boy, indeed. So yeah, SPY kind of pulling back in. I want to see if it gets down to VWAP, but yeah, that was a little bit of a flush action there, kind of a push down, some strong selling. But again, it kind of bid right back up in and around VWAP. We can see that this kind of consolidation, we're still technically making a higher low relative to this kind of pullback here, but I want to see what VWAP does. Again, the futures, you can see that we were quite aggressive in the pre-market session, in the Globex session as well, kind of coming into the open, and then we did a bit of a flush, distinctly different action on the ES versus the Nasdaq. If you see, the Nasdaq was bidding up and the ES was kind of selling off, so I was like, oh, all right, so what are we gonna have? What are we gonna have here? But the ES kind of catches up and pushes back up in towards some of those highs, and then now we're pretty much coming right back in, and some of that bid maybe giving it up. So I'm gonna be a little patient. Let's see. It could definitely come right back up to 605s here from the 604. I have VWAP at 604.22s, but again, this is within the range that we were kind of doing off of the open. So I'm gonna be patient. I got to see what is next. I still got eyes on BP, eyes on Nvidia as well. Some of these Mag 7s very, very strong. Some of these in play names as well. I was watching Mobileye and Lyft this morning with some of that news, but Lyft with the shake and bake, but Mobileye holding itself quite well here. So we can take a quick look at those. MBLY trades on the Nasdaq. You can see that VWAP buyers definitely distinct, coming in right off of the news there, holding above VWAP, coming in. Even the opening action here sells off and holds that 18 level very beautifully, might I say. Look at this double bottom here on a 3-minute. Both lows of these candles, 942 and 948, both clocking in at the same level here at $18. Oh boy, here comes in VWAP on the spider, coming right down the spout here. You can see the ES catching a little bit of an acceleration to the downside. Let's see if we get any follow through here. But coming into VWAP, I do want to keep some eyes on it here. But Mobileye distinctly different from Lyft, who is kind of the sympathy or like the news related trade here. You can see distinctly different on Lyft as it sells off this, I guess, a $15 failure to follow through. 15.48 is the pre-market high, and we've been making consecutive lower highs there. You can see couldn't really get past that VWAP, didn't really hold. So clearly telling you who's in charge, kind of sellers coming in and stepping down here as it makes lower highs on Lyft, but Mobileye again distinctly different there. And another name that of course I was pointing to before is Affirm. Affirm still got eyes on that. Missed the long, missed the reversion here. Bit of a push into 80. Can't really get there. 79.64s, and we're pulling back in quite aggressively. Let's see if we can get down to VWAP here at 76.60s ish. Here, so SPY bouncing off of the VWAP, off of its VWAP. So that's what I got going on right here. Not really looking at too much else. I know people. I was watching NUE. We know that some of the steel tariffs were on watch today. So NUE, I know that was gapping up in the morning, but I didn't really like what it was necessarily doing. But you can see again, kind of gives you that direction in the morning with the morning action, and it shows you it doesn't really want some of those pre-market highs or that VWAP, and then sells off of that as well. So there's, like I said, there's lots of opportunity to go around in this market. You got to be what I'm realizing, you got to be a little bit of a sniper, and it doesn't make sense to hold trades against you too long in this market, because if it's not working, and you've given it, if you've given it the appropriate risk, and it stops you out, you're like, you should be more than okay being like, all right, well, if this is going to show me what I'm not looking for, then I'm more than willing to move on to the next trade. And that's exactly what I did with this BP position. As you can see, I like the short. Pre-market highs were 34 halves. You can see that, well, it doesn't really show how aggressively I sized in, but I'm definitely much lighter here. And when this happens, a bit of a sell coming in on pre-market highs were 34.49, I think, 34.50. So when I see that push come in and none of that buying pressure kind of continue past the 55s, I like getting in, and I got in a lot more aggressively than I did on the front side of the move, and that did come in nicely. But you can see I got my stop in at VWAP because I'm like, all right, VWAP sellers definitely showing themselves here. That's why I have the ad here. I can make this a little bit bigger so it's easier for you guys to see. This is a 3-minute chart. So I cover a little bit into VWAP, kind of expecting there to be participants and players in and around this level. Yep. And then when it kind of pops and holds, I did well to kind of get in on the right side here where the selling comes in, kind of slam into it. Much less than what I had here, but I want to keep my average in and around here. But it does come in. I barely cover any of it because I'm like, oh, this is going through the open because the opening price was 34.19. And I'm like, I'm willing to take a lot more if we crack through open. Trying to keep my average in and around that VWAP here. If that move were to come in, bit of a cheeky ad when it kind of pops in here. The ad should be at VWAP, but when it gets back above VWAP, I'm like, all right, I don't want to fight that because the whole idea was if this is heavy, I want to see VWAP sellers. If I see VWAP sellers, I'm getting in more. But if that does not stand to be the case anymore, I'm more than willing to get out, and I'm trying to do better with following those rules and being more distinct here. You can also kind of use those trend breaks. You can see that selling breaks trend right here, and that's where I kind of add, which is don't do that. That's me talking to myself. So I'm just like, yeah, that's not the execution set that I follow. That's quite the opposite, to say the least. But when it shows me that clearly VWAP buyers might be there, the picture is slightly different than what it was coming in off of this failure to follow through of the pre-market highs. But you can see we kind of come right back into those pre-market highs. So the long on the failure to follow through the opening price is working out quite well. So that's the information that I'm getting from the chart right now. But yeah, where is the next trade? Maybe it is BP if it breaks that 55, but this spider coming in quite nicely here into its VWAP. So let's see what it does with its VWAP here. That aggressive selling was nice, but that volume, let's see if we can get a breakdown with some expanding volume here. 605.36 is the high. I'm not really looking to cover too much. I don't have as much as I'd really like. Here, I was a little late to it. If we were trading a little bit above this 605s, I would have been a little bit more comfortable getting a little more aggressive for the reversion to VWAP. But this is an issue that I have sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't have the ideal entry, so I might size less, I might size significantly less, and then if the move does come in, I'm just like, oh boy, I definitely should have had more, but. I got to do a little bit better with acceptance. That's what I realized. I did a little bit of yearly review over the weekend. Well, I was doing it throughout the month of January, but polished it off this weekend, spending a few hours on that, and kind of realized, narrowed down my biggest issues to three main issues. And I thought that was pretty good information. I'm like, all right, well, when I lose big, these are the three. Let's hear them. Let's
okay,
you know what? You know what? Let me pull up my Notion.
Yeah, pull up your Notion
because I did write, and then we can talk about what my biggest weaknesses are.
Because we know you had a good month, right? Like we know that you had a good month. So just curious to see, it was all right. He had a good month. But I mean, you're still looking to improve at all times. And that will kind of lead to this next question that we see here in the chat. It's from Martin. It says, I'm 19, started paper trading at 17, just began using my own money now, not expecting much profit year one. How old were you when you started? And what was your first year's profit margin? Okay, with multiple questions in there. Yeah. It's funny because,
I'm more than willing to answer.
Yeah, we're going to get into that one here just now, Obi. So I was 27 when I believe I first started intraday trading. Yeah. I mean, I was significantly younger when I first started investing. That doesn't mean I knew what I was doing, right? And when I first started, I didn't know necessarily what I was doing. That took a long time. And that's still, I guess, somewhat debatable. But I mean, here we are. I was 27 years old, so it's been a while. And then what was my first year's profit margin? That answer I couldn't even tell you, but I can tell you that I was not profitable my first year. You had those off months where you were profitable, but again, it's a learning curve. And I think that's one part of a reason why a lot of traders, I wouldn't say fail, it's just that the learning curve is so vast and it's long that a lot of people are like, I can't deal with the mental taxation. So it was about 1.5 to 2 years is when I started to find more consistency. But then when I came onto the floor here, it gave me a lot more insight. And these traders just help me build. So year one, don't expect to be profitable. If you are, I believe you're an outlier in that aspect. Year 1.5 to year 2 is when you're really going to start to figure out your system, realize, hey, I'm good at this and I'm not good at that. Hopefully you collect data on that, which will help you vastly in refining that system and eliminating things that don't work and really honing in on things that do work. And that's exactly why Obi's going to bring up those 3 things that he said, hey, over my review, these are the 3 things that I believe that I need to improve on, and something that is somewhat hindering my trading to take it to that next level. So yeah, we'll be able to let's hear what those things were.
So the first point, I can just read this out loud. So it's like, so the question was, when you review your trades from 2024, do you find that if there are any consistently recurring issues? So number one, it was not having a set stop in for my worst trades, moving the stop up, or risking too wide, too heavy, were also characteristics of the worst trades. And then getting aggressive, fighting the trend, and trying multiple times, greater than 5 times, in that same direction. So that was one of the biggest ones. I'm like, all right, I'm losing the most when I fight the trend and I keep moving my stop up, and that was very consistent throughout the biggest red days that I did have. And then the second one as well, kind of related to the first one, but a little different in my opinion, is not following my 3-strike rule. So it's like 3 strikes is like, it's the same thing. It's like, okay, if you're trying a trade in the direction, or you're trying a trade idea, you're trying some executions, and you get stopped out 3 times. 3 strikes, you're out. Go sports. So there were recurring times where I would fight the ticker and stop out multiple times. So kind of similar to the first one, but not following the 3-strike rule, which again, I had put into place knowing earlier on that a lot of times where I kind of shut down or lose in an aggressive way, I'm fighting the trend and not stopping or stopping out multiple times. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, as some like to say. So that's point number 2. And then point number 3, kind of similar to the first 2, but again, it's a result of that as well. Revenge trading. So this one is a big one because this kind of leads me to fight the trend. That's what I noticed. So it's a revenge trading. So I know a lot of people, like I'm sure a lot of you can relate that sometimes we revenge trade, and we, again, as a professional, you try your best not to do that as best as possible. It's absolutely unacceptable. But revenge trading, so missing trades and or feeling like I did not properly capitalize on a given opportunity, and then trying to fade the missed move or being stubborn with another trade idea. So very specific in that. I was like, okay, this is very distinct. I have good trade ideas and say that they worked out well on that day. And I'm like, oh boy, I missed that trade. I should have had it. I planned out for whatever, Affirm. I was telling you Affirm today. Yeah. Like I planned out pretty extensively what I wanted to do on it. And then it did pretty much what I was looking for and I didn't have it. So this is why I talk about acceptance. I understand that I need to be able to accept that I've missed good trades. And especially in a market like this, there is always the next trade. So it's like, all right, so whatever, you miss a great trade, figure out what you can learn from how and why you might have missed that trade, and then move on to the next one. So those were my 3 biggest ones. And I also talked about like kind of delved deeper into those 3 things, like why do I have the problem? What's a potential solution, and how can I potentially implement said solution into that? So I guess we can go through it a little bit later on in the midday show, kind of going through those 3 issues and how I think that I should solve those problems and how I should implement those solutions as well. Might not be the best, but it's kind of taking steps towards trying to fix that problem. And the solution that I've come up with may not be the right kind of solution, but again, it's a step towards the right direction for sure on that. But those were the three issues.
I mean, many things don't work right off the bat, right? It's more of a rinse and refine type thing, right? So you just adjust things. But I think acceptance, what Obi touched on, acceptance is one of the hardest things. Just watching a stock move in your favor after you've taken your three shots on it, it didn't work out, and then sure enough, if you had a little bit more room to trade it, then it moves in your favor, but yet you're sitting on the sidelines watching it move in your favor and accepting the fact that it does that. Been in this game, this is my 4th year now, Obi, of actually intraday trading. I've had my...
I didn't even answer that question,
So I've had my fair share of that. It sucks to this day. It sucks. I had that happened to me this morning, but it is what it is. And I say this all the time, guys, is that we are going to have another trading session. Tomorrow, the market is going to be open, guess what, at 9:30 a.m. sharp. So don't let those emotions control you. Control those emotions and get prepared for the next day because it's done. All you can do is learn from those mistakes, move forward, and then look to come to execute the next day, guys. So let's see what we got going on here. We're talking about psychology and some other things. There's a lot of good questions and comments in there that we will touch on here briefly. I started trading in June of 2024. No prior stock market experience. Still haven't seen my first year. I am positive. I think it's pretty easy for me. Okay, by all means, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad, Deadcat, said that it's easy for you. So congratulations to that positive first year, and I hope that you can continue to grow in that way. What are your rules for going into a trade, if you don't mind me asking? Kind of along the lines of what Obi said, as you gain more experience, you'll realize your setup, you know when your setup is forming, and then now you have to implement certain rules. Okay, I missed it on the first entry, that's fine. I'm only going to give myself $10 worth of risk on 3 entries. I'm risking $30 on this thesis. If it plays out or not, then I'm going to either hit my 2-to-1 or I'm going to be down $30, and that is part of the acceptance and rules. We can get a lot deeper into the rules of trading because as you get more experience, there's so many tedious aspects to trading. You're going to go through so many different scenarios. You need to be able to hone in on that, realize, hey, not every one scenario is the exact same, but they're identical, and you have to treat them as so, all right? So let's continue to talk here, guys, and see what we got going on. So, okay, here with Google, Obi, what we did is we tried to grab it a little off of VWAP, got a couple outs, but then we got stopped out break even, and then the same thing again, didn't have the best second entry on this one, and then we get stopped out break even on Google. As the overall market seems to be moving to the downside, and Obi's almost about to be in a dollar club here on the SPY, nice short there, my friend, because the SPY is now south of the volume-weighted average price, bringing the rest of the market down with it. We've seen that Tesla had a monster run, Palantir had a monster run in the opening drive, Amazon and Nvidia were absolute insane, strong opening drives right out of the gate and continue to do so. So trading around 133, but you can see the volume weighted average price almost acting as a tighter moving average, hugging price right now. So let's see if we can get this trend to continue. Look for any indecision around VWAP or just below it. So looking for that second leg into this gap fill on the daily, which is absolutely prestige, and I'm happy that I had some good till cancel orders out over the weekend. One got filled on the dip buy, so that was really nice for us. But this thing, Brankos and I were talking about it as well too. The forward PE on this OB is still relatively cheap. I think it's trading around 27 times the market, so I mean, nothing crazy, but one thing that is still extremely cheap and I want to get involved with for a potential longs, and what I was looking for on longs earlier today and a nice recovery is Google, trading at 22 times forward earnings, so the street still has this thing relatively cheap, extremely cheap, and I think that it's going to recover. As of right now, today seems to be somewhat of an inside day, and that's okay, but I believe that maybe we get that second leg to the top side here, Obi, if those buyers decide to step in, and then maybe in this week, in the coming week, we can enter that gap that since that earnings report, we gap down.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to be looking out for some of that to come in here. And we're in the middle of earnings season here, and like I said, there's a lot of earnings names this week as well. I was looking at some of that earnings calendar there, and yeah, not everything is going to set up perfectly the way I'm looking for, but because there's so many different options. I can have like a basket open, kind of charts open, and kind of looking for certain prices, and really hunt for the right opportunity. And oh boy, look at BP. I was getting ready to kind of get back into this short. I was like, all right, are we making a lower high here underneath that half, 34 halves, and aggressive buying, kind of pushing it right back up, making some fresh highs on the day is BP. And going back to that question earlier there about I think somebody said they're about 19 years old. What to do, what to look for. Again, I don't know what the best options for you specifically might be, but I started pretty late. I honestly wished I started kind of delving into the markets earlier. Just like you, I started around I think it was like 2026. I was 26 or 27. 2019. At the end of 2018, I kind of started. So I was a part of the whole 2019, March 2020 kind of action, price action. But the thing was, I wasn't necessarily trading large caps at all at the time, which I definitely delve in a lot more. Now I was kind of getting slapped around on small caps mainly, getting squeezed out, getting margin called a few times actually, and it's like, well, nobody really does a margin call anymore. They send you an email being like, you need to deposit a certain amount into your account by a certain time. It was good. It was a good learning experience, for sure. No regrets. That's for sure. But profitability. Oh boy, let's not even.
We're not going to go down that alleyway.
No. It's definitely negative for the first few years, and it's only like I said. I came onto the floor after kind of being like, all right, I maybe starting to get a little bit of a hang of how to maybe assess things, and then you start learning things from other traders, and then the market itself being one of the biggest mentors as well. And it really humbles you to like, okay, well, you thought you knew something, but you absolutely know nothing. And I still, a lot of these days, still feel very much the same. I'm just like, well, I think I know some things, but Mother Market definitely is more than willing to humble you and put you in your place more often than not, until you kind of get a hang of it. And even then, you have to continuously kind of work on adapting and changing strategies. But what I found was developing like a perspective around supply-demand mechanics kind of goes well in across multiple market environments and cycles. Again, if something is getting bid, if there's a strong bid and that bid kind of goes away, then maybe you want to look for a little bit of a relief, and maybe some relief's better than others. I know that Michael Noss this morning was talking about reversion trades. I think that's something I kind of grew akin to over the years, and especially coming onto the floor. I'm like, well, if I can get on the other side of this move, this really strong move, again, more nuances have been built on that trade idea over time. Like something just can't be just strong for me to be like, all right, I'm going to try fading this because it's strong.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. It's like, all right, well, if this is strong going into a supply or demand zone, and then I see a bit of a pullback or a bit of a relief of that prior pressure, then maybe I want to take a stab at it, something like that. But it's like you develop ideas over time. But it's definitely a hard journey. No one said it's easy, and it takes a lot of time and grit to kind of find your pacing. Yeah, it's very rare to get a profitable and consistent in your first year, but it's not impossible, right? It's definitely not impossible. There are a lot of bright minds all around the world. But I think, did you read that super chat earlier? It said something about getting into sales as well. I can tell you, I come from a biology background. So when I started trading, this was a total, it's totally left field, kind of adopting to different kind of things. But what I do kind of bring in, which I think was helpful, was psychology. Right? Psychology of the masses, psychology in how people hope for things to happen, look for things to happen, kind of anchor to things to happen. And these are things that I sometimes succumb to myself. But when I see it happening on the chart, when I see some panic on the tape, when I see some of that emotion coming in on the tape and it's visible on both the price action and the chart, then I think is some of the best opportunities sometimes lie in that, because you're catching players offside. Yep. And at the end of the day, we always talk about this. This is a PvP game, and this is definitely ranked. And that's for sure. So that's kind of my perspective that I've built. Now, of course, that perspective will definitely change. I don't expect to be the same throughout my trading career, but as it has changed over
you're not really
years.
You're not really growing at that. You're not really growing at that point. And just to add to Obi's point before we talk some more stocks here, guys. Just follow, exactly. There you go, Nimrod. But we got a $10 super chat. But before we get into this, I just want to mention, before I even started paper trading or even going live trading, I studied for a year. So I was working still for all my fellow Canadians. I was still working for Bell Canada at that time, and I would come home and I would read. I read so much. I watched every YouTube video. I joined educational services for a full year. I did this before I even touched pressing a button. So educate yourself. It's going to help you with that journey in the long run, as I did, and you definitely reap the benefits down the line. So and yeah, most definitely. Like, I saved a bunch of money so you can start your own account, etc. There's a lot of things that you need to do to get started. So $10 super chat from Alex Barentez, new to the channel. Well, it says 3 years there apparently, but not familiar with the name. But here we go. All the young dudes 18 to 20 that have no capital to put into the market should get into a sales role. Okay, sounds good. You'll learn a valuable skill and have more money to put into the markets. Yes, valid point. Then Nimrod, our guy here, says it's totally possible to be successful as a newbie trader. Just follow this channel. Boom. That's exactly it. Well, I mean, here we are, Obi and I talking about kind of the beginning of trading, how we got into the journey and what it can require from not only a capital standpoint, but from a mental capital standpoint as well too. So it's really key to not expend too much capital. I mean, you got to work hard. This guy's working hard. I go home and first thing I do is I turn on all my systems. I go over replay. I run my replays. I go over my previous trades and I just try to refine them to come a little bit better. And that's what you have to do on a day-to-day basis in this game, because I mean, there's a couple times, Obi, before I came here, I thought that I found the golden ticket. I had it. I'm like, yo, this is it. It's essentially a wrap now, right? I'm gonna own these markets, and then sure enough,
the market owns you.
And then sure enough, things can turn around real quick. And one thing that was key for me is that I was so overconfident that when I did get beaten down, to recover that amount of capital expenditure, mental capital expenditure, took a lot longer than what I wanted to. So, guys, just be humble, stay humble, because you will be if you don't. So just try to stay from a systemic standpoint. Don't get too overzealous and stick to the system, guys. But let's see what Adara's up to here.
Great talk there on the markets and finding your in and your approach to the markets. I also want to take a quick moment here to look at earnings. So not really earnings, but more guidance here. AXP taking a dip to the downside earlier today. The company's CFO, Christophe Lecayek, basically said during an investor presentation for the company, said that Q1 expectations are too high. So people are expecting too much for their Q1 report based on their Q4 report, which was apparently pretty well received. He said there's actually some factors that suggest quarterly decline here or sequential decline, saying that most of their credit normalization story has already played out. So pretty grim look there from CFO of American Express. Then we have McDonald's here on watch. MCD trying to bounce right now off that 306. And actually in most of a range for this morning here. But basically McDonald's, not an earnings name we talked a lot about. We spent a lot of time on Monday and on Semi. MCD actually did have inline earnings per share. They missed on sales. And their situation with regards to year-over-year growth in their comparable sales was kind of mixed. International actually was above expectations. We had slight growth where we were expecting a decline, but America comparable sales were pretty rough. So really mixed picture here for MCD. Apparently, though, their loyalty with regards to their app was really strong on a year-over-year basis. Now I want to debut our brand new earnings calendar for TTV Research. We've been doing this earnings board for a little bit, but this is the first earnings board here where I've actually included an economic calendar. So you can see what's going on every single day, the main events anyway. In addition to these earnings, you can check that out on X at TTV Research. not yet posted. You guys are getting a brand new sneak peek, but that's going to go on X post haste. Tonight, not a huge earnings night, Astera Labs and Vertex, but tomorrow morning, we've got BP, which actually got an reportedly Elliott Investment getting involved. We have Shopify, we have Humana, and we have Coca-Cola, so it should be a pretty big one. Check that out on X at TTV Research, set to be posted right now. Back to you.
Nice
for that. Yep.
It's nice concentration of or summary of economic plus earnings names.
exactly.
So it's like I kind of
All in one.
That's pretty dope. I usually get those from 2 different sources. So it's solid. That's all of that information is right there in one place for you to kind of capitalize on.
We got a $5 super chat here for you though, Obi. I've had a good few swings on Serve, BBAI, and UPST. I bought some March 80 calls today and wondering your thoughts. Similar setup to Meta. So I guess what are your thoughts on Serve, BBAI, and UPST? We'll start at one at a time.
We'll start with Serve, I guess. I don't know. I can give you my thoughts on this, but these are not tickers that I really involve myself in. So I don't know how much my opinion on this matter is really worth. But sure, I like to look at charts. You know, I like charts. So we can take a look at Serve. So the question was March calls?
Yes, some
March calls for this. So all right, so we're going to higher time frame. What I like to see is maybe something happening on a higher time frame. So we can just go to a weekly. We are in February, so yeah, this looks pretty solid here. You can see that I do have some technicals there from or some lines there from earlier. Yeah, it looks like we built like a nice little base here on the $7 level. This was an aggressive push in July 2024. Bit of a failure to follow through, failure to sell off even more back to reference prices. So this hold is quite nice. And then you kind of slowly build and break. So I like this. So this prior high right here, we break through it. This is a weekly chart. We break through that prior high with some expanding volume and then a light volume hold above that price as we trickle up. And look at that. That's beautiful right there. So a bit of a hold of this prior high here from when is this? This is the week of July 29th on the Monday. Sorry, no, that's the weekly chart. So the week of July 29th, and then we kind of clip that high again at the beginning of the year, first week of the year, January 6th week here with a high of 24.35. Was it the same high as this one? Let me just check. 24.09. So it looks like it's trying to get up there. This hold is nice. The push through with some expanding volume is nice, and we're holding higher lows, kind of building into this level here. But the first test of this level kind of shows us that there might still be kind of some selling pressure sitting here, or still interested in selling these prices right underneath that 25. That's just what the chart kind of telling us. But if we kind of continue that push, the break could be quite nice if it gives it to us there. So that's Serve. And what was the other one?
Serve,
BBAI?
Uber and BBAI.
Uber, I like that one. So we know we had a little bit of a shake and bake this morning on Lyft. Yeah, on Lyft. But Uber, interesting tickers here, kind of in anticipation for robo-taxi. I think people are definitely trying to position themselves here. But again, this just looks like a sideways chart to me as of right now. Since when is this? Since about December, kind of a chip chop here, 85s to 60s, sideways consolidation. But we are consolidating above some of these prior highs here, which is nice. This aggressive selling that did happen. I forget what the catalyst here was on. Okay, also August 5th. So this was August 5th, and we've been holding that at August 5th low. So I guess that's a good sign here on that. But sideways consolidation here on Uber. But bigger picture, maybe we are making kind of higher highs and higher lows here on the weekly chart. And that last one was BBAI here. I know this one's been running. This one's been interesting for people over the past couple of weeks as it builds back up. Again, this is a repeat offender. If you kind of go back and look, this sticker's been kind of giving you opportunities both ways, right? So it's like, all right, so if something is not working, I think these are great tickers to kind of be as tight as possible, being like, all right, well, if we're going to sell off here, what is really the backside of the move? So it seems like this was aggressive volume last week. I did have eyes on this, and we got a little bit of continuation today, but a bit of a failure to follow through, it would seem, coming into this week. So you can see that leg consolidation, leg going into the end of the week. That was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Again, giving us lots of decent opportunities, but a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if we can sustain some of these levels here. So again, you got to let the chart kind of let you know where it's headed. And higher highs, higher lows, it can be as simple as that. It can just kind of following the trend and kind of getting with the trend as well. The trend is your friend on all time frames, but again, that's kind of sometimes that's rich coming from me that because I try to fade the trend. Sometimes, but counter trend is still part of trend trading, is it not?
I wouldn't disagree with you there, Obi. Especially, but I guess you've been doing it for a while, so you know what you're specifically looking for.
Yeah,
opposed to just like blatantly being, oh hey, all right, let's short
there were
here,
times
right?
I just like take the short as soon as it kind of pulls back. I'm like, boom, take that. Like, oh
or
boy,
just smashing the ass.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the beautiful part. If I manage my risk doing that, and sure, it could be kind of crazy at times, but if I'm overall managing my risk relatively well, I'm putting in the reps to kind of show me what works and what doesn't, right? It's like those are the things. Like if I can get really good at falling and getting back up, that gives me more confidence to know which ones I can have a strong footing on.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, all right, so that's the kind of experience I try to build with some of the strategies or ideas I'm trying to build here. But a little bit of a pullback here coming in on BP, coming back into its VWAP. You know, we've been holding that VWAP. Market's taking a bit of a pullback here as well. Spider chip chopping around that its VWAP as well. So I did cover a little bit there, just piecing off slightly. But Nvidia taking a nice little pullback here. The reversion on Nvidia seems to be coming in. Apple near day lows. Oh boy. That was a very strong seller on Friday, and I was looking for the continuation coming into today, but with a little bit of a gap up, I'm like, all right, well, let's see where we find sellers. And sellers we did find at the high of day just above 230. So 230.60 is the high of day currently on Apple. We're trading at 229s as of right now. Amazon with a little bit of a pullback as well, kind of breaking that trend. But let's see how well the Spider does holding its VWAP as we chip chop around here. But again, ES and the NASDAQ still very strong on the day, hasn't really given up the trend on the day. So we could, again, we talk about different properties of things like range expansion and things like that. It just seems like we're doing maybe a little bit of that here as of right now. So Spider, let's see if we catch a little bit of a bid. But BP, let's see if this one can lose any of its fuel. That we had off of that catalyst in the.
So what are you doing? Playing the double top there, kind of.
I'm already short. I'm already short
from that top.
I got short. I'm like, I don't know if I should get like in terms of like size. Like, here's the thing. Sometimes I don't even like to think about like how much I want to necessarily get in. I have a sizing calculator that kind of lets me know based off of if this is an A, B, or a C trade. So it gives me an idea of like, okay, well, realistically, if you're risking X% of ATR, you should be getting into this amount of size relative to the amount of risk units you should be risking for this given trade. So it makes life a lot easier. So I can just type in the ticker and it tells me, okay, well, if this is a B trade, look for this kind of size within this given risk. And if that lines up, I'm like, all right, it gives me an idea. It's not like, oh, I'm punching into that kind of size right away, but it gives me an idea of like, this is the amount of size I can comfortably get into given that, given a certain percent risk there relative to ATR. That's what I like to use on some of those trades. But yeah, that's all I got kind of on watch here. Some aggressive selling coming in here on BP. So yeah, a bit of a break of trend here. I can kind of show you what I was looking at here. So I did get short earlier. You can see where's the ticker? Okay, so yeah, earlier here as we take a pull, I did short the front side, which again I think I spent a little bit too much risk on shorting the front side, but I was like, I'm going to spend 3 risk units on this ticker. And it was, I think I was about two risk units down. And then I'm like, I'm going to give it one last try, but it size in a lot more aggressively. It gives me less than a 5 penny risk to get in. So I really like that
signal
push.
right there too.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
So I really like that because you can see what it did with pre-market right here. Yeah. So this is pre-market chop. It's not doing that much volume, but it's still action. It kind of fails to follow through there. And look at this now. Not only do we bid back up off of a failure to follow through of that opening price, which was a higher low relative relative to pre-market, but we kind of false break this high with some aggressive action. Look at that volume that comes in. So maybe slightly capitulatory on the shorter frame. So that's why I liked it, but we kind of slam right back down into VWAP. So I gotta see how that kind of comes in here. But if we're gonna do that with VWAP, I do want to stay a little bit nimble here, just try to make the right kind of decisions here. But again, if we hold VWAP as a resistance, like we looked like we were doing earlier, I do want to get a little bit more aggressive. But again, the false break of that prior high was quite nice. And let's see if it gives us more chances to execute on this one. Again, Spider, oh boy, we're coming right back into some of those levels. So this consolidation looking like it's holding as of right now on the SPY. You can see that we did a bit of a bounce here on the ES off of, what is this? Are we on the we're on the H contract, Neil? Is that the current contract? H?
Oh, yeah. So someone in the chat here, Obi, was asking about if the futures were open. So you're probably just on the wrong contract at this point. So just double check to make sure you're in there. Is it still the right one?
It's H.
Okay. Yeah. So that's us. Look, somebody in the chat here, Obi, asked us to take a look at MGOL. But from a daily perspective here, not something you would want to be looking to get involved in long term. But I mean, here you're getting the volume on that daily spike. So you're getting that breakout with that volume confirmation. And then we can see from an intraday perspective as well, too, here, guys, what we got going on. All right, well, now that froze on me waiting for that. I'll try it one more time. MGOL, gotta love that. Okay, so here we go. On a intraday perspective here, guys, not too bad. Really strong pre-market and now pulling back. But you can see that this trend is still intact here, almost to a T. So keep that in mind. If you can get involved somewhere along this trend line and where you're going to get the most connections, and then possibly is where you want to look to buy a possible dip. So here it is. No, we don't want to own any of that. So there it is on MGO. OL there, guys. Intraday, not too bad. Nice engulfing candles. Can it go and test this pre-market high? Only time will tell. So that is MGOL. And then SMCI. It was actually number 2 on my list today. And fortunately, I didn't trade it. And it was almost a picture-perfect setup for me, sitting on top or sitting just at a really key cam level, something that I look out for breakout trades. But unfortunately, I just didn't pack my patience. I didn't wait enough in order for me to get the correct entry on this thing. So I just kind of avoided it. Overall here. So let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective as well too. So really nice trend, starting to recover, holding some key levels here. We know what happened down here, guys. The stock was beaten and battered, but now up almost 50% or 100% from this low here in November, and that is SMCI. I mean, continue to hold on to this thing. I know there's a news catalyst on it, and it's reflecting well in the intraday price action. If you're looking to go long, be patient, don't chase it. Wait for those volume-weighted average price holds, and then look to assess the situation and possibly make a trade off of that. Because we know that OB's in SPY right now, hovering around VWAP, as the Qs also haven't quite touched it yet, and are now going for a test of that high. We're still quite a bit off of it. Well, about $1, not less than $1, about 50, 60 cents off of the high a day on the Qs, guys. As some of these big names like Tesla and Nvidia continue to climb higher, that's going to drag the Qs up with it, and especially with the likes of Amazon as well too. Let me see what Meta's up to here, Obi, because I haven't looked at it, and I seen I know Neil was talking about Netflix waiting for a Netflix split. I think we're waiting for a Meta split as well too. Those would be 2 stocks that you would definitely look to get involved in if they decided to split and become a little bit cheaper. Because I mean, Meta is something that you want to hold with over 2 billion people on Instagram and the Meta platforms. So when you have the majority of the world, not the majority, but a high percentage of the world using your applications, then that's a company I think in the long run you want to own, and that's Meta, guys. Let's see what else we got going on here, Obi. Google not really working out too well for us here, and that's okay. I mean, we're starting to form these lower highs, which is slightly alarming, and we have to pay attention to this because now we have a definitive base here as well too. So if we decide to break 187 here, Obi, with that volume and momentum stepping in, then maybe that thesis might be invalid. So we really need to assess the situation, be prepared to take action when it comes time, and see what Google is up to. I mentioned it being an inside day from a daily perspective. We had that massive engulfing candle after the earnings report, and then we continue to sell breaching some key support levels, but now slightly on the recovery mode here. I mentioned the PE being extremely cheap. I think it's only a matter of time until this stock recovers, and then we're going to look to take advantage when it does so. I mean, early on the entries, and then we get this nice move breaching through that pre-market high on Google. I'm curious if this is going to be a pullback with the overall market continuing to trade higher as well too, or we're generally going to break through some of these support levels and head more to the south side, Obi.
Yeah, that's. I guess that's kind of what I'm looking for here to see if this bid kind of dissipates, or we're just chopping in around VWAP. But the thing is, like we chopped around VWAP on the spider for over about 30 minutes here, even longer since I got in. I got in almost right as I sat down, or as the show started here. 11:06 was the entry, and we kind of got to VWAP by about 11:20, and then started chopping around here until about I guess about 12. It was 12 now, but about I'd say about 11:50, and then now we're kind of consolidating here. So I did get out of about 80% of that. Of whatever I had from the beginning, just holding the rest as a bit of a trail, kind of looking for a potential lower high. But if the market's not going to give it to me, that's perfectly fine. You got to again respect that we did aggressively sell off coming off of the open there, and then bid back up, and now technically we are making a higher low here on both the ES and the Nasdaq. So I do want to respect that. And going back to Meta there, I just searched up because I'm sure I asked this question recently, and I was like, has Meta ever split before? And Meta has never split since going public.
Never.
$38 a share. I remember asking Neil and Sean, did you guys trade that IPO? And I've heard some stories about how amazing that IPO was. Was it Goldman Sachs on the bid holding the 40? Morgan Stanley on 37s holding the bid, and you could have just risked against them, eh? Easiest.
It was the easiest trade. Okay.
Okay, so he's going to talk about it in the lesson of the day, but it's like epic things like that. I'm like, oh, sometimes you do see them. You see a held offer, held bid, but
we're going to set it up to Adara here briefly, there, Obi, and then Neil with the lesson of the day.
Look here at the markets around 12 p.m. S&P 500 up about 0.2% here on the day. Then we have the Nasdaq up significantly more, about 1.25%. We did get the NY Fed inflation number, as mentioned earlier, not a huge market mover, but it's notable because of the discrepancy between this print and the print that we got last week from the University of Michigan. So New York Fed inflation seeing this unchanged 3%. We saw about over 4% inflation expectations with the University of Michigan coming through on Friday. Also, just seeing here, apparently Trump will be arriving at the White House at 12:10 p.m., so I will be keeping an eye on any comments from that. Then at 1 p.m., he'll be signing even more executive orders. So I will be right here giving you all the news in this ever-changing market. Some stocks to watch here, IRBT, iRobot, I'm seeing getting some movement here with a 13% short float. But let's talk about some of these Max 7s here. Microsoft on watch. They actually did confirm here. It was reported earlier that they're facing a French antitrust probe with regards to Bing. Now it's actually been confirmed. They're saying, yes, we are facing this probe with regards to antitrust in France. Then we have Google pushing even lower here. Comments from CEO Sundar Pichai earlier today saying that the biggest risk for the company would be missing out on AI. That's when they first started to take a little bit of a tumble here. So GOOGL on watch, making lower highs and lower lows. The other Make 7 name to talk about, as just mentioned there, is META. This is notable not necessarily because of any news, but because this stock is poised to go 16 straight days to the upside. That would be a 16-day green streak for over $700 ticker META. And with that, I'm very excited to pass you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
What we're gonna do right here is go back, way back into time. Okay, we will, and I promise I will kind of go over what happened with Facebook on its IPO day, because it was fun. But when I say it was the easiest trade, one of the easiest trades I've ever witnessed, trust me, it was one of the easiest trades I've ever witnessed. But the lesson of the day is going to be a simple one. Sometimes in an upward trend, the best thing you can get is, and I know it's not fun for people to get shaken out, but when a bunch of people get shook at the open, those can be the best continuation longs. And we'll talk about this in the context of two particular names, and then I'm going to throw in a third, and I'm going to start with that third because SMR was a light example of this. You know, certainly, there's your daily chart. It's not a parabolic upward trend, but it has been slightly going higher every single day. Like, you've been right to want to be long this stock. You just necessarily have wanted to be patient when looking for the long on this stock. You have all these tests of higher lows, and you're going higher lows, all that kind of good stuff. But what it does at the open, I'm not saying just be on the bid for this situation. Like, it's a little bit more nuanced than, hey, when I see this, you want to be on the bid at the pre-market low. That is one way to go about it. But it's more about, even if you miss the opportunity off of these lows, it's the breakout after you sort of rinsed the bottom, after you've gotten the weak hands out. The continuation long, like, it's gapping up, it's only kind of green that day, and then you get right off the open, flat bottom break, some people short, other people swing long, maybe gotten out of their positions, and then the relief rally to the upside with continuation here. I wanted to use that as a decent example of where it's not necessarily clean on the break, but then the trend gives you the dip to where sometimes it is that clean. And the example I'm going to use here is a firm, because I came in this morning saying to you guys 77 break on a firm, because that was the all-time, that was the 52-week high. But right at the open, this is an example of that break the bottom, get all the weak hands out, trap some shorts as it goes red, catch the bid, and then just take the breakout. Because at this point, there's your resistance. It tags it again, higher low, just take the breakout. Because you've trapped shorts, you've gotten some people out, and then you get that break of the high, which is an obvious stop area. It's an even dollar as well, and it's pure continuation. Oddly enough, if it's not VWAP 77, I'm doing a reversion on a firm or the 76. Right now, looking like it could be 77. So just for you guys, this is something I'm looking at literally right now there on a firm. And then the other one, so I had this one, and any guesses who had this other one? Palantir? Anybody? I know you guys know Sean had it. So there's the break of low. Similar thing, where like rinse at the open. This one was even more extreme. Broke down the pre-market lows, broke down Friday's lows, and then rocket ship to the upside. Then another higher low. But look at the break. You're like, oh, I'm not taking it after it's gone $4. You can't go long after a $4 move. Yeah, you can. Because there's your breakout trade right there. It's a simple setup because it doesn't require you to do that much at the open. You can just be observing the stock. Once you see one of those candles where it's a complete capitulation candle, you're just looking for the setup of the breakout. You're not trying to figure out where is it going to dip by. Who cares? If it double taps the top and then gives you that triple tap for the breakout like both Affirm and Palantir do, then you just take the break. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I like the fact that it's set up on two different stocks, so I'm sure there's a couple of others you could have looked at that had the same setup. Now, I promised you I would sort of wax poetic about the Facebook IPO. I wish those days would come back, but the actual premise behind the IPO trade that we still do, like what you would have done with Reddit and, I don't know, like Kava, some of the recent ones, fundamentally starts with Morgan Stanley on Facebook. Because what happened that day is one of the underwriters, which was Morgan Stanley, as the stock was just, I mean, it wasn't having a good day. I forgot it opened somewhere in the 40s, I think it was. And it was just sort of tracking down, trending down. And most people couldn't short the stock, so you're watching it fall. Then it got to the issue price, which was 37 or 38. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But on the bid that day was 15 million shares of the issue price. Let's say it's 37. Morgan Stanley, and back then, it wasn't like you'd look at a stock here, like AMD, NASDAQ. No, you would see Morgan Stanley on the bid for 15 million shares. And then that 15 million was 10 million. And then that 15 million was 5 million. And then that 15 million was 2 million. Somewhere around the point when it was about to break under 1 million shares and it looked like it was going to break the bid, they re-upped for 10 million shares. Now, I don't have to tell you what you do in that situation when you see them eat through 15 million share order from the underwriter at the issue price, and then they just say, no, we're refreshing it back to 10 million. Everyone and their mother just hit the offer. And I don't care whether you got 37.01, 37.05, 37.10, you just won on the long that day. And the premise behind what we look for on IPOs comes down to that. If I see an obvious support level on an even dollar that looks like it could be the issuer, it's just buy support, well, I'm going long in front of it. No ifs, ands, or buts. That is the premise behind it. It all started when everyone made a bunch of money on that day in Facebook. We're like, well, if I see anything approximating that again, I'm just going to do it. And now we do it off the open a lot of times on IPOs. because you get that first push when they see the buyer. So I promised I would take you back to that trade and why we look at those big even dollar support levels on the IPOs. That said, the real lesson today is it's a simplistic setup when you have the capitulation candle off the open and the open range top sets you up for a clean breakout. Whether it's a double top, a triple top, as with Palantir, as with a firm. If you're a patient trader, it's the kind of trade that takes sometimes like a half an hour to set up, which is good because you're in that time, you don't have to be worrying about all of that crazy action in the first 15 to 30 minutes. You can just participate on that 1A+ breakout trade that usually, a lot of times, it can just make your day, be one of your top stocks. And it wasn't even something that was there at the open. So a lot of times we hunt for these setups to be able to get that first move we can hold all day. Don't sleep on that rinse and go kind of trade here on both Affirm and Palantir. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Neil, for
thank
that.
you for that.
Always a great story when I hear that one. That's like absolutely,
That's why you always got to listen to what he has to say.
textbook example of like textbook price action. Right? It's like tape action or whatever you want to call it. Like things you want to see happen. But was that real?
With that drop here, show them what you got going on SPY there.
No, okay, no. I was like, this week, is that real?
I don't have the dollar club, but Obi's doing pretty good there in the sell-off here on SPY. Yeah. I said to him, hey man, are we gonna reverse it here? I like that hammer just below the volume weighted average price, but it blew through that, so making thesis invalid. But yeah, show them what you got going on over there, Obi.
Yeah, no, I mean that consolidation. What did I just do? Okay, no, the consolidation there was, like I said, I got out of 80% on this consolidation and it fails to follow through. But here's the thing, that's fine, cover. But the execution is on the breakback below this consolidation if I'm doing that. And the Spider and the ES, the ES and the NASDAQ both coming in quite nicely here. That was an aggressive bid on BP. As soon as I kind of stepped away for a couple minutes there, as soon as I sat back down, this ripped up just as aggressively as it pulled back in. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to get out of that one there. Let that one do its own thing. But oh boy, is there some sort of news? I have no idea. But this market is absolutely tanking. Talk about a reversion. Hey yo, Adam Deleuze. You still in this one, bro? I don't know. Like we were talking about the short on the Spider earlier, but this is really coming in now. You can see that Apple's just broken day lows. There, Meta's broken trend. Amazon's back at VWAP. Tesla holding its own, holding its highs. But again, it's been selling off quite aggressively for the past. I guess Friday was an aggressive sell. It's been selling off for a few days now. But yeah, Nvidia holding up quite well. Hasn't really retraced too much of its run up right now. You can see again reflected there in the Nasdaq. It's the ES has done more than a 50% retracement of this bid that we got in the morning. But the Nasdaq kind of getting there, still getting there, it would seem. But yeah, let's see what we have in store kind of coming in here with the selling going on. And Adira was just telling us that Trump is soon to appear to sign some executive orders. So we might get some more shake and bakes on the market once that comes in.
You know, the
starts rolling out some of those orders there. And yeah, we're going to be patient. We're going to try to wait for the next opportunity and accept that we have what we have. It's okay. And let the trade work for you and make those good decisions because that is more valuable than how you end up on the current day. So that's perfectly fine. Spider coming in to 603 halves right here. What is the opening price? Oh, okay, we're trading below opening price already. 604s was the opening price on the Spider. So I'm going to be curious now whether or not we can get back through that opening price here. You can see an aggressive quadunk here coming in on the ES. But take a look. This is where we caught that bid around that 60 halves area, just above that 60 halves, back through this maybe 60, 75. So this is where buyers kind of were in the morning session there. Let's see if they show up once again at a place where they were. BP seems like it might want some higher prices there. So because that was some distinct action when we failed to follow through, and that was aggressive volume as well. And we got confirmation with the slam down into VWAP. But if we bid back up just as aggressively, again, the reason for the trade is kind of gone. Therefore, my position on the trade is also gone. McDonald's. That was another earnings name today, and that gave us. I mean, if you had it off the open and you were looking for that continuation, oh boy, did it give you that Happy Meal there, MCD. Let's take a look at that one there. So you can see that aggressive pushing, aggressive bid right off of the open there, pre-market highs getting taken out and giving us 310s all the way from 303.20. So I'm actually curious how clean that was. Okay, so on the minute chart, it's pretty good, but I want to go see on like a 10 or 15 second chart to see if the break was clean or not. Sometimes those breaks come in real nice, and that opening drive really gave you about 5 points off of that push for actually a little bit more. This was 303.20s. Yeah, so that worked out well, but take a look at this. We kind of break that trend, we consolidate, we try to hold this bit of a shelf. You can see every time it comes down to these 307 halves, we bid up, and then we try to make some fresh highs, not really happening, and take a look at this, come back into VWAP, and that support turns, bless you,
thank you.
That support turns into resistance. And then we trickle a little bit lower here, and we have a bit of tailwind from the market as well, helping that move out. So I'm gonna stay patient, continue watching there. BP maybe gives us more opportunities to reload here. But 603 is incoming on the spider. What is the day low? Let me just quickly check what that is. If I get on the right screen, so the day low
73-ish.
Yeah, I got 603.75s. So 603.70s is so 602.70. So we're about half a dollar away from that level. Let's see if this selling kind of gives us some continuation going forward here. So that's what I'm looking at as of right now. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. Let's go saying SMCI. I know that one's been on a lot of people's radars here. Again, giving you some solid price action over the past couple of weeks, I'd say, for potential opportunities. And oh boy, look at that. VWAP holding back to back. You can see that the morning action, a little bit choppy, chip chop right there. But once it does break above, it starts to hold above VWAP, and we're getting another leg to the upside. But bigger picture, a bit of a continuation since last week. You can see coming in on, this was Monday right here. So Monday, bit of a break of trend of some of that prior week's action. We get above that prior week's high. I think it was 30 something. Is that Monday? Okay, so 32, I guess, 32, but does break a bit of that trend. 32, take a look at that. Last Thursday, we do distinctly break above that 32 and hold on the bid higher, and now we're getting that continuation coming in on SMCI. Going back to the weekly here, let's take that VWAP off so we can see it a little bit clearly. You can see how nicely we kind of create that base, and you can see a bit of a downtrend here, attempting to break. Let's see if we can get through that $40 mark, just inching up back into it, trading at $39.90 right now on SMCI. But something of note, take a look at that. Bit of a bigger picture downtrend here as well, coming in from those highs from last February. So almost a year we've been selling off on SMCI. Oh boy. Feels like it was just yesterday.
Yeah, I know, right? With all the accounting inquiries that they had going on there. But yeah, what we're looking at here, guys, is some NVDA. While the overall market is continuing to sell, we're holding strong above the volume-weighted average price. So if that selling pressure decides to cool off, then maybe NVDA can take that second leg to the high a day. As of right now, I do like the relative strength in it. It feels like sentiment is somewhat shifted in this thing compared to what it was a couple weeks ago. I mean, we know that that DeepSeek news drops down over 17% on the session, losing $700 billion at the top of market cap, but now recovering and now creeping into some key levels here. So I do believe that this thing is strong. I think this strength is going to continue, and I believe on the 26th of February, fact check me there, chat, that NVDA is going to report. So a very much anticipated report here coming in from NVDA. Yes, Pooja Ray, we will take a look at VST. Just please don't spam the chat. Please and thank you kindly. So we will pull that up right now. But first, we're going to look at ABNB for my guy, Nick W, ABNB, and see what they got going on. So, I mean, if we look at this from a daily perspective here, Obi, not necessarily the prettiest looking chart here. A really lengthy consolidation phase. It started in September and seems to be currently going on. I mean, I've never personally, I don't know if I've ordered, like I've booked a Airbnb myself, but obviously we know the popularity in this company, especially when you start traveling around the world or even domestically even. It's a really popular company. I mean, I like it. A lot of people prefer it over hotels, which is really really key. But again, just from a daily perspective, not the cleanest thing. So I think there might be a little bit more from a fundamental standpoint that you need to dive into and see what's going on, how margins are, how gross bookings are, how they compare to previous quarters as well too. So just keep that in mind. Airbnb, not the prettiest daily chart, but this is something that you would want to construct some credit spread trading on, just because of the range bound, whether it be a condor or either spread like a bull put or a bear call, because you're just so range bound, and if you don't break these key support and resistance levels, you're just going to collect a premium as well too. So keep that in mind. I don't love the daily, but there's ways you can take advantage of that sideways price action, and that's where the power of options comes into play. But let's take a look at Nvidia. Are we going to break through this resistance 133 and possibly test? I do like that it did not participate with the overall market. As it continued to sell, we held VWAP really strong and are continuing to do so. So we're going to stick with the strength on that. Now we're going to pull up VST for the individual in the chat who was asking for it and see what we got going on that from a daily perspective as well. Okay, so here, not horrible, OB. I mean, Vista Corp, I'm not too familiar with what they actually do. I'll look into it right now. VST. Oops. VST. There we go. So, is an integrated retail and electric power generation company. The company operates in 6 business segments: retail, Texas East, West, Sunset, and asset closure. The retail segment represents the retail sales of electricity and natural gas to residential, small businesses, and commercial and industrial companies. So, I mean, $56.6 billion market cap, looking pretty good. But yeah, I mean, it's not a horrible stock. Primary trend still seems to be intact. Big gap down here. So I'm curious if this was an earnings call or something along the lines of maybe this was the DeepSeek news as well. But a nice strong recovery, breaches the gap at 157.71 and then fills about 40% of it. So let's see what we got going on from a percentage metric, how much we were up from peak to trough. So about 35% move there, and now sitting around 26%. You're going to get the nod from me on this one, even though I'm not overly familiar with it. It's just that from a technical standpoint, it looks good. So why fight that? Continue to participate in the strength and see where that takes you. You always have those risk measures in place too. You don't want to take any outsized losses or anything along those lines. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, we're going to send it off to Adair real quick, guys.
I just want to add some other context on VST. Vistra is especially notable, I think it's notably lately, because it is an AI play in that whole energy space. We know CEG got a boost. VST most actually recently rallied when we had that announcement of Project Stargate, because they're starting Project Stargate off in Texas. As mentioned, VST actually does have a Texas segment, so they're in a very good position to benefit. Then we had that drop there on DeepSeek Monday back on, I believe, January 27th. That was also AI related. So with VST, you really have to remember this is an AI related play, and it will make these moves with these AI tickers for better or worse, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that. See, there you go. Thank you for that, Dara. So a deeper dive into VST. And I mentioned the DeepSeek from a daily perspective, so it was directly affected by that. And you can see it start to recover, as well as some of the other names, as I've talked about endlessly today. That would be Nvidia, and I think it's going to continue to recover. So we'll monitor that. But Obi, what do you got going on there, my friend?
Yeah, I see that AK a couple times asking, Obi, what do you think of ASTS? Oh boy. Talk about some potential missed opportunities. I didn't even know this one was not even on my radar, but look at this beautiful move that we're having on the day today. Look at this opening drive here, continuation, just straight up. It doesn't even take any sort of a pullback or significant pullback until in and around 10:50, 11 o'clock here. It gives us a little bit of a topping action and pulls back to make a lower high as of right now. But taking a look at a higher time frame, you can see that this thing's been running for a couple of weeks here, it would seem. So we can see that what is this, January 29th? We kind of hold some of these lows, break the trend or the downtrend there, and oh, I did not mean to do that. ASTS. I want to see a 30-minute chart on this. All right, so we can see. All right, so this. I like this right here. Actually, what was that right now? That's the spider. Okay, that's an aggressive bid on the SPY. So I want to see if, like I said before, I want to see if it, what it does with opening price. Opening price on the spider is just around 604. We're trading right back up into it, so I've got to keep a close eye on that one there. Yeah, no, ASTS. Look at this continuation. You can see beautiful kind of a downtrend here over multiple weeks. You can just kind of take a bit of a trend here. You can see this bigger picture trend, just a rough line, again, not perfect, but kind of giving us an idea of where the pressure is really sitting at. And then look at what happens when we finally do kind of break it distinctly, consolidate above, and then push higher on today. So yeah, bigger picture breakout happening on this ticker, which kind of makes me want to go delve even. Wow, oh boy, that's beautiful right there. So you can see this is kind of a run up here from prior May, and we pull back into what is it, 1770s, and now we're breaking this trend. And look at that. I don't know if they have a catalyst on the day today, but technically this definitely counts as a catalyst for me. Technical breakout of a multi-frame resistance right here. So this downtrend happening since last August, and we've been slowly kind of bleeding out of this push that we had off of the earnings that happened in August there on this ticker AST Space Mobile. But yeah, nice little push with that volume. So continuation happening as of right now. How far will it go? I have no idea, but that next high is sitting just at 36 halves. And then that prior high is sitting at 40.34, currently trading at 32.13s here on ASTS. Not dropping it down like it used to here all of last year, and now kind of currently breaking that trend and pushing up. So that's the view that I have on ASTS here. I know Sharif likes this one a little bit as well. I've heard him call out the ASTS before. So nice look, nice catch there. Can't have eyes on everything in this market. There's
the
so
thing,
many
right?
opportunities, left, right, and center. I can't wait for Neuralink, man. I'm just gonna be like, just have a basket.
I can't
Boom,
wait.
boom, boom, boom,
Have
boom.
you ever seen the movie Upgrade?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's really
Kind of like a cyberpunk kind of.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. So the guy
okay.
essentially gets like a Neuralink implanted in him, and he has to give the program permission in order if he wants to learn something, the program will take over his body. So if he wants to fight kung fu, whatever, he knows it, and then there's people
like
after
the
him.
Matrix.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, one of my favorite movies.
It's such a good movie. For those who haven't seen Upgrade, check it out there. So Gaurav, man, I mean, we're in this NVDA here, Obi. You see that volume on the 1 minute really start to kick in. I mentioned this before. We've seen the overall market selling off here. All right, so during this whole sell program, NVDA didn't budge. So I'm like, okay, if buyers step in, if we get that new buy program to step in, then I think that NVDA can start to rip. And sure enough, that has been the case thus far. Are we going to go and test that high a day? Maybe. I'll take it if we do, because this thing is really strong. I mentioned that we might have gotten a flip in overall sentiment. So here we go. NVDA continuing to climb higher. But let's take a look at what we got going on, guys, for some of the top volume stocks this morning. So NVDA in first place, 125 million. And mind you, when I run this, it's stocks that are between $15 and $1,000 with anything over 1 million shares traded. SMCI sitting in second place with 66.2 million shares traded, and Palantir with 58.2 million shares traded in third place. That is, Joseph kind of looks like the dude. No, I don't look like the guy from Upgrade whatsoever. He looks like he kind of looks like he looks like Tom Hardy kind of. But I definitely don't think I look like the guy from Upgrade. The DeepSeek downtrend for NVDA is dead. I definitely agree with you. High of day for NVDA is 100 OB. It's 130, like 135-ish roughly.
I'll tell you right now, 134.84.
Yeah, 134.84. So not necessarily, just a little bit off on that 100 there. But I mean, here we go. Are you still holding on to that SPY? Yeah, there's no reason for you. There's no reason for you to get out, I guess.
I said, I want to see what it does with 604 opening price. So as of right now, we did knock on the door of 64. We're taking a little 604. We're taking a little bit of a pullback here. So I want more information, right? I do want to potentially continue this trade if it shows me the right stuff. And you can see this consolidation. We talk about that consolidation being over 30 minutes long. And let's see if this consolidation can potentially turn into a little bit of a resistance, which would show us some VWAP resistance as well, right? So if we're not gonna hold opening price on the spider, I kind of like that look for the continuation. But if we hold above, then I gotta get out and reassess here. But take a look at this BP. BP boldly pushing to the upside as it makes some fresh highs here. 34.63s current day high at 64. So let's see what it does with that prior. So this push was aggressive. I was like, oh boy, we're getting through that prior high at 55 pretty aggressively, and we slam right back in with some selling coming in, which I'm like, all right, well, I want to take a stab at that for a reversion to VWAP. It gives me the reversion to VWAP quite nicely, and guess what? Higher low on top of that VWAP, buying pressure comes right back in aggressively, and now we're making some fresh highs. It's a good thing I got out and kind of waited for it to kind of show me whether or not selling's going to step back in. But it seems like the buying, the continuation, the gap up continuation is the trade that is working extremely well as of right now on BP here. So going to be patient for that one there. Looking for the next trade. Again, got the Mag 7 on watch. Meta taking a little bit of a pullback. I don't know if you've observed Meta over the past few days. Absolutely beautiful reversions happening. Aggressive bid wipes the whole move, but still stepping up on the daily. So it's like, all right, bigger picture. We're trending up. I think it's looking for that 750. Wow. I don't know if we're going to get there, but current pre-market highs are sitting at 721.64, currently trading at 714. So I don't know about that one there.
I mean, how sustainable is this price action without somewhat of a pullback, right?
Well, I don't know. I ask that question all the time. I'm like, oh boy.
It can squeeze. If we're going to look at a perfect example here, you know what I think I'm going to pull up here, Obi?
Oh boy.
I mean, at some point, stocks do go up, but at some point you got to play. Stocks only go up. But we're joking when we say that. But I mean, at some point, you're going to have to take a breath, no? So that's it. But yeah, what else you got going on there, Mike?
Nothing. I'm just going to watch BP. Throw in the chat what you guys are watching. Zay is talking about Tesla. So yeah, let's take a quick look at Tesla. I know it was holding relatively stronger than the rest of the market a little earlier there, and we're catching a little bit of a bid here on top of VWAP. So let's take a look at that one. On Tesla. So you can see that VWAP on my chart I currently have at 357.84, and current bar low is at 357.78. So I like that. That's a piece of information that I don't know what to do with it right now, but let's see when this bar closes what we have, what Meta can potentially do here. Still about 12 minutes, 12 and a half minutes left for this 15-minute bar to print. And we're taking a little bit of a pullback. Something to keep in mind as well is that the market is catching or attempting to catch a little bit of a bid, like I said before, in and around a similar area where it caught a bid in the morning session. So I do want to respect that. If we're going to make a higher low off of this level, then again, maybe that bounce, that confluence of the VWAP hold on Tesla could provide some opportunity. But again, I'm watching the spider here. What else are you guys talking about? Can we take a look at ELF, says CMR. Earnings day 2, I think, on ELF. I did have it on watch. ELF here looking a little beautiful on the action from last week, but I was looking for that continuation, and today coming in and holding some of those prior days levels, still trading sideways well within its opening range here, it would seem. But yeah, I was looking for that continuation play. It did gap down quite aggressively prior day. Let's take a look. I should have my anchored here. If it'll come in. No, I guess not. Okay, so let's throw that anchored on here and see what we're doing relative to that anchored. So absolutely beautiful. Man, these anchored VWAPs, Joe, I'm telling you.
You love the anchored, eh?
Brian Shannon definitely knows what he's talking about, because shout out to him. And it's almost I wouldn't say you know what I will say, it's almost revolutionized my trading in a sense where it's like it makes it easier to look for participants and ideas in certain places where if you don't really have that action, you'll have to kind of look for the bid or the ask to show up in structured form. But if it's happening on the anchored, it makes life a little bit easier there. But again, a lot more nuance nuances involved. With that kind of with the indicator, but I'm really starting to like it. I'm really starting to get comfortable with how I want to use it. 604 is back on the spider here, so let's see what we do. This is the area of interest that again, what I'm looking for. Let's see what we do with the 604. I do want to stay a little bit nimble in and around this area, or maybe even look to continue this trade. But if the market kind of rips right back up and we catch, and this ends up being a higher low on the day, I do want to stay away from that. But pushing it back up into VWAP is the spider as of right now. Nvidia attempting, maybe pushing back towards its highs, trading at 134s right now. Again, just to remind you, high a day is at 134.80, so we couldn't necessarily get up to that 135 area just yet. So here's a bit of a bid coming in on the market. Let's see where that takes us. Yeah, feel free to drop some tickers in the chat. We'll be more than willing to take a look at them. And yeah, it's a good reminder. I was looking at Alpha last week, and Alpha was quite nice off of the open there. Off of on earnings day one. Today is earnings day two, but we'll be right back after Adara.
Worth noting here, this is not necessarily huge right now, but it's something to be aware of. I'm seeing here apparently on X, Alex Karp here, CEO of Palantir, will be hosting a live Ask Me Anything or AMA on Wednesday, February 12th at 12 p.m. Eastern. So Palantir CEO Alex Karp hosting an Ask Me Anything event, 12 p.m. Eastern on X on Wednesday. I will be following that. Of course, when that happens, I'll let you guys know if there's anything of note there. But just be aware, this Ask Me Anything event will be happening on X in just 2 days, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Some people in the chat, there's a lot of people chiming in here, Obi, and a lot of names are bringing up QSI. So let's pull up some QSI. I was just reading about it. So Quantum SI Incorporated is a life science company. The company has designed and developed a hardware, consumable, and software solution to provide a solution for protein detection and analysis. It has developed a proprietary universal signal molecule detection platform enabled next generation. Okay, yeah, this is definitely.
So does that mean long or short?
Yeah, right. No, right. That's exactly it. What does that mean? Does that mean long or short? Well, we're gonna pull it up right here. Obi,
see what the sector is doing.
See what's going on with that. It sounds like a mix of things here, but you can see this 5-minute opening drive extremely weak here, as we like to point out, and then you can continue to the south side as it breaks, but now recovering. So you can see that liquidity is somewhat of an issue on this stock here, Obi, from an intraday perspective. So we got to zoom out and see what else we got going on. I mean, if we're going to go from the peak to the bottom here, we're about 64% off those highs, which isn't the best look. Is this thing going to recover? Maybe. We got to dig a little bit more into the fundamentals of the company and if it's successful. So much appreciated with that. Chen gave I'll message you on the side there with that question. But let's see what else we got going on here. So the market is starting to recover. The Qs held the volume weighted average price really well as the SPY now turning back towards the top here, the bottom end of VWAP. And I mentioned this before, and I'll say it one more time, is that when the market was selling and NVDA was doing essentially nothing, there was no relative weakness in it. It was strong. It was holding VWAP almost to a penny. And then as soon as the market a new buy program stepped into the market, you see that accelerate NVDA's price, and then that's when we started to appreciate, and now we're going to go and possibly test that high day, trading at 134.20s. So a really good look there on NVDA, guys. That is, so MNTS, Katina Man, I just seen Katina Man chime in there on MNTS. Let's see what this is up to, and then maybe we'll pull up his chart in a brief second. Where are you in at, Katina Man? 460. Okay.
Nice.
All right. I don't know what else. I can't really say too much about that other than he nailed that one. 32% from that point. Really nice look there on MNTS, and Katina Man's been trading it this morning. So nice work there, my friend. $2 club almost, it seems to be the case, and I think it'll continue to climb, especially with that. Diamond Hands is right, so there's nothing getting him out of that trade unless his stop loss is triggered. So hold on to those winners and continue to make them as big as you possibly can, and you get that picture perfect trading from Sean himself. So that is the look on MNTS. Let's see what else everybody else is looking at. IONQ. Yeah, we'll pull up IONQ, guys, real quick before we send it back to Obi. And I mean, wow, look at this market today, man. Yeah. Really strong, Obi. A lot of these stocks moving extremely well, with the exception of Apple, unfortunately. But here is IONQ climbing higher. Some key pivots here that I think we need to keep an eye on as we start to form lower highs. Not the best look on that front from an intraday perspective. So maybe that can be your next potential target, is around that 43.50 level on IONQ. But as of right now, looking good from an intraday perspective. Zoom in, and there we go. Primary trend still fully intact here, guys. Off of these September lows, let's see what we got going on from a percentage metric. Here we go. What we're up now, Obi. Wow, over 547%. That's a hefty return. Really, really nice numbers there. But what do you got going on, Obi?
Nothing much. I'm kind of like you did earlier. I was doing a bit of a volume scan as well, just looking at the top volume gainers that I have here on the list. But I think just to address a super chat by Chen, what application are you guys using, and not the TV? So this is our own proprietary application here. This is called P Pro 8, yeah. So it's an in-house trading software that the firm uses. So that's what you're looking at here on our screens. The chart, the level 2s and the tapes here are all part of that platform. P Pro 8.
The Prosper Pro.
Yes.
Oh.
So it's proprietary.
Yeah. It's proprietary.
So another super chat here. Where did that go? Ben Weiss saying NKTR Therapeutics up 4% with volume rising. Just hit long-term double bottom area last week. Plus good FDA news today on treatment fast track. Okay, let's take a quick look at that one. NKTR. Let's see how much volume that's doing as well. NKTR. Nectar Therapeutics. Okay, all right. So let's see if this one's been giving us some sweetness off of the open there. It seems like it was doing some significant R-vol here in the pre-market, but let's see how much volume it's actually doing as of right now. Okay, so 6 million. Normally averages 30-day volume of 1.7. So that's interesting there, but giving us a little bit of a sideways chop here. So again, I don't really trade tickers kind of with this profile as much, but it seems like, again, we kind of caught a bid off of this low, this pre-market kind of action here, where that bid initially came in the pre-market with the 7 a.m. volume. You can see that 7 a.m. catches a bid in and around, 67.5 pennies. You can see the low of day currently is exactly at that 67 penny mark here on Nectar Therapeutics. So that's a good look there. Again, not really trading that. Chet GPT saying, Joe, you always go long on Nvidia right when I buy calls, and it gives me more confidence. Writing 110 calls right now. Let's eat. Let's go.
He said he's writing 110 calls?
Oh, boy.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he's writing on the 110 calls.
Writing. I thought you said writing. Oh. Writing would be you selling those 110s. Yeah. I'm like, I don't know if you want to be doing that, my friend. But I mean, here we go. Yeah, starting to climb, man. Told you this thing is strong. That strength is going to continue. I think the sentiment has changed. But one thing that has also flipped here, Obi, and we were talking about it not too long ago, is Tesla. All right, we'll pull up Tesla here. Oh, I wrote in actual okay, I actually spelled it. TSLA. That's good. So let's take a look at this thing here from a daily perspective, all right? So we got to keep in mind here, sorry, 1 second. And see what we got going on. What we can see is these lower highs being consistently formed in this downtrend. All right, now we can possibly make a channel off of this as well too, and see what we got going on from that perspective. Not the most accurate, but that's okay. So we'll look at it like this. Now, at what point do we continue to the south side? Are we going to hold here around 358? What is max pain for all those individuals who are buying all the way up here? Like myself, my average is around 195 or something along those lines. And how much am I willing of unrealized gains am I willing to give up? I mean, I think this thing is still a long-term hold. We know the volatility. It went on this insane run here, Obi, from post-election all the way up here, over 136%. and also printing new all-time highs. With this name comes that volatility. We know that Elon's working alongside Donald, but we know what Donald also brings to the market as well too. Is this thing a buy the dip scenario? I believe it is. Possibly, I know a lot of analysts say that this full FSD and autonomy can bring about another $1 trillion of market cap into this name, which would essentially almost double the stock from the price that it's at right now, which is really, really important. So I know some people have some puts in the chat on this thing, and as well as some individuals that have some calls. So let's see where this thing turns around. I thought that we would get somewhat of a bounce before this here, Obi, as we broke 380s, but as of right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. I think at some point, if we come to the closer to the bottom end of this channel or come within this range, that we're going to get that turnaround price action. So I think it's only a matter of time until Tesla turns around. But again, the report wasn't the best, and I think a lot of this price action is baked in to this full FSD.
Yeah, no, I like that idea, and kind of forward-looking. I really like the concept and where they're going with Optimus. Right, so I think that's definitely a game changer, and I think Elon mentioned that it could be a potential for a $10 trillion bump in their valuation. So I think that if Optimus kind of catches on and it does create a little bit of a wave around the world, I do think that it does have the potential to kind of be like that, right? Because you can have a lot of like repetitive task kind of jobs that businesses usually hire for. That definitely cuts some costs down, as well as like a robot doesn't necessarily need to rest. You might want to
just charge it.
Yeah, charge it up. You know, and then you can have. Like, I think the potential for that is absolutely solid. I don't know if you guys have seen the movie I, Robot, but it seems like we're getting closer and closer to that kind of world here. I don't know if you've seen some of the things that Optimus can do. And another thing, I was talking to some of my friends about this as well, is like, if we're going to Mars, you think humans are going there first or Optimus? Right? Of course it's going to be Optimus. They're gonna exactly. Chappy.
Right? That's what I want to. That's what I want to get into. Man.
I mean, we can talk about uploading consciousness maybe in a few years, but yeah, no, I think we're a little far away from that, just as of right now, but exciting times is what I'm looking for here. And Tesla's really paving the way for that kind of technology.
Some interesting comments here, Obi. Optimus is 15 years behind Boston Dynamics.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair, but here's the thing. Who is actually trying to push this technology into the hands of businesses and the world? I don't think Boston. I mean, I'm sure Boston Dynamics is doing great. They're doing amazing research, cutting edge stuff. But here's the thing: some of that technology definitely can be learned from and adapted by other businesses, right? So it's like, if I'm not mistaken, I think that Elon's a little bit of a smart guy. He's kind of proven himself when it comes to that. Again, engineer at heart. But I think more than capable of kind of capturing said market share, and it would definitely be revolutionary. But that's kind of my rant on Optimus. I do like the idea, but when will the price action come in relative to that idea? Who knows? I don't even know what it's going to do tomorrow. So
Valid point. But I can tell you something, and what is doing something right now, Obi, and that's Palantir. A lot of people in the chat here talking about Palantir trading at the top of the range here now. Continuing. What do you got going on there, Katina, man? How much
like, where's it at though?
Where's it at?
What?
He's waiting. He's waiting. Okay, all right. 113.03. He's waiting for this break a high day. I mentioned that.
I ain't waiting for it.
Oh, you're not waiting? No, he's not waiting for it. Okay, he's $2 in the money, so maybe, I mean, we can wait for the 115.50 break here, Katina, man, with those shares, right? And that would be a really nice look there. But I mean, a couple bucks in the money already, and with the all-time high sitting around 116.31 here on Palantir. I mean, this thing is absolute monstrously strong. extremely strong and continues to do so. I thought at some point we were going to turn around here, Obi, but it doesn't seem to be the case. This is just only a breath in this stock's price action, and then now going to go and test that all-time high. I think 1.25 is going to be in this name not too long from now, so only time will tell on that front, and we'll be watching it and be patiently waiting for those opportunities to arise in Palantir. But let's take a look at Google's daily perspective, heading towards the bottom of the range. I'm really curious to think, like, we have these isolated volume signatures here, Obi, and then we have this large engulfing print here, this bearish print. So unless we crack the bottom of this, I'm going to look for somewhat of a bounce play here on Google and then potentially add into the areas of around 193.14 for that breach of the gap, and then possibly head mid into that gap and go and test 200 again. What do you think about that, my friend?
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely something to watch out for. That ticker has been again an interesting one there, and yeah, I'm looking at Mag 7 currently as well. A lot of tickers kind of looking weak. We got Apple near day lows, we got Alphabet near day lows, we got Softy near day lows. But distinctly different, well, Meta kind of near day lows, but distinctly different is Nvidia about to push day high, is Tesla about to push day high, and Amazon kind of in the middle of things right there. Yeah, that's kind of the main ones that I watch. Again, top 7 kind of tickers there. But BP, oh boy. That thing is pushing to the upside there, kind of aggressive. Sure, I know it's not on everybody's watch currently, but it does have a catalyst, and it's giving some decent moves. It's showing some respectful price action, nothing too crazy, nothing too choppy, but aggressive nonetheless. So I think I kind of like that there. Definitely showing me who's in charge as the buyers take it higher and higher as of right now with the market. Again, the market kind of pulled back since what is this? Since around 11 o'clock. You can see that, yeah, sure, we did pull back a little bit. In and around, 11:30 to 11:54, but the bid catches back on top of VWAP, and we push for some fresh highs here. So let's see, Nick W. with the chat. Love that upstart setup to 95, mirroring Affirm. Okay, let's take a look at UPST here and see what that one is up to. So, okay, so a little bit of a V-shape happening currently on the day. This is a 15-minute chart. We attempt to push that 75 level, 73.80s current day high. Prior day high coming in at 72.40s, kind of breaking back down. But yeah, bigger picture, this thing's been on a bit of a run since last week. You can see a bit of a break in some of this sideways action, and we are attempting to push a little bit higher here on upstart. I do want to take a look at a higher time frame here on the weekly, but yeah, okay, so it's still within this range that we've made off of earnings. You can see that earnings week, and Sean is telling me that SMCI is doing stuff. Yes, sir. We can see SMCI, a little bit of a push here on SMCI. Wow, that is beautiful. Look at that trend. Oh boy.
Really strong, man.
Yeah, that is a strong trend.
Obi, look at this.
What's
here,
up?
real quick.
Yes. What am I looking at?
What is number 2 on the list right
Okay,
here?
your top one of your top ideas was SMCI.
Top idea, NVDA. Second idea, SMCI.
I mean, my top idea was Affirm. Would you look at that?
Would we look at that? Would you look at
Oh
that?
boy. Yeah, no, again, we talk about things that are happening in this market, absolutely wild, absolutely crazy. Lots of opportunities. Again, preparation is everything. If you are prepared for said opportunities and you have the reps that you've put in, it makes it a little bit easier to capture some of these moves. And yes, SMCI definitely repping it up. As you can see, this is a 30-minute chart. You can see we've been kind of holding this trend very, very well. Sure, we kind of violate a little bit of prior bar here on the 11 o'clock candle. Again, market pulled back around there as well, but the bid catches right back on and pushes up higher. Again, giving us the bigger picture kind of continuation that we've been getting since last week on SMCI. You can see the volume coming in as well. This right here at the bottom is my relative volume indicator, and it has a 5-day period. I like to keep it a little short. Some of these anchors coming in from prior events as well. We've pushed up against all of those here, so maybe some aggressive buying. And Sean is saying Palantir is about to pop as well. So let's see if we can get past that prior day's high at 116. Again, Palantir was on my watch as well. I was looking for a bit of a pullback into this anchored. You can see that anchored from earnings coming in at that 106 level. You can clearly see I also traded Palantir earnings day one with all of these lines on there. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. It is whatever, but we have been stepping up here on Palantir. A bit of a grab of that prior day's kind of action. We sold off aggressively on Palantir. And again, maybe some profit taking. You can see how aggressively bid up it was on Thursday and that continuation that we got on Friday. But by the end of the day, we reversed pretty much all of Friday's price action, and I was looking for that continuation back into that VWAP to look for a potential bid, but look at that. It kind of pushes right back up, holds that 110, and now we're pushing 115s, current day high, 115 halves, and the market is pushing up a little bit higher as Sean rings that cash register right there. Oh boy.
Ring it, yeah, ring the cash register. Yeah, SMCI, guys, continuing to climb higher here. So good look there from Katina, man. We got those votes in on the Playmaker as well, too, Obi. Over 1,000 votes on that. So really good look there, guys, as well. Thank you for the participation. Much needed. Oh, but there's something that I wanted to bring up as well, too, here. Let me grab it really quick and just show you guys. It was sent to me over the weekend. And the boys were talking about it this morning as well, too. Let's go futures. Let's go futures is right. But here we are, guys. Go check out the new video. Great quality from these guys. Fantastic stuff. Definitely picking up the game there, and just awful high level of competition from Trader TV with this RSI. Over 6,000 views already, so really good look there on this video, and just the production on it, phenomenal. So yeah, nice work there by Sean, Neil, and Brendo. So yeah, go check that video out, guys, and see how you like it, because there is more to come. But Obi, we got a lot of things continuing to climb higher and higher here. The Qs are starting to recover as well, too, guys, as well as the SPY, something that we need to keep our eyes out on. And SMCI putting in a new high a day. That is one. See, this is where just acceptance comes into play, Obi, and just accepting the fact that, hey, you had the idea, but you didn't execute on it. It's hard, and I think it's one of the hardest aspects to grasp. But here we are. We're sitting here where there's nothing we can do about it. All we can do, as Obi likes to say, is what is the next trade, and look out for the next trade. Leave that behind you and be prepared to execute when the next opportunity arises. You can't be dwelling on something that was in the past and then be forward-looking as well, too. So, Darth Buddha. Hey, Joe, what do you know? What do hood options look like going into earnings? Do you see anything interesting? So I was just going to talk on that as well, too. So what we got going on, hood is on Wednesday afternoon. Keep that in mind. So they will report around 4:05 and 4:10. I'm not going to pull up the chain just yet. I don't know if the options market is going to be pricing in that increase in volatility, but when it comes time, we're going to look at the expected move and where the most open interest is on that underlying stock, as well as Reddit too. So that, I think those are two of those big names after market, Obi, that a lot of people are going to be paying attention to is Reddit and Robinhood. So we'll keep an eye out on those. We will monitor those to a T and see where those bring us. I can pull up the chain right now, but we're going to have to look at the at-the-money IV just before the report as well. So just keep that in mind. I'll pull it up and see what we got going on for something that is expiring later this week. Hood. Okay, so we got the February 14th cycle up here, guys. And where are we going to see the most open interest? As of right now, I'm not seeing anything outstandish. Wow. Okay, so the at-the-money IV is 143%. So what does that tell us? That you're going to be paying for immense amounts of volatility in this. And I mean, so the options market is pricing that in, and I don't know if I would want to be outright buying contracts that high. I mean, the report is still in a couple of days, so you do have that chance of the increased volatility, but I'm curious as to why it's so high here as of right now. But again, that's what we're looking at. But as for open interest, that 60 strike price has the most. That's not much of a move. We'll take a look at, I'll pull up the expected moves in some of these names as well too. But first, we're going to see what Obi's up to.
Yeah, no, this market's kind of pushing a little bit higher here as of right now. So I'm kind of watching that. Again, not really, if you guys kind of follow how I kind of trade, whenever I have been on the show, you'll know that I don't really kind of look at too many tickers. I have a few ideas, and I have some baskets open just to watch for certain price action that potentially could give me opportunities intraday. But yeah, my main watches as of right now, again, are the ones right here on my chart. I'm watching the markets, I'm watching BP, and I'm watching the spider as well. Kind of redundant, watching the market, watching the spider, but the spider kind of held that VWAP, kind of pushing above this prior highs right there. I want to keep it a little bit tight as we push a little bit higher. If we do break above this this kind of pullback here and go on to make some fresh highs, I do have to keep a little bit tight here. Wow, BP with that aggressive push coming in right here. That VWAP was down at 3440s. We're trading 3470s right now. You got to remember, this thing kind of gives you. I'm starting to like, I guess, mid to lower price tickers a little bit better because of how thick they can be. Sure, higher price tickers can be thick as well, but I think that some of these other thick tickers looking a little bit nicer for some of the things I'm trying to do here. But yeah, that's why I got eyes on BP as of right now. I was watching Intel as well earlier. Again, we saw how strong Nvidia was off of the open, and Intel, oh boy, that thing had been running quite nicely. So let's take a quick look at Intel and see what that is up to as of right now. So I'm going to pull this chart in right here, and we'll go to Intel. So Intel, nice little consolidation above that VWAP, holds that VWAP. Now we're holding some of these levels here. So nice little push up off of that into that $20 level. So that $20 is definitely interesting here on Intel. We make a high of 2008. Now you got to remember, this is the beginning of the week. We've already clipped a little bit of this this prior level here. And again, chips are quite strong. We can take a look at SMH real quick and see that kind of reflects the kind of action there. We're making some fresh highs. We've held on to that VWAP. Not only that, you look back at it, we're kind of reverting what happened on Friday. That aggressive selling that came in here on Friday, we're almost back at Friday's highs here on SMH. So kind of reverting that move here on this chip sector as of right now. You can see that prior high as well, 251. So this gap down, if I remember correctly, was off of the DeepSeek news earlier last week? On Monday, January 27th, right here. So since then, the high has been 251.46 here on SMH, and currently we're trading at 249.92. So trying to get back above that price. But yeah, again, the sentiment on DeepSeek maybe not as aggressively strong as the market may have put it on that day one of that news, but it seems like we are trading a little bit higher than some of those reference prices. And I'm sure just by looking at the chart, it seems that we held the anchored off of that event, and now we're pushing a little bit higher as well. So how much higher can we get? Do we wipe the whole move and get back up there as if nothing happened? Is the sentiment kind of reversed? I have no idea, but let's let the market tell us what and where we're going to be going relative to that. But that gap down, if we kind of fill that gap, don't forget, Nvidia earnings is coming up as well.
The 26th. I mean, highly anticipated. I think this is going to be one of the bigger reports. I mean, I think we say that the majority of the quarters, but again, this is. I think this is going to be a big one here, guys. But yeah, let's see what we got going on. I pulled up the expected moves for Hood and for RDDT, and we're looking for about a 10% expected move on the earnings report, guys, in Hood. So a 10.6, so we'll call it 10 even. So that's going to put us around $60 or $50 by when it's all said and done. So that is it. And the at-the-money IV, I told you guys, was extremely high on Hood. And then we're going to be looking at, let's pull up Reddit as well too, guys. And this one's a little bit more hefty. Over a 12% expected move here, 14.3% expected move here on RDDT for the report. So those are some things that you need to keep an eye out. And then the at-the-money IV as well is just really, really heightened. And I have to look and see if that's the common narrative in the overall market, because for some reason, some of these names have a really heightened levels of implied volatility. And with that, we know that you're going to be paying an extreme amount of money for these contracts. So let's see what the overall market is looking like as well too. Okay, yeah, so that's relatively cheap. That's 0 days. So we'll go to the end of this cycle. 14 days. No, we don't want that one. We don't want that one here. Let's see, we got the 14th. So, okay, yeah, still around about 19%. So, again, as we recover in the market, you're going to see that volatility step down. But some of these names have immense levels, so just be prepared to pay a little bit more for those contracts if you're looking to construct options trades. But let's see what Adara's up to, guys.
We're going to take our little crypto segment here. And I want to look at XRP. This is the 15-minute chart. As you can see here, a bit of a double bottom, maybe slightly lower low, but generally here, a bit of a double bottom here at that 2.3 area. Why I think XRP could be interesting here is because seeing lots of reports. Apparently, there's some filing showing that NASDAQ, the exchange, has submitted 219B4 forms with the SEC. So basically, these forms are basically submitting for the listing of the XRP ETF and the Litecoin ETF from CoinShares. This does follow CoinShares separately, applying with the SEC to launch its spot-based ETFs for XRP and Litecoin. So CoinShares submitting these applications earlier, NASDAQ also applying for these listings. So we're going to have to wait and see here. But XRP potentially getting a spot ETF, certainly of note. Not breaking news, but something to keep an eye out here. Also, I'm seeing Rumble apparently on the move here. Let me take a look at this. This headline just coming through. Fox News talking about how White House has launched its own Rumble video account as its social media presence grows. So keep an eye on RUM. Apparently, the White House having its own Rumble account. So good look for Canada, I guess. RUM getting its own, or White House getting its own account there on RUM, which, in case you didn't realize, does actually have a connection to JD Vance as well. His firm, Naria Capital, invested in them quite a few years ago, around 2021, guys. Back to you.
For that, Adara. Oops, that's not the one. We're not going to find it here. There we are. UVI. Okay, so Darth Buddha. So UVIX back to bottom of its range. Need VIX to pull back to lower IV. I think the data you shared says being an option seller might be a better play. How to correctly sell volatility. Yeah, so let me read that one more time here. I think the data you shared says being an option seller might be a better play. How to correctly, exactly, Darth Buddha. And that's something I'm going to be touching on as well. We know that with heightened premiums, again, I'm not saying that volatility has peaked, but we are through the majority of these Mag 7 names as well too, right? With the only Nvidia left on that list. So you're not going to get those immense market movers coming in on their earnings report. And then there's ways that we can take advantage of this volatility, this heightened in volatility. And that's where I'm going to utilize where we can look at the put to call ratio and then also the VIX as well too, right? So we can correlate those, check overall market sentiment, and then say, hey, what is this? Is this a seller's or a buyer's market via options? And then we can look into that and see, hey, what is the best system? And that's kind of a reason why I decided to do credit spreads part 1 and 2 is because of the overall market sentiment, all right? So, yeah, Stevenson, I mean, am I saying it? Is it Stevenson or Stevenson? I'm assuming it's probably Stevenson, but I know a couple of Stevens. So
really,
yeah, you know.
I've never heard of Stevenson.
You never heard of a Steven before?
No, I had a couple buddies Stevenson. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a buddy Steven. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we always
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to make fun of him a little bit, but that's all right. That's all right. I mean. So, yeah, here we go, Obi. SMCI possibly topping out here. The Qs and the SPY possibly going to test the high day as well, too. Hood is pulling back. What do you got going on?
Yeah, no, I'm kind of watching the spider kind of come right back into that 605. So we did hold that 604. I got a little bit more in at the 604 halves, but it's looking like it's not really working too well as the market pushes back up towards its highs. So I think I'm going to kind of watch it for a few more minutes and see if it kind of trickles up a little bit higher. I'm going to be more than done with this ticker. Again, I got what I wanted. I got the reversion to VWAP off of the break of trend, and it gave you a little bit more. So I'm happy about that. I think I did well, kind of capturing that piece of the move, covering a lot where I had targeted to, and then leaving on a little bit there. But this little bit of an ad, a bit of a cheeky ad there. But just going to be patient, watch what it does. Like I said, that 604 price I like a little bit better. But again, if we're going to make a lower high here on the Nasdaq, you can see that we have been making lower highs. I want to see if this kind of breaks and pushes, and then the ES kind of goes as well. Obviously, the SPY is going to be above 605 if that happens, but I'm just going to wait for that if that happens there. You can see Van Eck. We were just talking about that one, SMH. I got it up here, pushing that 250 mark as of right now. So you can see 250, nice little pull back up. Again, prior day high sitting at 250.48, only about 50 pennies away on SMH. So the chip sector catching a little bit of a bid. And again, got to reiterate that Nvidia, how strong Nvidia is today relative to some of these other names. They're a beautiful hold of that VWAP, beautiful push back up. But yeah, that opening drive, oh boy, that was a bit of a break of that 30 mark. We talk about kind of pulling back into levels that were marked after the DeepSeek incident. And you can see here, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. This was that. Again, Monday 27th. The high that we made here on Nvidia was in the pre-market session, 130 halves. Guess what? Coming in right off of the open, that opening drive gives you about 4 points off of that 130 mark. So if you were kind of watching that and looking for a bit of a shift in the sentiment that Nvidia has been showing us, you can see that a bit of a break of wow. Okay, I got to take a lot of those off, but you can see a bit of a break in trend happening here on prior Wednesday. So a lot of lines on my chart. Again, mostly used for intraday. Some of them I got to delete. Some of them I like to leave on because I feel like they hold a higher weight than others. But let's see if we fill that gap. That gap is not that far away, man. 142s. If we can get to 142s, that's it's fruit salad time. Okay. SMCI long, saying Sean. Okay, all right. So wow. Okay, so yeah, this thing continues to go up. So nice little melt up here on SMCI, buying those pullbacks, saying Sean, absolutely beautiful there. You can see how cleanly it's been holding trend. Only bar that is, I guess, in my opinion, not as clean as the 11 o'clock one, but then this is a 30-minute chart, and then continuation happening there on SMCI. Yeah, a lot of these tickers continuing to the upside here as of right now. Pretty Panda in the chat saying, so today's baby was CLF. Easy entry in the open and clean slingshot at VWAP a bit after 1800? So 6 p.m.? Okay, so after Trump had his fun last night, small cap steel felt like a given today. Yeah, no, again, steel definitely was on watch for me as well. And I guess, Cleveland Cliffs is CLF, and let's see what that one is up to as of right now. Oh boy, yeah. So yeah, that thing is running as well aggressively. High a day at $12. So we did pull back off of the open and a bit of a hold at what seems like, okay, so a little bit above, a little bit below VWAP, but it reclaims and pushes back up through that. So that was one of the names on watch. I also had NUE, Nucor Corporation as well, not really giving us that kind of a bid as of right now. Again, another related name for the news, but it seems like news being taken quite well on CLF on that steel news. So going to keep an eye on some of these tickers, but yeah, nice job kind of getting involved with some of the in-play tickers on the day. Definitely President Trump bringing in some great opportunities for those who are willing to wait and kind of watch for said news. So like steel, we know steel is hot as well. We know AI. He said that America is going to be the capital for AI as well.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, with the amount of CapEx spent, I would hope so. With billions and billions of dollars being spent. I mean, what do we have? Amazon spending $100 billion. Yeah. Meta spending 75. Google spending 70. Whatever it may be. I would hope with that CapEx spend, with that AI spend, that you're going to be at the top of its class. So. I mean, I have big dollars, and that's why we had that big sell-off. Is China comes out and says they make DeepSeek for $6 million and change, whatever it may be. I mean, I don't know if you can necessarily take that at face value.
That was shown to be like obviously a little bit fugazi. Yeah. There were definitely more costs involved, and I think the price action is showing us how the market is taking that. Obviously, overreaction on the initial push, consolidation, a bit of a reversion happening as of right now. I think the reference to that drop is going to be very interesting if we get back.
I think because I think at this point, so we've seen Nvidia start to recover. I'm not going to be surprised if it goes all-time high on the earnings report, right? Like at that point, down 17%, right? okay, so everybody's buying. Everybody is like, okay, at this point, you got to get involved in this stock. And I think that's going to be the case, especially if they smash it out the park as they have been for the previous, I don't know, 8, 12 quarters. So past couple of years at least. So I do think that thing's going to be an all-time high. We're in at 118, 119 on that thing. So working really, really well for us. We like that trade. Yeah, exactly. We like that trade. Well, we know where Brankel's is sitting on, so really, really nice. Yeah, boy, that deserves an oh boy for sure. But yeah, guys, let's take a look at what else we got going on for earnings this week. You know, Adara has dropped the infographic as well too, so go check that out on Trader TV, the Twitter. And you can get all that macroeconomic data information that you need, what days each event is going to happen, and then as well as the earnings reports too. But I mean, what else do we got here, Obi? On what day is this? Tuesday after the close. We go, okay, so that's what we're looking for. Tuesday after the close, guys. We got Super Micro, MSCI, UPST, Dash, and Lyft. I think those are the 4 big names a lot of people are going to be looking at. We know Lyft was trading higher this morning. Uber is absolutely huge right now, so we can see, yeah, exactly. There you go. Dip buys from Katina Man. You see this monstrous engulfing run here on Lyft, and then Uber as well too. We'll take a look at it because I'm sure that they will be affected by each other's reports. But here we go, starting to climb higher, not too far off of that high a day here, Obi. Starting to push towards it as the momentum in the overall market seems pretty strong. Let's see if it can continue to move in the northeast and then possibly put in that high a day. But what we possibly got going on here as well too, Obi, is a potential double top here on NVDA. We bounced off a view up really nice, but as of right now, having the inability to construct a new high, I think if the market joins this trend, if Google looks to recover, I think it'll drag Nvidia up with it. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm going to be waiting and watching. I think that Nvidia's on a nice run again, pushing past that prior consolidation high as of today, right off of the open, right? So that's definitely some strong action there. Let's see if we get that continuation. Again, we got to have a little bit of market tailwind as well. But the question becomes, it is Nvidia. So if Nvidia starts getting an aggressive bid, the question becomes, does the dog wag the tail or does the tail wag the dog? I have no idea, but I'm going to wait for that price action to come in here. Now, I did like that you mentioned that the Trader TV research graphic that we had that's been posted a little bit earlier today, and I just want to go through that just to take a look. Okay, you know, it's a midday session. Things are moving, but I don't really see anything too crazy in terms of my playbook as of right now. So I'm going to go through this through this earnings calendar for the week, and let's see what some good days are here. I know McDonald's I was watching for today didn't really give us anything too crazy. I know that Shopify is going to be interesting. SMCI after hours tomorrow. There. Okay, I got to get out of this spider as it comes back into this. So thank you. Come again. Got out of that spider again. Pushing back up into 605s. Didn't really add anything too crazy here. Knowing that okay, I know I'm a little bit wrong here, but like I said, cheeky little ad. If it goes through that 605, I'm gone. But again, if it comes right back in, I'm more than willing to get involved again. Again, the futures, you can see that ES coming right back up in. Let's see if we get to that 6100 on the ES. But yeah, later on this week, CVS, I like that one there. Reddit, of course. Robinhood and Cisco, that's going to be interesting. That's Thursday. Thursday is going to be day one for those. And then Datadog as well. Crocs. I don't know. Do you wear any Crocs?
No, I've never.
I know they sell a lot of.
I've never owned a pair of Crocs.
Yeah. No, I think.
Have you?
No, I don't. I think.
Why you gotta say no like that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My siblings wear those. But they sell well.
They sell. I mean, like
well. So I was like, something to watch out for.
You go cottage country. Everybody, it's like in the morning. You just toss your Crocs on, and then you go running about. But yeah. We're gonna send it off to Adara real quick, guys.
You just be aware here, Western Union taking a bit of a tumble here at WU with volume, saying that they're going to be suspending their Cuba transfers indefinitely, citing U.S. state sanctions. So due to some U.S. sanctions, apparently we have Western Union announcing the indefinite suspension of their Cuban transfers. That is WU. Back to you.
Wow. Okay. Did you say you said Cuban transfers there, Adara? Yes.
Okay.
That's
so
interesting.
we kind of know where that's going.
Yeah. I mean, well, not over to Cuba, apparently. So Yeah. So, but I mean, I was when I was reading my book this weekend.
Nice. What are you reading?
It's called Bubble or Revolution.
Okay.
I can't remember the authors, but it's someone who worked for Meta, Google, and Apple as well too. But they were just kind of elaborating on the cost of sending money around the world internationally, and the benefits of like stable coins and Bitcoins because of the transaction fees.
Yeah.
So there you go. If you're trading or you're moving currency via stablecoins, Tether, or some cryptocurrency, you have nothing to worry about Western Union eliminating those transfers all the way to Cuba, because you can just do it peer-to-peer now, right?
Okay.
So there's thought I'd
I mean, it's getting some volume here. As soon as I was like, due to sanctions, I'm like, all right, I got to pull that one up. Bit of a continuation off of yesterday. When I say yesterday, Friday's action. Friday, we pretty much opened at the highs. I should probably pull up the ticker if I'm talking about it. But yeah, Western Union, you can see Friday already kind of, oh boy, okay, all right. So earnings, it kind of cracked that earnings trend right off of the open there. So earnings was last Wednesday, earnings day one. You can see a nice little bit up here on Western Union. Oh boy, is the SPY really gonna clip me like that? Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit more patient for that one there. Sending it all the way down on Friday, and now we're getting a little bit of news. Let's see if we get that continuation here. Currently holding day one lows from earnings last Wednesday on Western Union. So thank you, Dara, for that one. That's a good look there. So $10.51 or 57 cents currently trading at. It's doing about 1.89 million current volume. Not really close to the average 30-day volume, coming in at 5.34. But let's see how that one ends off its day here. So the market taking a little bit of a pullback as of right now. So I'm gonna have that one on watch. So, but yeah, just to finish this off right here. At the end of the week, I like DraftKings, Coinbase, Airbnb. These are all potential opportunity tickers if they set up the way I'm looking for. I think they're definitely more than valid for providing good opportunities. And of course, a Moderna on Friday. Can't forget Wednesday, CPI, PPI on Thursday as well. So I really like this graphic, kind of all the information all packed into one place here. Don't really have to go to multiple resources to get this information. So that's on Trader TV Research. But yeah, I'm going to be waiting for a pullback on the spider if it'll have me. If not, that's perfectly fine. Where is the next trade? I'm asking you guys as well. Where's the next trade for you guys? What are you guys hunting for? What are you guys watching? What's lining up for your potential playbook? I want to know. You can choose to tell me or tell us or not. It's up to you.
But AVGO is right.
AVGO, yeah, another chip. So I'm sure that one's a little strong with SMH pushing higher as well. Yeah. Wow, look at that one. Yeah. So pushing, and similar story to SMH, right? Prior day high coming in here. Prior day high on Broadcom at 235.75, currently trading at 235.30. So yeah, with this market bidding back up. Wow, look at that push on the ES and the NASDAQ. So yeah, the short was there while it was, but we catch a little bit of a higher low and pull right back up into the highs. So let's see what happens. I'm not really looking at too much else as of right now, but if something shows up, I'm more than willing to get involved. So I'll just be waiting and watching you guys in the chat to see what you guys are watching. People still talking about ASTS and ELF. We kind of took a look at those as well. People are talking about CLF as well. Again, we just talked about how these steel tickers are on watch, and CLF breaking through that $12 mark currently as we speak. They're very confluenced with that market tailwind as well. So strong idea on CLF. What do you got going on?
Yeah, just sitting here in NVDA here, Obi, still, and seeing what the chat is up to. A lot of people are talking about CleanSpark and ALAB. We can take a look at those for sure. I mean, you can see this opening drive here on CleanSpark. A pretty strong session a couple of days ago on Friday, but then just went into chop mode, and it's kind of reflecting the same type of price action here today. We are forming higher lows, but we're also forming lower highs as well too. So we got to keep that in mind. Price starting to compress. That 5-minute opening drive puts in a really strong doji candle here. So that's something that you want to be aware of. The Janudi in that print may be a little bit misleading because the sellers did win that candle essentially, but then look how far they push price down and then push it back up. And then now we're kind of just trading within this range here. But that's CleanSpark. Let's see what they got going on from a daily perspective. And yeah, it's kind of mimicking the intraday here. for trading in this range, not something I would necessarily look to be partaking in for a swing trade, but this is more along the lines of when you're starting to establish credit-based trades, okay? Let's see what else everybody else is looking at. Nimrod, CYM, for sure. Let's take a look at CYN for you. Sorry, I missed one more super chat. We'll get to that. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this one. It's something I wouldn't necessarily look to be trading. I can see what they do for you briefly. CYN, is that the ticker? CYN. Yeah. And let's see what these guys are up to here, Sharif. Yeah, maybe we can't because it might be something that we don't have necessarily access to. We'll try one more time. Okay, yeah, so I'm not going to be able to pull that CYN up for you, but here it is from that daily perspective. Doing all right, but off those all-time highs. Not a company I would necessarily looking to get involved, but then again, I don't necessarily what they were doing. But we got our guy here, Obi, Swoldemort.
I love that name.
Yeah, Swoldemort. Yeah, Swoldemort. Yeah, it's funny. Someone in the chat said Swoldemort, and then his friend is Harry Spotter.
Oh, that's nice.
That's
I like
a good
that.
one. You get that
that's
one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one here. MSTR launched STRK. Perpetual pref shares that convert to common, 10-to-1, 9% dividend. STRK at 89 in place implies an 889 MSTR call strike. Thoughts on credit spread using long STKR, short 900 MSTR calls. Swoldemort. Okay, off of that top of my head, yeah, I can't just give you a straight up answer with that. It's a little bit more complex and I would have to read and we'd have to talk about that. But I mean, if you're looking to play MSTR, then you may as well just be looking to get involved in spot because we know that strategy now is essentially just mimics what Bitcoin is up to, with the exception of that previous run it just went on, which was like kind of squeeze like action. So a lot of shorts being squeezed out of that, I believe. But again, if MSTR, I'm not going to be looking to trade MSTR as a vehicle. I'm going to just go with IBIT or Bitcoin itself. But we can look a little bit more into that Swoldemort. But what do you got going on there, Obi?
Nothing much. Kind of taking a stab here on BP once again. I guess it got pretty close to that 35 mark. Couldn't really get there. Bit of a toppy action there, but again, still well within trend. Trend could decelerate and then continue as well, taking us through that 35. But yeah, taking a little stab here. See if it'll have me keeping it pretty tight. But let's see if the market pulls back as well. 605s couldn't really get through just yet on the spider. Let's see if that can come in here. We're trading right under it there. So I'm looking for this this high on the ES to kind of crack just underneath, what is this, 60.90. I think just above 60.94s, 95s is the high on the ES. And let's see if we can get above that mark. Currently trading just at the 60.90 mark. So I'm going to stay a little bit patient to see what that one brings us here. But other than that, I'm watching Tesla kind of chop around that VWAP. Apple's still consolidating near its lows, so that thing isn't really bouncing with the rest of the market. You can see both the ES and the NASDAQ pretty much recovered near their highs. We're trading well within the upper quartile of this morning action here. And Apple, oh boy. We're kind of oh, by the way, that CYN, I looked at it. They're into a development of autonomous driving software. Okay. So that's what they're up to there. But yeah, no. What was Apple, right? Apple. So Apple consolidating near lows. So look, distinctly different from the rest of the market here, as the market is clearly catching a bid, but Apple not so much. So that's an interesting look there. A bit of a failure to follow through of that 230 mark. On Apple right off the bat. So let's see if this, okay, so BP catching a little bit of a sell. Let's see if that can come back into that VWAP. Here, VWAP, I got sitting all the way down at 34.47. So I don't know if it's going to get all the way down there, but let's see if we can get a little bit of market tailwind to give us some push there to back to the downside. But some of these tickers, again, looking distinctly different. Another thing about in-play tickers is that, sure, sometimes they can follow the beta, but sometimes they also disconnect as well. So I like to look for that disconnect. I think that's very valuable information as well, maybe potentially putting people offside if we're kind of following the market, and all of a sudden you have that a disconnect of the beta there. Again, beta being like, how well are you following the market on a given day? So Let's see if BP comes in. Maybe we're just taking a little bit of a pullback just to bid right back up, right? Let's see how that price action takes us. But we're taking a bit of a pullback here off of 605s as well. Do we consolidate above this? Prior structure above 604.40s, I have no idea, but I'm going to give it some time and wait for that to happen. Wow, Apple this is a 30-minute chart, bro. Look at that, kind of pushing back down to the downside. Day low currently on Apple, 228.24s. Let's see what that'll bring us right after we get back from Madeira.
We're going to do here, we're going to take a look here at Palantir and its market cap gains year to date because it's pretty significant. We know that last week it had quite the epic week. This surged into now one of the top 50 companies, actually one of the top 40 companies in the S&P 500 by market cap, over a $250 billion market cap. So let's contextualize that a bit. So year to date, we had Palantir closing 2024 around $172 billion in market cap. It's gained $80.23 billion since then as of Friday's close. And so that is the combined market caps of 11 of the smallest market cap S&P 500 companies. So FMC, BorgWarner, Huntington Ingalls, Celanese, Caesar, Mohawk, Market Access, Paramount, AES, Teleflex, Charles River, and roughly 20% of the market cap of Lamb Weston. So that is 11 and 1/4 companies worth of market cap that Palantir has gained so far year to date. Pretty impressive look there for PLTR. And again, in case you missed it, mentioned earlier, Alex Karp, CEO of Palantir, is set to do an Ask Me Anything or AMA on X at 12 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. So good look here for PLTR so far this year, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
PLTR, man, it's going to stay on watch, and it's been doing quite well, right, on the yearly.
Quite well.
Yeah, quite
well.
well.
I think that's somewhat of it. It's doing extremely well.
What's the CEO's name again? The guy with the cool hair?
Alex Karp.
I remember when he was like, I don't care what the stock price is doing. He believes in the company. And I was like, yes, let's go. And you can see, like, over time, they just keep getting government contracts one after the other. And, we were talking about, like, how the emphasis on some of these defense tickers is going to be, and you can see the price action on Palantir kind of reflecting some of that sentiment of the market, kind of showing us what it thinks about that. So Palantir, very, very strong. It's making its way up into the ranks, as Adair just pointed out, of the big boys there. So it's a good one to keep on watch there. So the Palantir, as of right now, taking a little bit of a pullback. 114 is coming back in. So testing the low of that range. So it's a good thing we got some attention to this name right here. So if we kind of failed to follow through past some of these highs, prior day high coming at 116.29, whereas VWAP's all the way down at 113 as of right now. Let's see, market, you're going to catch a little bit of a sell? I have no idea, but that's what I'm looking for. If Palantir gets down to that 113, maybe it gives us another chance to reload because the buyers were quite strong right off of the open today. So something to keep on watch there. But other than that, I got again, we talked about that Mobileye and Lyft news in the morning. Those tickers kind of just sideways as of right now. The bid kind of dissipated on Mobileye. We're still trading with a high a day right now, 19.18, and that 18.69 currently trading at on Mobileye. So a little sideways chop there. Lyft caught a bit of a bid, but bigger picture, we're still trading much lower than that opening range high as of right now on Lyft. So it didn't really stand up to its name right off of the open there. But Nvidia, about to push those fresh highs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at here, Obi. I showed Obi here idea number 1 and 2, and that was NVDA and SMCI, continuing to climb higher, up over 3.5% on the session here. Really, really strong stock today, guys. And someone else in the chat mentioned we're on 5 consecutive green days now. I heard people talking about like 15 consecutive green days on Meta, but here we are with NVDA now breaching this gap to the top side. Nice dip by Phil here, and then now into this range. I do believe that this thing is going to recover and then go all-time highs. It's just, I've seen it happen too many times. Can my timing be off? Absolutely. But with this report coming by a couple weeks anyways, was it not next Wednesday, the following, I believe it is, the 26th, I think this thing is going to go touch all-time highs. A lot of analysts have that $200 price target on NVDA. We're trading at 134 right now, 27 times forward, still relatively cheap. I think that this thing recovers, and it's going to recover with extreme and immense force, climbing higher today on the session, Obi. But let's take a look at Palantir now. starting to come in really strong. I mentioned that it had the inability to construct a new high. So pulling back now, this pivot level is going to be real crucial. If we break it to the downside, then maybe VWAP might be your next target. But again, you don't want to be fighting extremely strong stocks like that. Wait for that setup to display itself, read the time and sales, and then make transactions based off of that and your trade setup as well too. Dewey, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, we're in on Nvidia. Going to continue to stay in on it. Brankles is telling me 150. I don't know if I have diamond hands like that, Obi, to hold to 150.
Oh, it wants
but,
that 150.
It wants that, and I know. I mean, I'm talking about 200 on this thing, but I think you're going to have to hold it for some time. Yeah. This is my swing account, so I mean, by all means, I've held IBIT for a better part of a couple months as well. Just turning shares on that one, selling at highs, reloading at the lows, and just recycling shares. I think that's going to be the case here with Nvidia. Maybe we trim a little bit here, look to add at any form of pullback before the earnings report, and then look for that continuation in strength. So let's see what else everybody else is up to. Let's see what everybody else is up to here, guys. Put some tickers in the chat here. We have Dewey who's in on NVDA as well too. Siren Industries, Qualcomm ain't moving at all. Let's take a look at QCOM here. See what got going on for everybody. Yeah, really tough range here on QCOM so far today. Obi coming back into the volume weighted average price. And I think that's one thing that you want to keep an eye out on. When the overall market is trading higher and then your ticker, whatever you may be lagging, there's probably a specific reason. And then this is where we zoom out and just see the current sentiment in Tesla. So we had the SPY, the Qs, and a lot of these big tech names moving to the top side, and Tesla wasn't participating. That can signal a possible sentiment change. And I think that's going to be the case here for the short term in Tesla.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Again, we talk about as traders, you have to have kind of a probabilistic perspective. So I have no idea what Nvidia is going to do tomorrow, but if we can fill that gap from DeepSeek, then I do think the probability of reaching 150 does increase. So I think that's it's pretty, again, just an opinion. But again, I think if we kind of revert some of that move, I think the continuation is going to be nice. Definitely catching some players offside that are still, very gung-ho about DeepSeek kind of taking down Nvidia. There's definitely players like that. And if the price action shows us, then there definitely could be a little bit of offside pressure that does come in and gives us that tailwind back up into that 150. But only time will tell. Let's see how we do on earnings there as well. But I can't forget, bigger picture, we are in a very strong uptrending market, right? And if some of these and market leaders are gonna come and go, right? I was kind of looking at some old charts during the dot-com boom. GE was near the top of the charts,
yeah,
right? GE kind of making its way back up there, to be honest. Yes. Well, not top of the markets, but top kind of recovering to some of those prior prices from the early 2000s as well. But you can see a little bit of a cyclicality in who really leads the market. But you compare that to the spider itself, and I think the spider itself is a great example of the phrase "stonks only go up." So with the way they're kind of structured, they kind of kick out the worst performers, they bring in the best performers, and we're only making more and more money, more and more margins over time. Well, when I say we, I mean those companies. Yeah, so I think the spider is a great indicator of that progress there that we're currently having. But we'll see. Time will tell. I have no idea.
Time will tell. I like that you pointed that out there, Obi. Is that if you're not performing in the S&P or the NAS 100, you'll get booted, and then they'll bring in another company as well too. So again, just to refer to Obi, stonks only go up. But when you have the 500 best companies just cycling through this index here, eventually you need the top performers in there, and this is how it's showcased, right? So here we are, monstrous run, back-to-back 20% years.
Take a look at like a 3-month chart.
Yeah, so
right? It's like that gives it to you really
more perspective. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Like that's COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
It's COVID.
This
like
is COVID
are we having a bigger panic than that? Maybe. Who knows?
Right now?
No, I'm saying, right. People are like, oh, there's always kind of perma bears saying markets are going to crash, but it's like,
At what point, though?
exactly. I mean, short term maybe, but
I think that's I agree with you on that, Obi. I think that's where you
Anything can
dive into like such a deeper conversation. Is like, do you think America is going to allow its banks to crumble? Is it going to allow its top performing stocks to not perform? They're going to put in those regulations that they need to do so. But guys, we got some bills to pay here. eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data, up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description there, folks. But yeah, very valid point there on the overall markets there, Obi. I couldn't agree more. But what else you got going on? Oh, you're still short BP?
Yeah, I'm still kind of watching it there. It's broken trend, kind of trickling a little bit lower. We talk about that prior intraday high sitting at 34.64, currently trading at 34.66. Okay, so we're coming right back up into that prior high. That high came in with some volume, and like I said, I think it was a good reason for a quick scalp there, and it gave it to you right away. So the sellers kind of stepped in, but again, we break that, we push all the way up to 35s, and then we can't really get through to 35. So let's see what we do. Does that resistance at 64 now turn into support? Well, I'm finding out right now. I'm kind of watching the tape to see if anything distinctly different shows up here on 64. So let's see. Okay, this is Nvidia here, so that's not what we want to look at. So let's take a look at this together. I'm going to pull up BP on this tape so you guys can join along and see and observe what's happening here. Let's also throw on a little bit of a size filter so we can see it highlights anybody who is posted with above 100 lots. So yeah, let's see, 65s on the bid, 66s on the ask, so only about a 1 penny spread currently, so nothing too crazy going on right now. So let's see if this support turns into resistance. Market's taking a little bit of a pullback here as well. That aggressive bid, these are 15-minute charts. That aggressive bid, we got our first red 15-minute candle. Let's see, currently there's about 5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print. Let's see how this one ends up there. Do we close red or green? I have no idea, but I'm looking for a little bit of tailwind here. And if that can confluence with the breakdown of 34.64, then I like this position a little bit better. Affirm coming back down on top of its VWAP right now. So VWAP has been holding since about, 11:45. So let's take a quick look at that one here. So AFRM. You can see beautiful hold of that VWAP, nice little clean consolidation. Do we get a breakdown or a breakout? I have no idea, but what the information on the chart right now is showing me that the VWAP is being held. There's clearly some sort of support at VWAP as of right now since about 11:30. So let's see if that can give us some information there. Other than that, not really watching anything else. Too hard. Tesla's coming back into VWAP as well. Lyft is dropping, ironically, and McDonald's bidding right back up. So, oh boy, this continuation. McDonald's, I was kind of looking at this one over the weekend, kind of seeing that, remember McDonald's kind of gapped down off of their, was it the E. coli news? Just a few weeks ago. And I'm like, all right, well, has sentiment shifted? Do we kind of break back above? If you look at a higher time frame here, this is a 3-hour chart. You can see that gap down or that push down happening here in and around October 22nd. The highs that we made were 303s. Coming in on the day today, guess what? We print and hold above those 303s right off of the open. So breakout of pre-market highs happens in and around that 303. That high is 303.19 in the pre-market. That opening drive gives you that 303 and goes all the way to 310s. Oh boy, and now we're getting a little bit of that continuation happening as of right now. So very strong trade here on McDonald's opening range, kind of a breakout there. And maybe we get that continuation going into the end of the day if, again, that sentiment kind of reverses. So I have no idea whether it has or not, but I'm going to let the market kind of tell me and show me for that one. But off the open, it definitely showed you some strong action there on McDonald's there. So I'm not really watching anything else too much. Nvidia high a day, I definitely want to keep on watch there. If that kind of cracks, maybe we do get a push up there. But other than that, nothing too crazy as of right now. Tesla breaking its consolidation lows right now as well.
To the downside there.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat were talking about Coke. And we were just talking about McDonald's, like KO.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not the other. Yeah, KO, Coca-Cola here. I should have been clarified that a little bit more. So, I mean, I don't know, Obi. I don't know how you feel about this, but how much effect does these GLP-1s have on companies like this? I don't know if you're in Coca-Cola for the stock appreciation or just like the dividend, right? We know this is Warren's one of his largest holdings, I think, still at some point, but he just made a fortune off of collecting dividends via Coca-Cola. So I think that's the case here. And from a McDonald's standpoint, we know that they had those value meals coming in. I don't know how long those last. I remember a couple years ago, Obi, they redid the Big Mac. They put in like a thicker patty, but then a couple months later, I'm pretty sure they just went back to the original patty, and it looks the same. Like, okay. I'm personally not a McDonald's guy. I don't go there. But I mean, I think these GLPs
cuts those gains, eh?
Yeah, well, obviously, man,
yeah.
you can't be eating that stuff all the time. But I mean, I don't know how much GLP-1 has affected names like this, like Pepsi. Pepsi has been battered as well too. Coca-Cola, not too bad, more of a dividend stock. But then McDonald's as well. This is from a weekly standpoint. Sorry, guys. We'll zoom in from a daily. But a nice recovery here, which is really, really interesting. I have to dig a little bit deeper into the report. I know Adara was talking about it, so I missed out on some things. But I mean, wow. Now that I look at this, Obi, I had this planned for something a while ago for gap fills because I have a gap fill thesis and a trade book. But look at this open right into the breach of that gap, and then now filling up the majority of it. So from a swing standpoint, that looks really good. You don't want to be buying contracts today because it did report and you'll be paying heightened premiums for that. But just let that cool out. If it continues in that strength, then maybe take it to the top side and play that all-time high break. But Tesla is starting to break through some key support levels here as well, Obi. Breaking that pivot on the daily right here, and then now punching through the volume weighted average price. Momentum starting to pick up a little bit in this name to the downside. So, I mean, I was just looking at the earnings report, and I don't know how much weight we can, well, not Tesla's earning report, but just kind of comparing on how many quarters they've beat in previous, right? So out of the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of the past 7 quarters, they've only beaten on 2 of them, which is, I mean, that's just being really, really vague on that. So earnings miss a couple quarters ago, a lot of earnings miss. They did beat on revenue one time. So again, they reduced the price of some of the models. So that can really hinder the margins as well too, which I think has been the case. And yeah, just Nvidia kind of stuck in that Tesla's stuck in that secondary downtrend. So we're going to need to see a lot for it to turn around, I think, are we?
Yeah, I think as far as earnings go for something like Tesla, I do think that the deliveries numbers is probably the biggest catalyst, maybe even bigger than some of the earnings that it's had for Tesla, and it's kind of shown that to us with the price action that kind of comes in on those delivery days in the past couple of years. So I think that one might be a little bit of a stronger factor to kind of consider is like how are they doing relative to their past deliveries versus current ones. But yeah, no, Tesla's absolutely beautiful in terms of the opportunities and even the swing opportunities that it's been giving us. It's funny. I have a friend from high school, and throughout undergrad, he was always talking up Tesla. He was buying leaps.
Wow.
He was in positions. He had shares, and now he's laughing.
Yeah.
So, and
nice.
that was more than 10 years ago. So
nice.
you can imagine that. But yeah, no, great. Yeah, would you look at that? Absolutely crazy. Like, he believed in the idea. He understood the technology, and he said that if this catches on, this is going to potentially change the world. And again, the thing is, EVs have been around for a long time. EVs has been around, I think around, since around the 70s. But it's always been kind of, knocked down, maybe lobbied against, and there's other factors at play, bigger picture, more powerful entities that may not want electric vehicles to be around, that have always kind of pushed that to the back burner. But Elon kind of brought it to the front, and is one of the top EV tickers in the world. So I think Tesla definitely has a strong potential there, and yeah. We'll see what they do. But yeah, like you said, it's in a bit of a downtrend. Let's see what we do with that flag. We could go either way, right? The bigger picture, it is another stonk that apparently only goes up.
Well, yeah. I mean, in the long run, I think
Yes.
you can that's one thing, right? High beta stock, the volatility is always going to be there. It has that cult-like aspect to the
Yes,
name
for
as
sure.
well, too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with this name comes volatility, so just be prepared. I think that it only goes up from here as well, too. I mean, knocking on the door, we were knocking on the door of 500 at some point, Obi, but then rejected around 480. But I mean, it recovered about 100% of its stock in a short period of time. So I really like Tesla, and I will for the foreseeable future. Dip by opportunities here, yeah, maybe possibly running into some key supports, but I think you have to be really patient with this one, and just not look at the account from a day-to-day basis, because you'll be scratching your head quite often and be like, oh, what's going on here? Because you get those $20 swings drastically. Are you short SMCI now, Katina Man? 40.78, he's in it. Let's see what we got going on. Okay, so 40.78, dollar in the, oh, not quite, sorry, 40.78, 20 cents or so in the money there. The Big Bear AI is moving, he's saying, but there we go. We might have put in that local top here on Super Micro. Let's see if it can recover here. Sorry, because this pullback might be micro, to be honest with you, Obi. That volume dwindling here. I don't know if we're going to go and test that high a day, but at this point, with a strong stock like this, I don't think you necessarily want to be fighting it with the overall market kind of testing those highs a days as well, too, man.
I see that a couple people chiming in on their thoughts on Tesla, and Mike Davis saying, stop treating Tesla like a car company. I 100% agree with you. If you go in, a lot of people treat Tesla like a car company. If you go in and read their mission statement, they are focused on renewable energy, right? On energy storage. They're basically trying to, so it's like, okay, well, if a company's focused on that, you can see that they're revolutionizing battery technology through the process of selling these cars. Optimus as well, there's a battery problem there, if they can solve that. Again, energy and energy storage is more along the lines of what kind of ticker Tesla really is. And sure, they sell cars as well. So I mean, I definitely agree with that statement. But currently, a lot of their focus is on vehicles. But again, along the way, a company can sell multiple different products to achieve its main goal. But yeah, if you guys have a chance, go and take a look at what Tesla's mission statement actually is. And I'm sure they're working towards fulfilling that mission statement.
I agree with you there, Obi. I mean, as you mentioned, the energy storage starting to grow as well too. So that's looking really well, and people just classify it as a data collection company as well, right? From the FSD. So there's many ways, but they just happen to be in a category that not very many people like in the car industry and stuff like that. So I mean, it is what it is. We know what Elon's capable of, and I think at this point now it's hard to bet against him in the long run. I remember when it was selling off here. We'll pull it up one more time before we stop talking about Tesla. But from a daily perspective, I know a lot of people were like, here, just through this whole almost a year of a downtrend here, Obi, for quite some time. So from November 21 all the way to 23, it really couldn't construct any new highs. And a lot of people, including myself, were like, okay, is this just the car company? But I don't think that's the case, especially what we've learned and how this AI revolution has come into play. I think they're right there. They're a top contender. FSD is going to be a huge thing as soon as all those regulatory factors get ironed out. But it may take some time for here north of the border to get that implemented, and same in the south as well. But he's really starting to pick some steam up, and then we can see if we can get that full autonomy fleets dispersed in the States before it comes out here. But yeah, here's Nvidia starting to pull back, IBIT as well too. Let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin. We haven't talked too much about it today, Obi. We only got about 9 minutes or so left in the show, so let's see what we got going on. This thing just continues to bounce off of these key levels. I mean, prices really starting to compress here on Bitcoin. I think it's only a matter of time until it breaks. We had that double top up here, and I thought that at some point, Obi, even around here, I had a bunch of shares, and I let go of some of my position, which hindered my average. But then we get this pop back in. I'm like, okay, within this range, grab some more. Okay, sell around here. And then now with that double top in this key pivot area, I think it's either we break this or we just forget about this whole 90K level, and then we start heading into those mid 100, well, not mid, but early 100s. You get into the teens and etc. So I think only time will tell on this thing, but I think it needs a catalyst as well too in order to take it to that next level.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have no idea what Bitcoin is going to do, but what it's showing us is that it got to that 100K. Now we're getting a little bit of a consolidation shelf happening here. What is that? About roughly 10, 15K worth of a consolidation, roughly around there. So we're orbiting that 100K mark there. So I think we let it wind up. We let it kind of do its thing, and then let's see what that range, if we get a range break, which way that potentially comes in. And talking about breaks, oh boy, there goes the spider and the Nasdaq right here. So pushing up a little bit higher here, back towards the highs on both the futures. Here, NASDAQ and ES are the futures that I'm talking about right now. But yeah, coming right back up into some of those highs. So, oh boy, let's see what is kind of relatively stronger week here. So Apple still down near day lows. So not really the pressure not really coming in necessarily from that ticker. Tesla's out to the downside. Nvidia is holding quite well. Alphabet looks like it wants to try to take catch a little bit of a bid. It's already held its opening range lows and ticking a little bit higher as well. Softy still trading near its lows. Amazon held that VWAP quite nicely and trying to tick up right now. Also Meta doing a little bit of a curling action. Is this in and around its VWAP? It's looking like a bit of a VWAP-y area. Yeah, so it's consolidating underneath its VWAP currently on Meta there. So yeah, catching a bit of a bid here on the markets. Let's see where that'll take us into the closing session here. With only about 5 minutes, I want to know what you guys traded during the midday session there. Throw up some of those tickers. Okay, Darth Buddha talking about the VIX. I do want to keep an eye on that one. Let's see what our friend the VIX is up to. Again, volatility indicator. 1575. So yeah, a little bit of a trickle down. We got that push into that 20s. Was this? I think it was last week, right? Last week, prior week. So Friday we had that strong sell-off, and then the VIX kind of pulled back in. We talk about reversion. Oh boy, the best thing I think price. What was it saying again? Volatility. It definitely is a lot more reverting than price action is. So you can see that example there as we push up into the 20, comes right back into the 15. And let's see what we have in store coming into this week here. Do we tick up a little bit higher, bring that VIX in a little bit lower to that 15 mark? I have no idea. But again, in the middle of earnings season, we have some strong tickers still left to report in anticipation that could definitely cause a dent in some of these markets. So again, we're going to be watching out for those and hopefully you guys have been trading well. A lot of people talking about BBAI. So let's take a quick last look at BBAI before we kind of leave you guys off. I know that Sean's definitely involved in this ticker as of right now. So coming right back up into VWAP here, day high is at 970. We held some of these prior day levels here. So if you're like continuation, that looks pretty solid. We got that consolidation leg on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We take a little bit of a pullback and we're holding prior day's consolidation lows coming right back up into VWAP, which happens to be in and around 889 right here on Big Bear AI. So I'm curious to know how we do with this day high again being week high currently at 970. If we can get back up into $10, that could be interesting on this ticker as well. A bit of a multi-day mover happening on BBAI. So it's a good look, solid look, and it seems like a lot of people are involved in that one.
Yeah, interesting stuff there. Good look there, OB. Market's starting to climb higher, putting in a potential new high a day here, guys. So, I mean, tough stuff here. Really strong market. Let's see what we got going on from a daily perspective. So, I mean, we're mid-range. I think with this report coming out on the 26th, it might send the market to new highs. Or if Nvidia decides that it doesn't want to trade any higher, then by any means. What's SMCI up to? We got a face slapper here. From Katina Man, SMCI, I hate it when it does that. And here we are. Okay, that's so annoying. Still long off that recent dip here is Katina Man. That thing is still relatively strong, about 50 cents in the money roughly if he was in at 40.70s. So really good look there from my guy. As the overall market, some of these chip names are really strong today. SMCI. We had, let's see what Broadcom is up to. AVGO, yeah, Broadcom strong as well. And Palantir, what's Palantir up to now?
That was at the range
okay,
low.
Yeah, it's still climbing higher, 115 now.
What a white.
Yeah, this thing is really, really moving. We're going to talk about some Palantir shortly as well, too. But putting in that consolidation phase and then now looking to possibly crack it here, guys. That volume on the lower time frames is really starting to pick up. Key flat top here, forming that resistance base, but now punching through that OB. Really strong stuff here from Palantir. Only about a percentage point or two off of that all-time high. So I think we might even hit that today if this breakout is confirmed and then we move to the top side.
Yeah, strong continuation. Again, seems like this market has a lot of continuations, multi-day runners. Again, with the market tailwind kind of picking us back up with some of these chip stocks that were sold off prior couple of weeks with that gap down, market gap down with it. We're starting to break back above some of those consolidation highs. So I think that looking for those continuations definitely is a good look. And if the price action dictates, those trades are definitely on the table. Nice little hold of that 114 level. Sure, you do a little bit of a wash there, but that 114 level holding quite nicely on Palantir as the market bids back up. So the spider back above that 605 level there. So yeah, we're definitely wrong on the short as the market continues to pull back up towards its highs. So that's all I really got for you guys. Hopefully you guys had a good midday session. Hopefully you learned a thing or two. Again, shout out to Joe with coming in, dropping that knowledge on those options there as well. And yeah, giving you an all-round experience with trading the stocks here. So you got anything left to say? Or?
No, I think that's a valid point. We were talking a little bit about psychology this morning as well too, which I think is such a big aspect. One thing that we were going to talk about, Obi, that we didn't really is sleep.
We can cover that real quick.
Yeah. I mean, sleep is really important. We were talking about sleep here. We got about 15 seconds. It's really important to me. I find when I optimize my sleep, I perform better. How do you feel on that?
Yeah, definitely. We were talking about this earlier. I was like, all right, I track my sleep right here, tracking the different cycles, and I realized I came to the conclusion that like whenever I don't meet my benchmarks for my REM sleep, my decision making is clearly affected. Now you can just type it up into Google. How does REM affect decision making? There are significant sources and studies done on the lack of REM sleep and the amount of the lack of decision making that you might have. So watching that every morning, I look, did I meet my benchmarks for my REM? If I didn't, maybe I want to risk down a little bit. Maybe I want to slow it down and be aware that my decision making is potentially affected. The market pulling back in as we pass it over to Sean and Neil.
Have a good day, everyone.
See ya.
Thank you very much, sir. I was actually, Obi said it. I was like, I just double checked it. Well, I didn't get much sleep relative to what I usually grab, and my REM was lower, which is interesting. Although I'm gonna blame my daughter for a little bit of it. She's in this new thing where it's like she wants us to make up stories, and I'm always like telling her like it's storytelling at bedtime, but like we're making it up together, which sometimes it gets fun, and then all of a sudden she weasels her way into a later bedtime. And good thing the game was boring, because like at that time it was the second half and I really didn't care that much about the Super Bowl. But it's been a good afternoon, or midday, I suppose, because it's early afternoon. We'll see. I'm only in one position left, but this one could cause the first LFT this afternoon. We'll see about that, because it's AMD. Tesla's back underneath VWAP. Nvidia's still holding a lot of strength. Uber is, maybe not. Okay, so Uber is not going to break the high of the day. Uber is very close to breaking the high of the day here, and we'll see if it can go. But just sort of finding these dip by longs has been pretty good. I've been both long and short SMCI as well, so you're still in the long there. But the market up 1.2. I thought we had a shot at 2% today, but kind of slowed down a bit. I blame Apple and Tesla for the reason we can't get there.
Guys, we're in 6 positions right now. Big Bear, MNTS, Palantir, SMCI, the futures, and Uber. Neil just mentioned it's been quite the afternoon. You could definitely say that again. Dip by the futures off VWAP. We've been holding on to Uber. We weren't here when this happened, unfortunately, but it goes right into 77. That should be a long for everybody again. Big Bear AI, same thing, man. I mean, we just, we had done this right when we left you guys at 11 o'clock. Was that dip by at 850, trying to play off that bottom. Big Bear AI getting some of that money back. Palantir, I mean, what up, Ozan? Palantir up $2.20 right now and continuously going. So SMCI is my most recent trade. I mean, Neil's just talking about it. We only stay long. So there's the long there at 41 break. It comes back in. We buy 41.75s, and then it just rips up again for us. So SMCI, just a bunch of fun here in the afternoon as we sit here, crack some jokes, make some money, get in and out. Is what it is, And I said to Neil, it's like so funny. We have all these trades. Like I'm long. I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names today, and I'm going to be only down on 2 of them, Tesla and Big Bear AI, yet be red. So it's like I'll be 6 and 2 there, but it's all about position sizing. We talk about that, right? It's like Neil and I have all these ideas, yet can't put up a huge green day. So, we'll figure it out. We do put those days up, and I'm glad to be flat today. But again, too many shares early there. Not too many shares on Big Bear, but we had wound up losing and got dropped out right there. Nope, that's my sell. It was right here. When it came back in, dropped it out there. We didn't lose really too much else. And then really Big Bear is not the problem. It was Tesla. Tesla, we kept on going short. And then eventually we don't have that move on the way down. So, we oversized there on Tesla, giving our day basically flat here. But yeah, again, that's why I keep talking about it. Sizing is so important. But I'll still take it though. 6 and 2 day, the things are working out right. We just got to get a little bit better on the main idea there with the size. So yeah, man, so far so good here on the day. We can get green immediately. It's just a matter of having some of these still continuously going, like SMCI. If that can go, then great. But I have all obviously the top P&L names and then the top P&L red names. So relatively flat day over on this side.
Oh yeah, we'll be back. We're gonna give you guys for sure the names that we're going over, like the usual rundown. Joe's just prepping here for in place of Sharif, doing a great job, and thanks to Obi for stepping in there for Sharif. So I know you guys voted on the names, and I know you guys voted along on the Playmaker poll, which obviously again is going to win. It was one of those mornings, and I think, for myself, it really was just one too many trades on Tesla, which was 2, and it should have been 1. It's that simple. It came into VWAP, tested VWAP once, but for some reason, I've decided to get into it again. And that basically is the entire difference in my day. That's the difference between a flat day and an up day. Is just, I could have taken this trade one time, but I took it twice. It never really set up that great short. You could make an argument, there were shorts in there off the 62 level, but we're playing it off of VWAP, and I shorted it twice out and about above VWAP. That said, all of the usual suspects, I shouldn't say all of the usual suspects because not everything is looking good today. Nvidia is looking pretty strong. It did give you that VWAP dip and then went back to the sidebar action or sideways action at the 134 as we're still looking at it. I see Celery 2 in there. You asking us this? You still own BTC? I do. I haven't sold any Bitcoin. And I'm really not planning on it either.
No.
No, if I do any selling, it'll actually, and I keep saying I'll do this and I haven't done it, if I do any selling, it would be to sell the Canadian purpose ETF to put it into the US one, which has like slightly lower fees. But that would be about it.
That's funny that both of our worst stocks there are Tesla, and I agree with Neil, man, that is the difference there. So, if we both don't trade Tesla, it's a different day, right? But we're on it, and that's fine. I mean, we got to be here for opportunities. I'm still here for SMC. We can make it all back just on SMCI alone. So we'll be flat on the day here, heading into the after hours program. It should be good. We do have a bunch of earnings. We'll talk about the earnings sort of board there for the week. It should be a very, very exciting week for sure. But okay, I am no more excited than to get on with the programming because we've got Joe over there at the green screen.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown. I'm in for Sharif today, guys. So make sure you tune into the midday and get those votes in because today we got a lot to talk about. Let's start with Palantir here, guys. So Palantir adds Elon Musk's AI chatbot Grok to its AIP. We know that this stock has been on an absolute monster run. Alex Karp and company had an extremely high blowout quarter, fantastic numbers. This company is in an extensive growth cycle. Let's see what the boys think about Palantir.
Extensive growth cycle.
Yeah, I mean, very accurately put there, Joe. Yeah, and it's extensively growing the portfolio, both on the personal side of things, and today it is the #1 P&L name on the show, and it's not even close. It's Palantir. And there's the break there at 113, straight up. It's just like, we had talked about this, we took this live on the show, we punched it on the show, we took it, we're doing it live. And all the way to the upside, man, it was fantastic. Should have been buying this down here at 110. Look, I mean, Palantir every day has these moves, and it's absolutely wild off open. It can go down and up like $3 easily. Like this was the open the other day when it just kept going right off 100 all the way to 110 by 11 o'clock. That's 10% an hour and a half off the open the day before. You open at 100 again, you go up to 104, and then all the way back down to 100. So you go up and down, 4% up, 4% down in the first 15 minutes. So wild. And today it was the same thing. Palantir all the way to the downside there. I mean, you could have been long. Like I like this trade. Like I said, this is the #1 trade here today, P&L wise. So I think that's what we grade these trades on, right? There it goes. Nice move. I mean, at the end of the day, that move down, you could be long at 109 there on Palantir, but good move. We had talked about this earlier. We had looked at this 110. Shout out to T-Money. That was like, yo, this at your 110. And I was looking at it and was like, oh, man, I'd much rather test it down here. Wasn't too sure. And then it was just blow up. And then we're like, well, we got to take the 113. So we took that long, and then the rest is history. So really glad that we have this one as we're starting to get a little bit higher right now. As Uber still moving. Uber's at the high of the day. We're still long on here. The futures, we're still 55 handles in the money right now. SMCI is trying to get going. So, really great day. Really love Palantir. Like I said, a big trade. I think we can continue to do that tomorrow, but we'll wind up making and losing the same on Palantir and Tesla, which was what the sucky thing is out of it all. So, all right, that's Palantir.
Yeah, I think anytime Palantir gives you that kind of a dip, for the lesson of the day, we're talking about this specifically, like this dip and rip, and it's just a capitulation 830 candle right off of the open, and then just maybe trapping some people short at a bare minimum, rinsing some people out of maybe some swing longs, whatever it might be, and then the clean breakout. There were two names that did this exact same setup. I just took a firm instead of Palantir. There's your bottom. I think when you look at a setup on a bullish stock, it's the same thing: capitulation candle and take a breakout long. Try to keep it simple. And when Palantir does it, it's also doing it in a massive upward trend, right? So you've got the long-term trend going with you, and then you have some of the weaker hands on the gap up that get rinsed. Not rinse is the wrong word, but get driven out at that open. And anyone that's bearish looking for shorts, sometimes like they're in that short and looking for reloads. Like I look at that and say to myself, well, if Palantir was that setup and Affirm was that setup and I liked it, like why? Like Tesla was a very similar story. And I got to ask myself, when Tesla did the exact same thing, why looking short? I would argue Tesla didn't blow out as much to the upside, but that's because Tesla's in a downtrend. So it's a good setup on upward trending stocks when you get that wipeout bottom.
Good look there, guys. We got a lot of big names to talk about today, and now we are going to talk about Nvidia beating on its 8 previous quarters, and I expect nothing less this quarter. We know what happened with that DeepSeek news. Now, what does that mean for Nvidia? That people don't need as much computing power? I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case here. We have now recovered off of those lows, as low as 17% off the highs, losing $700 billion at the lows in market cap. Now recovering a lot of that here. This sentiment in this stock, I think, has flipped. Let's see what the big boys think about that.
Nvidia.
Yeah, that's, I guess to the extent that there was a sentiment, I don't know that there was a sentiment shift necessarily. That's not that fair, because if you look at it from the DeepSeek low, like there was a couple of days there was a pop, and then you kind of made a fresh low, but that didn't last very long in this little downward shift to only be right back at the 50-period moving average on the daily. So, you know, you could make the argument that last week, I think, is when it retested that bottom, and that was the sentiment shift, like right in here. And it's just been a long every single day. And I don't think we've been doing anything but going long on Nvidia every single day since that double test of the DeepSeek low, I guess if that's what we're calling it. So it was a breakout trade today and then a VWAP trade today. And pretty much every single day, as long as Nvidia is in this trend, it's a look for the prior resistance level. In this case, in a breakout, it'll be prior resistance or the prior support level from the previous day. If you don't get either of those and it just starts trending against you, look for the afternoon VWAP dip or the lunchtime VWAP dip on Nvidia. When it trends up, those tend to work for you. And they did again today. Like, this is just a very good stock. And I'm glad in the midday this was also pointed out, because I saw a few people screaming about, not screaming, but posting about Broadcom. You know, and that was another good long in here today. And when I pulled it up, I'm like, oh yeah, Broadcom's really close to a breakout. So there is another, not split adjusted, there is another bounce off 50 period trending back up into a nice potential flat top break. So we're at 35, Broadcom's $2 away from breaking this out on the daily. And this is what you want to do. You want to go long in the strong stocks. And there's a bunch of them in the chip space.
All right. I want to talk about. We're going back to the desk. Okay. Yeah, I missed Nvidia today. We're on SMCI. That's not going to be on there, but SMCI is a pretty top stock right here again today. So buy the dips. I mean, we really like it. I was yelling it out all midday too. Not all midday. I mean, I got back here about 12:30 or so and was mentioning it to Obi and to Joe. So yeah, we noticed this right away. Obviously, that VWAP right there was so awesome. We'll wait to see tomorrow night. Join me. And I don't know if we're doing a bunch of us, but it'll be me and Adara for sure tomorrow night. But it's a big one. I can't wait to go over the earnings board as the show continues. So we'll do that. Okay.
It may be the most anticipated chip.
Where's Joe at?
I was going to say, maybe the most anticipated chip earnings that aren't Nvidia could be SMCI, just because when you have a delay like this, there's a lot at stake. It's been driven down so far. There's just so much room for it to rally.
We just
go ahead.
I forgot to update it because
no, it's cool. I was just killing time.
I got it. I just want to say, like, right there, we did get some out of SMCI. I want to zoom in a little bit to show you guys here at 30s. It is trying to figure itself out. I had mentioned the futures before at these levels, and it's like we're right here again. So, like, I love the retest at the VWAP, break day's high, go, retest VWAP again, but this time not getting today's high. So the fact that we're hella long here means we have to start trimming some. So I just want to go over some of that. Like we Palantir, we got out at 1550, and another piece right there after we're long. So that's going to be a good one. I'd rather hold that one into the close for sure if I can. And then the market, we are right there. That's our last out right there. So again, in out. That's been pretty good. We only have now on the market, figuring out the math, about 10% left. This is a big one. It's SMCI and the market are the big ones for me left. So I just wanted to bring over that. And then Big Bear AI, I'm going to see if it wants to go, see if we can get our money back from the early loss there. We've gotten some back for sure, but we need to get it all back. Oh, we don't need to. That'll be revenge trading. 940, 950 is where I'm offering on Big Bear. All right, Big Joe, what do you got?
Here, guys, a lot to talk about with this stock here. Stifel maintains a buy on Tesla, lowers price target to 474. We know there's a lot going on with this name. Apparently, Elon says that come June, he's going to release a robo fleet in Austin, much anticipated. I think a lot of us are looking forward to this as well, too. We know that they missed on some revenue and EPS here in the recent earnings report. I'm really curious to see if Tesla can turn things around. The primary trend's still intact here, guys, but from a secondary standpoint, we are headed to the south side and running into some potential support systems. Let's see if we can bounce off of these levels, guys.
Potential support systems, eh?
I hope so. I loved the debate this afternoon or in the middle of the day. Is Tesla a car company? Is it not? Like, what are they? They're all of these. It's all of these things. Of course, it's all of the above. Like, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is it about AI and robotics? Sure. But are they cars? Yeah, they sell
most cars in the world.
Yeah, they sell more EVs than anybody else out there. So like,
They sell more cars.
I think it's just fun. Like, it's a fun exercise to have. But it all comes down to, and the only thing I disagree with Joe on is I'm not sure we're still in an uptrend on Tesla. Okay, I guess it depends. If you go really, it depends on your time frame. But when I look at the daily chart, I feel like we're in a bit of a downtrend on Tesla. And it's been put in the lower highs. You just recently broke the 375 support, 380 support, whichever one you want to call it, and it's been breaking down ever since. If you're at a big level, like the 360 we're at now, and then I guess like 330, like that range seems like it should be big support. And if you lose that, the 200 period's so far down there, like that's like a stink big gift if you're able to get it. But I think we're still in a little bit of a downtrend. All that said, I'm still slapping the fail on the short today because it just wasn't in the right place. You know, sometimes you want that trend down short where you're shorting the pops on a downtrend, but really, this was just about the prior close. You know, Tesla, if you were really patient with it, it tried to go green, and when it failed green, that was the optimal short. So I think tomorrow, if it's presumably, like right now, you're looking weak relative to the market, if it kind of stays on that downtrend, just a little bit more patience with it. That said, anything can happen. The market's strong. Like, you could blow right back up through this. If it's gapping through, if it's breaking out to 62, 63, and we're gapping above, then I'm probably not thinking short. I'm thinking shorts tomorrow if it continues this red day after red day. There's a chance to go green today, so it remains to be seen whether we still like it short.
Look, without trading Tesla today, I would be green, and we lost. I mean, it's on here right here. I lost basically my daily sort of target there that we sometimes hit like at 935, 940, and we've made it all back. It's just Tesla's still the reddest name. So it's just a matter of now being flat on the day, but having to battle back from this. We just kept going short. We wrote down 366 as our short. We should not have got involved, and I agree with Neil. It's just not disciplined enough to go back into it. But look, we were short on VWAP, short on the 50. It was working a little bit. Then this is where we should have really got away from it. Tesla, again, I really love the stock. It's pretty much, it's been a top stock of mine. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm mad at this, because I'm not. We lost we basically lost like a tenth kind of like our maximum loss. But at the end of the day, just right into here, it was wrong. This was wrong. That we kept on getting out, then blast up. This trade is pretty flat. It was really this one right here at 357 that we got stubborn with this 200 period. Potentially, we should have left it alone and only tried that, then lost it there. But again, I spoke about it before. Like, I feel like VWAP was good there, VWAP was good there. So I'm not going to hate on that. Just maybe get away from it. That's all. Try it once, maybe not twice. I'm fine with this one because that was at the pre-market high. But at the end of the day, hey man, it's a red stock, and I will go back to it. But now I'm waiting. Charlie Taff in the chat there was saying that he or she was short still 362. I mean, what a great level. These are the levels that you dream about. We talked about with Nvidia down there at 128, 129. When you start seeing tops like this, you know you have it. So congratulations. But we are really starting to go off right now, and this is why this smile is just right here right now. SMCI, I mean, our day is getting to Greensville. So SMCI right now with a nice move. I'm going to get a piece out here at 45 as they don't have any offers until the high of the day break. Noticing that this is going, we'll watch out and see if we can get a piece, although now it's trying to give me those. I'm at 45s. So what I do now is I offer these trades because I have tons of fills, right? So I can't just, all right, right now I'm going to offer 35s as it's pushing down. There it goes. All right, so the reason, we actually got that 45 fill, okay. So I offer those positions because we get paid to get filled there. I actually didn't realize we got 45. So we get a 45 there and a 35, starting to get lighter on SMCI. But FYI, we still have 40% of it from here. So that's how many shares we have. We're just taking pieces out, lots out as we go higher. 41.80 high of day. That's where we're sitting right now. All right, Joe, it's meta time.
So good luck there, my guys, on Tesla, that is. But now let's talk a little bit about Meta here. So Meta is reportedly planning to roll out 6 new innovative wearable devices powered by AI, launching in 2025. As revealed by the CTO, Andrew Bosworth. So really good look here, guys. We know that day after day, this thing has continued to climb higher. At what point do you guys see a peak in this stock?
Oh, there it is. Charlie.
You got to call it top on Meta? I don't know.
I actually like Charlie as a girl's name. That would be one of the ones that I would choose.
Firestarter.
Oh, is it? I don't know.
It's that's an old movie.
Okay. I got you. But anyways, I like the name Charlie.
I do like. Well, I was gonna say actually, I do like it as well, and it's with Drew Barrymore in Firestarter.
Yes.
They made a really.
Yes. I saw something Drew Barrymore the other day.
They made a remake of that movie, and it was really terrible. Sometimes it's like the original is just perfectly good.
Yeah.
When will Meta make a top? When will Meta's top be?
Never.
I don't. You know what? I don't know.
It will never make a top.
I think the streak might end today, though. What was it? What did we say? 15.
Was it red today?
Well, it's dead flat when the market's up 1.3%. So it could still happen. Now our charts, we're gonna have it like from open to close for like red green. Obviously, previous close to the next day's close. That's actually the thing that matters the most. But we do it from open to close. It's still barely green, but it's very clearly weak. I think this actually has a chance that it could be the red day for Meta today. You have a bit of a flat bottom break. Here, there you go. You have a bit of a flat bottom break. It's 713 were to fail. I think you can see a little bit of a pullback, and that would cause it to be the first red day in 13. But their P is reasonable compared to the other Mag 7. I mean, yeah, like the stock. I don't think there's that much of a long trade today because it's just so weak relative to the market. I think the streak has a decent chance ending today, but that doesn't mean anything.
Look, Meta's a big holding of mine. I like the stock. I'm never getting out of it. There is no top. It's going higher. New programs out. You just mentioned it. New wearables. People are going to love that. The glasses are pretty hype. Sharif wears them to clubs. It's going to be absolutely great. We'll figure it out. No, he told us that one story where his friend wore it to a club. And
I'm not down with that.
It's very odd. So I think that, yeah. So you got to watch out for that. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's a new technology, right? So, I like Meta. You can actually trade. I think it was, shout out to Danielle Shea or whoever mentioned it. It was Met. I thought it was you. What is that? There's a Meta. Anyways, someone will tell it to me. But anyways, there's a Meta ETF where you can go. There's ETFs for every single thing right now. But I was just going to say, if you don't want to trade a $700 name, which by the way, this is what I'm saying, they're going to split again. And when they do, then it's just giddy up. Like, I cannot believe, we talked about Palantir being a 10 bagger. I mean, we're loading this thing up in the $100 marker. And we've sold some, but this has been an absolute monster off COVID bottoms. So I really think Meta continues to work. Like, I don't see any reason for it not to. The technology is there. It seems like now they're going to have a clean bill of health with the new administration. Like, so if this guy can stay off of like DOJ's mind and all that kind of stuff. Like, we had Microsoft today. I think it wasn't, maybe it was Ireland, but Microsoft came down, someone did something to Microsoft today and they just said, oh, that's nice, we'll just pay the fine. Like, whatever it is, right? Like, those kind of things. And obviously Microsoft's not the same. This is all the way the downside there. It is METU. Okay, so
we don't have
maybe we just don't have it. So at least I feel, okay, is it maybe on the Amex? No, so we don't have it at all. Anyways. No. It is met you. I've looked at it before. It's just maybe not on our chart. So, anyways, yeah, good call there. But all right, let's go back over to the desk. I just wanted to say, like, big cap tech continues to work. Oh, and by the way, here we go. This is why we're getting excited to get positive again. There is SMCI. So here we go, man. Almost $1 in the money, and we still got 40% on this trade. So this is turning the frown upside down all day. All right, let's go back over to the screen and finish this off with, hey, a trade that I like with Google.
Hey, good look there, Sean. So BofA Securities analyst Justin Pratt maintained a buy rating on Alphabet, leaving that price target to $225. We know that the street is looking at this CapEx and some of these big names with AI spend. I'm really curious to see if Google can recover off of these lows, especially after a report, guys.
You traded Google today. I wanted to make a comment because you mentioned Microsoft, and we know who cares if you get antitrust stuff. If you're a Mag 7 name and there's no antitrust concerns, that means you're not doing it right because they're all supposed to be so big that they should have the ire of regulators. Microsoft is a problem relative to all the others. This is all I wanted to point it out. Like it's on support and it's on life support at this 410-ish level, where it feels like this is one that could end up in a bit of a downward trend out of the Mag 7 name. That's the one I'd be concerned about here is Microsoft. I didn't trade Alphabet today, but I think like it's one of my bigger holdings and I love them. I think you get a little bit of everything with them when it comes to YouTube, when it comes to robotics, when it comes to automated driving, when it comes to data center, when it comes to AI, when it comes to quantum computing, and I probably missed something. But you get a little bit of everything with them. I don't know that there's a company that gives you that so much as Google.
Yeah, no, Google's probably is my largest holding, but I think it's Google or Nvidia, but it might be Meta. I'm way too long all these names. All right. Oh, Google. Okay, so yeah, I traded it. That's too bad because we had left and we did not get any out at the top right there as we reloaded it at VWAP. We probably would have gotten some out, but at the end of the day, we weren't sitting at our desk. We had to stop there at this level. It does stop us out. Then we got in and out there. That was a keystroke error. Like, wake up, man. We didn't trade it. That was just back and forth right there. I was on the wrong stock. That was probably supposed to be SMCI, actually, so we got into that, which was good. But at the end of the day, I was going to try to go long 187. So I like this long break. The only problem is now the market's coming back in. I just got filled on SMCI at 55 or so. I'm going to take another piece out as we are starting to come back in. I'm going to take 5% out again. So there we go. So we took back-to-back 5% out. So we only have 30% left now of SMCI as it's fading back in just a little bit. So I want to do that. But no, I like Google. I think it works. It's over with now. We've already talked about that it was not set up properly into earnings. It was already quite well off. The last time it was this high, past the 50 period, it faded back out. So it just happened again for the earnings. I'm not in love with this stock. I just don't want to sell it. I think there's better names. I'd rather be longer in Meta. I'd rather be longer in Amazon. So for example, I didn't dip buy any of this. I dip bought Nvidia and Intel. I put a starting position on under $20. So I prefer all of those right now than Google. So we'll have to wait for that. And in fact, I actually prefer the S&P 500 more than Google right now. I'm just overexposed to it, basically. And we're going to have to wait to see what happens. I'm only 5 to 7% in Bitcoin right now in total investing portfolio.
So there is FBL is a Meta 1.5 times long ETF.
FBL.
But here's the problem. I thank you in the chat for occasion trading. The issue with this one, I know you guys are talking about just things that you can trade that are not as expensive for Meta. The volume on that's real. That FBL just doesn't have a lot of liquidity. So yes, it's only $48, but it's done 578,000 shares. That's sort of the issue. You want one of those ETFs to be, if you're going to trade it as a day trade instead of Meta, you want there to be volume and liquidity. So 578,000 is not going to cut it, but it's a good look. And I know everyone's always looking for those things that allow them to express the trade where they want to. And that's important. Going to get to Uber in a quick little second. It's going to break the high in a second now.
$2.
But here comes AMD just came through VWAP or 2 VWAP. I was covering in front of this 110 half prior resistance. So I bought the dip into that level. It got up to almost to 111, but now you're pulling back. I'm not thinking short on this. It was actually Intel. So someone asked in the chat, is AMD a short? Intel's trying to break through VWAP, and if this consolidates under VWAP, I would look short on that chip name. But Uber, I traded it once off the 78 level. here today, and now it's just for 15 minutes now. Here, now you can see better. For 15 minutes, it has been just basing out at the 78 level. Don't like high of the day breaks at this time of day, but if it does the old, hey, let's false break the high, want to buy the dip on any false break on Uber. Essentially, I just traded it off 78 at VWAP. If it pulls back into the $0.50, I think it's a continuation long. Uber's been on one. It was a Lyft story. What was it? It was Lyft and
Sticky Note.
Mobileye.
Yeah, it was Lyft, Mobileye, and Sticky Note. You guys can see right here on the Sticky Note, we had Uber long 77, even before anything Lyft related. And of course, it was Bill Ackman from last week there on Uber. But where is it? There it is right there. So we had Big Bear on watch today. We had Nvidia. It's too bad that we missed the Nvidia, honestly. We had the Tesla 366 short, which hasn't come in. By the way, SMCI is trying to go higher again. But there's the Uber long 77. Ackman pushed it. We talked about that, so watch the continuation on that play. So as you can see for Uber, I mean, we just went long right here, and now we're $2 in. We went long right there early, and because it was early, as Neil had mentioned there, it got bumped up with Lyft. So we had gotten some out, and then it just went upside, and now you're at the high of the day. I'm going to put a stop. Unbelievable. I mean, if you even knew where the stop was, I mean, the stop is like 20 cents lower, so we'll take a $2 winner on this. But right into there, breaking the 50-period moving average, we might as well get out. 78, I'm going to just push it down a little bit. I'm just going to leave it to here, 78.40s. So let's go 78.39. We'll get out of there. Obviously, I mean, that wick is 40. Yeah, okay, that wick is 40s. I'll be fine. We'll get out if it does do that. Small piece, man. Like less, we have 2.5% left on Uber. So not a big one. I said that we wanted to talk a little bit about this. So let's just do it right now. Adara's been putting out great information here. And I put this out for the earnings calendar. I just want to know here, I'll put this tweet out there in the chat. You guys go over there. Let me know which name you're most excited for right now. So crypto bull run. I mean, I don't think there's any real name. Someone had mentioned there that they're looking for that. I don't know, man. I mean, I think this dude, we just talked about Tuesday after hours, how good that will be there after
I think
market.
that's the best day.
You have Super Micro there. I think that's going to be huge. But I mean, I really like Robinhood there. Cisco's not the greatest, but
but Reddit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know what? Every day is, Tuesday, Thursday, and Wednesday and Thursday are all ridiculous. Because Roku, Coinbase, Airbnb, DraftKings, Palo Alto, Applied Materials might be boring, but that's a boringly quality company.
Yeah.
And we know all about, look, PanW we know about. And don't sleep on those morning earnings, man. Like Datadog, that'll move. Friday, yeah, let's just get the worst one out of the way on Friday with Moderna.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
maybe the most is at stake for that name. Well, no, SMCI won, but Moderna, that's a bad looking chart. And it wouldn't take much, man, if there's anything good. All
this day is going to be nuts because you have Roku. Oh, maybe that's what that guy was talking about in the chat. Coinbase, maybe. DraftKings. I mean, this is going to be a great day. So join us. And then tonight, join Neil and Adara for Vertex and Astera Labs. Okay, so those are some good moves.
We barely mentioned McDonald's, but I think that's one of those this morning.
We'll double check that again.
Like, McDonald's actually had a very good day, which is weird because I'm pretty sure like when I very, very briefly looked at it, it wasn't, like I thought they missed. But I guess who cares? They're loving it anyways with McDonald's. So McDonald's up 5% today. And almost, look at that 200 period again. Almost back to its 52-week high. So McDonald's hasn't been the best stock recently. But yeah, certainly on a run. Maybe you could break this one out in a couple of days. That does look pretty good at McDonald's. I guess they're loving it. I wouldn't call this the best day trade out there. You know, you're going to try to gravitate to better names. But 5%.
I got a McDonald's coffee. They have want prize with that.
Hold on a second. What's the...
Want prize with that?
Oh, that's the new promotion. Because you know what throws me off is it's got the same look as the...
Monopoly?
The Monopoly.
Yeah, Monopoly's gone.
We love the Monopoly in our house.
Yeah.
We end up eating way too much McDonald's for that. It's not the worst thing in the world, right? Is Uber going to even dip?
Yeah, Neil eats
Not
some
yet.
McDonald's. Okay.
There's healthy... You can get like the all-day breakfast. You can get the sausage and egg McMuffin or like the egg BLT. That's actually kind of healthy-ish.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine.
Sort of.
It's fast food. That's what it's supposed to be. All right. I wanted to look just to see if anything else is moving. All right. SMR is at high of day. Google, Apple, Roblox. So we have this hot list right here that we can look at with E-signal, I'll just call up a 1 minute chart here. Let's look at this together. So here's the hot list. I'll just zoom this back out. We'll see if anything's trading near, near the 200 period moving average. You can also set up an alert indicator for all of this as well. Okay, so right now, I mean, look, we are $2.40 in the money. This is Palantir. Here it goes, right? So Palantir is obviously nowhere near, but it's at near the high of the day. So there you go. We get a change up there. Now, Nvidia's up 4%. Wow. Shout out to Ramin over there. I mean, this dip buy on Nvidia, hopefully, if you're in it with me, great. If not, hopefully it's a lesson. Buy the best names when they go down, honestly. Okay, SMCI, we're already in it as well. So that's going to be a good name there. BTG. I guess right now, okay, that's doing nothing. I don't know why that showed up. Big Bear, obviously a name that we're in. That's coming back in right now. So this is going the wrong way. We've been getting out of some of that. I'll discuss that in a minute, but I don't know if there's anything else new. Oh yeah, Rocket Lab. That's not.
I'm getting.
Yeah, that's a $31 name right there. A nice pullback on RKLB. That could be an interesting name to buy. All right, Neil, you better do this.
It's doing a trend reversion right now on Rocket Lab. I actually was looking at my hot list as well and sort of wondering, A, why Ford is on it. And B, I'm going to get into Rocket Lab on this trend reversion. Ideally, I'd have like 31s, but I'll nibble in at 87 here because look at that upward trend. And then you have the big uptrend, which just quintuple topped on a 3-minute chart and starting to pull back. Forget about VWAP. I think any dip that gets you 30s or 30, 40s makes some sense. But there's, look at the top of the list. You've got all the right names in there. BP, that was being traded by OB, and Blink, for some reason, is going to be on the trade rate. That one actually surprising, BLNK. But yeah, I'm going to take the reversion here on Rocket Lab. If it breaks a fresh high, easy out. If we pull back into the prior support, easy take profit. To the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye on this Dominari Holdings here, DOMH. This is a small cap. We have about a 4 million share float here. DOMH, no catalyst, not a significant short float, but either way, pushing to high of days here with a bit of an increase in volume, DOMH. And for context, it's been about 15 million shares traded on this one in the day. So it's not like we just got a sudden influx here. We've been, I guess, having some kind of volume all day for this ticker. Again, no catalyst, guys. Back to you.
All right, no catalyst.
Dom.
All right.
That one might move fast and furious, apparently. Gonna watch out.
Is that guy named Dominic in that movie or something?
It's the main guy.
I don't know.
I forget his last name. I've watched. Okay, you know
Well,
what?
it's Vin Diesel.
I was about to say I've watched most of them, but then no, I think I've literally seen 3. So that is definitely not most. Maybe 4 I've seen of those. They really got a little out of hand.
Did they? Yeah.
No, they jumped the shark like about a million times.
All right, we're going to get another piece out there on Palantir. I don't know if it's going to sit near this high of the day or not for too much longer, but we're going to get out of another piece right now as we get lighter and lighter on these on these positions. So that's fine. I'm getting a little bit bored with what we have. So we have 6 positions, and I just need to start cleaning some of them out. It's really just SMCI where we have the most shares on. Everything else is just sort of whatever. Like, look at these futures. I might just pack it in. Pack it up, pack it in.
Let me begin.
Yeah, maybe. I battle me. That's a sin or something like that. I forget what it is. House of Pain.
I came to win. Battle me. That's a sin.
Yeah,
you got it.
So right there, 86. We're going to get another piece out right there. Again, as we continue looking for some more trades. Google, SMR, Roblox.
Rigetti?
Rigetti?
Well, that's coming back.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, it was Tesla was the one that, it's crazy, like, that this is so low down here. And the only trade we lost on all day pretty much was Tesla. We're going to go 7-2 today and, be flat because we tried this too many times. And I'm comfortable trading it. I just kind of pushing shares. So I'm hoping that it was going to work out in the morning. But I feel really good about it because generally speaking, like looking back at this, if I had lost, like on a name like this, where it was one of the few ideas, we had 5 ideas on here on the sticky note. And generally speaking, like that would be disastrous. We wouldn't make it back, but we made it back. So it's pretty good. We didn't make it back trading Tesla. I'm wondering about this break right here, right now, underneath VWAP, underneath the 50-period moving average. Obviously, this is what's making me nervous about me getting bored. Like, if I'm going to go short Tesla, I should be clearing out of all of these longs. And I'm just not sure. Like, SMCI is fading back out. We only have 30% left. We talked about that. But at the end of the day, a losing trade could still happen here. I'm going to get out if it breaks the 200 period. That's going to be that stop there for that.
Rigetti,
yeah, PayPal. People are looking at that. You have Rigetti on your mind. 97.4. So Another thing I want to look at was IBIT, but maybe.
You mentioned PayPal.
Someone in the chat mentioned PayPal.
Oh, okay.
I was just looking at it, but
No, I hadn't looked at that today. I was actually looking at
Tesla is going to break it.
Rigetti here. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on a second. Oh, yeah, we have to pay for locates on Rigetti. Don't sneeze. But Rigetti had a bad day on Friday, had a bad day on Thursday. Like, kind of, like, look at the pump and, it's not a pump and dump, but I guess the pop and fade on Rigetti. Like, 2 days in a row, pulls into prior high and can't break it and starting to trend back in. Yeah, this looks like a nice opportunity to short off 13. The problem is, and shout out to anyone in the chat that mentioned this, it's not at 13. Someone probably said this when they were already short at 12.90 on that, but that looks pretty solid there on Rigetti. If it can't break 13 this afternoon, I think that looks like a good fade level. And this is nothing against Rigetti. It's just, in this recent upward trend, it seems like it's made a bit of a temporary top, which is what these stocks tend to do. So Rocket Labs, which I didn't hit save. Here, there's that trend. I guess I didn't draw it as well as I did the first time because that should be a little bit higher, but it doesn't really matter. And then it broke this trend to the upside, shorted off the high, going to try to get some out. First stop 30.60, and then you have this 30.40, and then call it 29.80 into 30 even. But Rigetti, I'm going to go ahead and pay for locates on Rigetti because I do like that. If it gets to that 13 level, it'll probably be, I'm guessing, 1/8 of 1 cent here at Real Trading for us to be able to go short on that name. That's the good thing. It's one of the advantages here at Real Trading. Like, there's a bunch of stocks, and I get it. Some people, you might not be able to go short on it, but we have that ability on just about every single symbol. And if we don't, we can just pop in, and in the next 30 seconds, when I type in RGTI, I'm saying it out loud so I don't type Rocket Labs because I'm on that stock. Pop it in there, and then they give you a quote. I can see how much it's going to cost me for the shorts on Rigetti. Oh, I was wrong. It is... What is that? 1/20th of a cent.
Yeah, they're always cheap.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I said 1/8 of 1 cent.
Oh, yeah.
It's 1/20th of 1 cent per share on RGTI. So when Rocket Lab short, Uber is pulling back. So I guess where are we on Uber? It's still trying to put in that higher low off of 78.40. If we come to the chart for a second here. Yeah, trying to put in a higher low. Let's let it trend down in. Either look for a bounce, some kind of reversal candle, a little green, and then go back to the upside, or wait for it to get to VWAP. So Uber want to stay on trend with this. If it's not going to clean break 79, then you can always look for the dip buy. Got to double confirm. I always hit enter the first time on the shorts, and then it just sits there, and I have to, are you sure you want to pay for these locates? And then click yes again. So got the locates on Rigetti. If it can get to 13, I'm shorting that.
So we actually have a 10, Phil, 41.10, and then it just popped up again into the 50 period, so now we have 41.30. Getting lighter and lighter on all of this. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting pretty close to thinking about, okay, well, I already broke. I was going to say this 356 again there on Tesla, like sort of the mistakes that we had made earlier.
Yeah, that's it.
Coming in now. So we could have easily gone short there against that 357, give it about $1 and change, which I think is a good trade. Tesla down 1.65% and still going lower, lower, lower. Tonight's earnings, we talked about that with, I wanted to actually talk about, oh yeah, A-Lab, that's the earnings there, Astrolab, right here. So someone, sorry, Astera, in the chat was asking me to look at this. So last earnings move was only 1.5%. This implied move is 6% right now on Astera. So for me, I think it's probably, if you like that, I don't know enough about the company, but I don't mind the setup right there, bouncing nicely off the 200 period moving average. However, that was down there at $80, so a nice move up to 110, probably a lot there. Is this the space, the satellite company, I guess, Astera Labs? I'm not, I'll have to look it up, but anyways, I don't know enough about the macro, obviously, but just looking at this, yeah, I'd say there's a chance to get this to 120, but only a 5% implied move is like 110 one way, 95 the other. So not super exciting in the option space, but yeah, Astera Labs. Again, I like it. I don't know if I take a position heading into earnings, but bouncing off the 200 is always a decent spot for sure there.
Hold a second.
Canadian name?
Canadian.
What do they do?
Out of Markham. It says purpose-built connectivity for AI and cloud.
Okay.
AI cloud out of Markham.
It's for cloud?
Which Markham is just outside of Toronto. None of you guys have any idea what city that is. Of course we do. Just consider it Toronto.
I would never consider Markham Toronto.
No, I mean for Americans.
Oh, for Americans.
Yeah, I know. Everybody here knows Markham, but nobody is watching the show.
Shout out to anybody from Markham.
Shout out to anybody that happens to be from Markham. Actually, our buddy who is one of our friends, good friends, and friends from high school, watches the show. I would want to say religiously, was sort of talking up the benefits of like these zero fee trading platforms. He started to get a little bit more active. He likes
from Markham. What was that?
Yeah, Wayner's from.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. I was just wondering where he's.
And so I know he's a big Tesla guy and sort of getting in and out of these things, and some of the playing Nvidia and playing IBIT and taking advantage of that. And if you're not taking advantage of like zero fees, trading, grab control of your own financial security. It's not saying that everyone has to go in there and be ridiculously active, but if you are somewhat actively trading your own account, there's just so many opportunities out there for you where you don't have to pay a bunch.
We're from Brampton.
Born and raised.
I'm from
the playground.
Of Brampton. Neil's from the rich part of Brampton.
Your house.
I'm telling you, that's why I have this gangster in me. That's why
Straight up gangster.
That's why I'm like, CEO of the stock market.
But George, I'm just saying, you didn't want to step on George's grass. I'm just gonna throw that out there. George was Tina's pops.
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah, don't step on the grass.
Step on the grass. Yeah, because I just cut it. You don't want you to step on that grass there. And I've been cutting grass since I was like 3 years old. I was working with my dad at like 6 years old in the morning time every summer.
I think I played on one of my Little League baseball teams.
Oh, yeah, it was sponsored by us?
I think so. I wish I had, this is one of those, I wish I had some of those, your old jerseys or whatnot, but I don't have them all.
Jerseys like that. I should show you some fun pictures of me dressed up as a refrigeration mechanic at like 6 or 7 years old going out on these things, man, learning. I mean, that's why there's no Monday flu. That's why there's nothing. Like, basically, the last time I took a sick day was probably like COVID-ish or something like that. It's like, it's discipline, it's coming in, taking care of yourself as we talk about that, getting lucky to not get sick, and then just having that grind. Like, I don't remember my father like ever missing a day, but obviously, I think I've gotten like, I was saying this because my brother-in-law, like his family is always sick, like crazy. Like they have kids, young kids. I feel like having young kids builds up your immune system because
I found the opposite.
They go to school and it's like Marissa and I haven't honestly been sick.
Because I've been the opposite. I get sick more now that Erin's going to school.
Yeah,
I feel like if she gets sick, I'm getting it. Like it's just I can't even avoid it. Like the last time everyone in her class had like this weird stomach flu fever thing, and like I got it, my wife did it. I'm like, how did you not get this? And I am the one that gets.
He's not weak, man. You know what I mean?
No, it is what it is. But I have a bad tendency to kind of stick it out and be patient zero every now and then. I joke about calling you patient zero. Usually it's me that comes in that first day when I know I'm not feeling well. Because I get up early, and I'm like, I get up early. I'm like, I like it, and I'll feel good, have a shower, and I'm like, oh, crap, by 10 o'clock, I probably shouldn't have come in today. Just one more thing in here. Like, Tesla's really losing the bid, and Uber is not bouncing the way I was anticipating. So, still on Rocket Lab. It was Uber that I wanted to get to. So Uber still not really bouncing yet. I'm looking for the reversion here to continue the upward trend on Uber, but it's been all red candles on the 3-minute since this high at 79. Which isn't a bad thing. You know what? If Uber never gives a long today, then it's got a very clean 79 break tomorrow, which is perfectly fine. But it's coming into VWAP and at least retesting it. I think that gives you lots of opportunities in the next couple of days here for Uber to get back to some of those highs.
Yeah, Uber, again, a pretty top stock for us. I just got out there. We put our stop in on that break lower. We talked about the market feeling obviously a little bit weak as we get underneath. We've trimmed out a lot of these positions. We were nervous about SMCI. We're getting out of that. Our Qs just came out. So there it is right there at the 200 period. Good trade for the Qs today as well. Like, everything is great. Like okay, so P&L1 is Palantir, P&L2 is SMCI, and then that's about it, right? And then we have Big Bear, which we're trying to get going. That's P&L minus number 2. And then Tesla is going to be my worst trade. Oh, we could have made it. All I had to do was put on like 2 or 3 units, 56 short, and make it all back. And we would have. It's just, don't have that trade, was debating it, should have put it on, did not. So good on you if you were to do that there. Yeah, what's up, Charlie? You want the money? There you go. I want to make sure everyone hits a like and subscribe. And we're under 1,000 right now from 500,000 subscribers. So let's get going on that one right now. I'm going to refresh it because I have to let the ad run to see how many people have liked the stream so far. But if you have not, please do that. There it is, Charlie. $7 winner from that Tesla short. Yeah, we called you out earlier, and that was a great call off of 363. I wish I had been there to see that. But this was the only short that I had written down on my platform today. And that platform, of course, is the sticky note. We had it written down here, and of course, we had it too early, and it's my #1 losing trade. So, for that one. Palantir, good couple outs there. I'm going to let that one cook. I'll probably look at Tesla and try to get in on a bounce, but here's all the shorts. And it's just, I don't know what's going to, if I knew it was going to stop there, obviously I would have held it against me. It only had to hold it against me another $1 to get that very top, about $1.50. But unfortunately, too much there. So yeah, I'd like to go short again if this comes maybe back to 356 for Tesla. So we'll look to see if that can come in. That would be the trade. It's only 250. There's lots more trading to go. We talk about being red on the day, but that could change. Like it basically is changing. We just need to find one more good trade. And I don't operate like that. I don't need to be green or anything on the day. I just, for my own personal, like, if we can battle back and get green, that would be great. Like, we're only moments away from that, so one more trade right there. IBIT, SMH, like, I'm still not really seeing anything, but the market is coming down. Maybe we'll have to look at Nvidia. You're on Unity. That might be a good name.
Well, I was just sort of scanning. I just saw Taz in the chat just saying Unity is dead. I'm like, really? Was it that bad today? It's not looking good at all. Nvidia's not doing anything. Like, the only thing...
I try Nvidia.
Uber's moving a bit, so I think that's got an opportunity. Tesla's moving. Obviously, Rocket Lab, that was at the top of my trade rate. So we're looking at all the things that are at the top of my trade rate because it's Tesla, Nvidia, Palantir, as we just mentioned, Nvidia, Rocket Lab. But Unity's not looking good at all. I'm trying to figure out what happened to this thing in the middle of the day. Like, on volume, just started accelerating to the downside. Like, I get it. If there's no catalyst here, that's not good if there's no catalyst. And the other side of it, can we say $20 break on Unity? I'm just going to throw up on my iPad, just for myself, like $20 and Unity, and then double check to see when they're reporting. I know we didn't see them this week. I think they
might be there.
February 20th. So that'll be like mid next week. So Unity mid next week. Oh yeah, break this before you get there. And then, because I always want these things to go up that have a decent short float or any kind of a short float. So it would be ideal if it like broke this, gave you a trade under 20, and then did some kind of a reversion bounce off 16 or 17 after the earnings on the 20th. And shout out to you, Mad World, or kind of, I know what you mean. It's not Mad World, but you spell a little bit differently. Shout out to you. Thanks for another great day so far. That's what it's all about, man. Like Tesla stunk, but just try to find a few things out there that can get it back for you. And as long as it's a good trade, then put on the next good trade. And if there isn't anything, then don't force it. That's what it's all about. Thank you for the super chat there, Mad World. It's about making those good decisions, right? Like if you force things, think about forcing trades, then you could end up in one of those like desperate situations where maybe you're rolling out to your right and you have absolutely no business forcing the ball. But you decide that you're Patrick Mahomes and you're just going to throw one of the ugliest picks I've seen. That
was a great dive by that guy.
Oh, it was.
Patrick Mahomes got hit as he was.
No, he did, but it was still the other pick. Oh, the second pick was actually because he was getting he was getting hit. I get it, but the first pick, I don't know what the heck he was doing with the first one. Yeah, like sometimes it's not on the quarterback. He was getting hit.
I think that Mahomes and those guys knew that they were coming into a juggernaut. Like, that Philly team was great.
Their line was so good that one of the biggest winners last night was the kid from the big defensive end from Penn State. Because after watching what Jalen Carter and the Philly D-line did, that dude's he's going #1. I think I think Tennessee's going to take the kid from Penn State because it's a copycat league.
No, they're going to go. No, I already know the play.
Well, they'll trade down for him. Yeah. Well, Tennessee's going to.
Someone will take Sanders. They'll take him at like 2 or 3 because there's only 2 quarterbacks this year.
Ward and Sanders.
Yeah, that are getting first-round grades. So
I think the Titans will stick with Levis for a year, maybe sign a veteran and trade down. Yeah. That kid is.
I mean, if they suck again, which they probably will with Will Levis, then they can get a quarterback the next year.
And get a better quarterback next year. Like
build your D-line.
Arch Manning. Go get Arch Manning.
Yeah, if he comes out, I think he's eligible.
Better. Casey needs a real running back, says JCB Sports Cards.
Maybe, but the thing is, they're also getting what's his name back next year, Rashee Rice. So That should be exciting. All right, only 470 right now likes. So guys, hit the like button right there. Click that up. Over 5,000 of you watching. You can put a poll up and get 1,300 people voting. Go over here, open up your little app there on YouTube or on your phone, on your computer, wherever you're watching, and hit the like button. Let's see if we can get to 1,000. I think 1,000 is generally, what we're around there. 5,400 of you watching. I'm going to check back. Let's get that going. All right, so that's too bad, man. I mean, we just put some bids on Nvidia, didn't come in. I was like, we don't want to buy it here, do we? Let's wait for the 200 period moving average. Missed opportunity. You might have heard me under my voice say, under my breath, let's get some Nvidia, but we did not hit it. I'm still waiting to do that. If it comes back in, we will buy some Nvidia. I'm bidding right now 21s and then basically 10s, right where this is. We'll see if it falls back in, drop it if it gets below 134, but right now that is not happening. But oh boy, Neil, we are going right back into it now with SMCI. So yeah, good trade here. I'm at 41.70. Let's just keep our offer there. Hopefully it will fill and we'll see from there. But I like that trade right now for us on SMCI. 41.70 is what we're waiting for. If I can get right back there into the high of the day, that's right where it is. We bought the dip. I'll hit it anyways because I haven't hit this in a while. It's $1 winner, basically. It's 81 cents in the money. We're 230 in the money over there on Palantir. Big Bear and MNTS, we're pretty light on them, but they're fading back out. If you are looking for some levels on Big Bear AI, you're right here, right now, at your 200 period moving average. My stop at this was much lower on this trade, that break right here. But now that we're not there, I'm actually going to play this break right now. With an hour left, if we don't hold right here, the 200 period moving average, let's just get out. That's 8. Let's go 869 out on Big Bear. So I'm going to cancel my initial stop down there in the 20s and just put an 869 fill. And we have many different stop orders. You can check out it all at Real Trading if you're here. This one will get me out of 100%. You can switch 50%. It's just a 4. It's out of it all, 25, 50, 75. But I'm just going to use all of it there. If it drops down, fine. MNTS, this one, we literally have 2% left, nothing left on this. My stop is already right here, breaking through 450. So if that breaks, we're out. Tesla is the one that I'm interested in, but that 56 may not come back. Something's going up for me right now. It's SMCI, I guess, because the net is going higher here, unless it's Big Bear. What's going on with Big Bear AI? Yeah, a little bit of a jump, but not really. Okay, so it's just SMCI. We have 25% left of SMCI right now. Did we get that 70 fill? No, I guess we did not know. So, see, this right now is making me think, decision over. I'm going to offer 60s. Hopefully we get that fill at 60. Oh, we just missed it. And then we'll get a piece out there. I just would hate for this to continuously be the top, and then I'm not there. So that's SMCI. And then I do like the Nvidia pullback in if we're able to get it. So that's be the next trade that I'm waiting for, but it looks like that's off. And then Google 188. I would assume we're not there. No. So we went the other way on Google. So was it 188 or 187?
It was 180. No, it was 187.
187.
But yeah, for sure it was 87.
So we're not far away from that.
It has a chance to go.
Amazon.
This market's trying. Okay, so Uber is making its, I guess, dip by curl. So there's the dip. It kind of reverted that trend. The low is 78.28 on this recent pullback. So if it breaks the quarter, not actually in yet, but if it breaks the quarter, I'd be out. I'm just sitting on the bid here, trying to pick up. There we go. Pick up 45. Like you said, if we lose this bid at the quarter level, VWAP's all the way underneath 78. So you're under 78 at VWAP. Our Rocket Lab's doing the same thing as before. Rigetti's nowhere near that. Rigetti just kind of kept falling. Okay, so we're probably not going to get 13th short on Rigetti. It's already at VWAP. That kind of came in a little bit faster than anticipated. You already mentioned Nvidia. Uber still looking like it wants to do a little bit of a dip. I'd like to see this. If we get a bounce, let me just zoom in. If we do get a bounce here, I'd like to see it do one of these, like, not this, but like this kind of a curl. If it is a consolidation, look for an add on a higher low. We're going to get it going into the bid, but if it bounces off, puts in a higher low consolidation, I want to be able to add to it, keeping the same stop and play it back into the high. But I actually want to look for another short. That's sort of the thing. Like, I was looking at AMD. Here, let me zoom out. AMD and Intel, but AMD is well over VWAP. What I like about AMD, it just kind of has overhead resistance 111, 112, and it faded off of that. I was actually long it before, but it's not breaking VWAP. And then Intel would have been the other one. It's very close to breaking down underneath VWAP. I'm kind of thinking if this can lose VWAP here, I might take a short going through on Intel. Gurev saying Baba breaking highs. Yeah, Alibaba's been real strong here. I think it's just straight up. Baba's just headed for, what are we calling this top? It's like the, I guess the stimulus high would have been like 120. So it's headed for the stimulus high again on Alibaba. It's been pretty simple. Like if you buy it at 80s or 70s, if it's a trade for you, just get it out in front of 120. Seems like the way to go here on Alibaba. It's just so strong. 7% today on Alibaba versus
Yeah, it's crazy.
Pinduoduo's up 2%. JD it's a stock picker's market. I know it gets overset a lot of times. Like JD's up 4%. Ooh, that looks, okay, JD looks kind of spicy if it breaks 43 in the next couple of days. But yeah, Alibaba's just better right now. I like Baba the most. Candidly, I hold that one of my long term, so of course I'm going to say that.
Yeah, I mean, we were able to get out. I hold it too, but we were able to get out of that 117 last time. Did not rebuy it. Maybe should have down there, obviously, wanting to see where it is. All right, Big Bear AI. We'll be red on the name at the end of the day, but we'll go a little bit of a face slap. We're able to get back into it again. A pretty active name. It was on the top of my radar there. So that kind of sucks that it didn't continue this move throughout the open there. We were able to get great dip buys, man. I mean, $9. $9 is actually the level that we had written down. So we took it there, up and away there for Big Bear AI. So yeah, it just fell through. We don't have that anymore. SMCI, I did take a piece out here as it breaks through 50 again. We did not get our 70 offer. You saw me offer it, did not fill. Oh well, we'll wait to get it back again. XOM, maybe the futures. So we just got out of the futures. It did drip down. Neil's in those two. I'm in these three. But the futures, like I just wish there was a little bit more happening right now. It doesn't seem like it's really worth putting too much risk in at these current levels. So I guess we'll have to wait. Auto cancel off. XOM, maybe Coinbase, maybe. We had some news about XRP and things like that. So anything Ripple related, maybe if we want to look in the coin space as well. But all right, Adara has news. Maybe we can trade something.
Keep an eye here on UNH. Not a huge day trade name, but I think worth noting. I'm just seeing this on social media circulating here. This new investigative news organization called the Capital Forum basically apparently just reported that 45% of UNH's revenue does apparently face legislative and regulatory risks. That's coming from the Capital Forum, an investigative news organization. This article, I guess, just came out today, circulating on social media. So be aware, apparently some regulatory and legislative risks for 45% of UNH revenue, guys. Back to you.
UNH isn't that expensive anymore.
No, it's not a very popular stock.
Have a look at that one.
Yeah, the 50 period is saying no. Ooh, there's an example of a death cross. That was just a. So anyone, first of all, if you haven't checked out our new video on RSI, go and hit that one up. Dropped on the weekend, and we're going to have more along those lines. Let us know if there's anything you want us to cover, education-wise, topic-wise, with these new educational videos. Drop something in the comment section. Let us know what you thought of it, what we can do to improve, what other things we could cover. We have we're going to be having a moving averages one, I can tell you for sure. So this could have been an example of a moving average cross on UNH. The death cross. See, death cross. I mock the death cross, and not because it doesn't necessarily work. It means what it says it means. But oftentimes, I've found that some of the best squeeze trades look for a stock that did a death cross, but then maybe it has like earnings or something after and breaks out the top because it's a technical short setup, and then you can get a little bit more juice if it breaks it out. This one, UNH, with the death cross on January 30th and trending lower.
Death cross.
It's been under obviously a lot of pressure for other reasons, and their business practices certainly coming under fire, which makes it unpopular. I don't think it's that great of an investment in the short term unless you were able to get some of those bottoms down in the 480. This needs to get the 50 and the 200 back right quick. Otherwise, more trouble likely in store for them.
All right, we are still up. There must be some new people in the chat there. Every single one, it's like, do we show meaning of life video? Yeah, I was in. I could do that.
42.
Very, very soon we'll be doing that. No, every single one of these are buys and our sells. So everything green here are buys and all these reds are sells. And then if you want to ask us at any point, obviously we're here to talk about our day or anything you want to talk about as far as individual stocks, what the plan of action is for the Uber, the Rocket Lab, any of my 3 positions, as well as I think sometimes we do too much of a job of going over the same names. So that's why we're trying to look elsewhere. That's all. So we'll just continue to do that. Yeah, Stera Labs reporting after hours, as is, and Adara had sent me the list again. There was only a few like really big names that we're going to be covering after hours today. It is ALAB, and Vertex, which is VRTX. This implied move, this is a pharmaceutical, obviously a $500 name. Its last move was 23%. And its implied move right now is just 14%. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with VRTX. But again, nice move down into 4 bills. It had its plays higher, obviously, but a nice move down and then some definite clearing out down there at 380, 390. What a capitulated bottom that was there for VRTX. Did we just get filled on something, or yes, we did? Okay, here we go. Yes, sir. All right, now we're getting right back into this right now. Still down a cup of tea, but we will wait to see if we can get some more out right now. Boom, big trade alert there for SMCI. So we'll prop that up to everybody. Oh yeah. All right, where do you find the imbalance data on eSignal and all that? I mean, I want you guys to answer that question for us, actually, because I'm looking for more sources. Like right now, this is on the Real Trading platform. You can go sign up at Real Trading, realtrading.com, the prop firm that we are using. And this is all early looks, so you can see the time when they're updated and whatnot. These are only New York names. The NASDAQ names are much more important for this kind of thing, in my opinion anyways, so you guys can have a quick check on what's available right here in the imbalance locator. But yeah, so right now, nothing that I'm super excited about coming through there. Uber's with a nice bid, but this will all get paired off. So like, look, Uber has a buy under and look which way it's going. So yeah, nothing there. I see you're still long it, but this has nothing to do with anything. Buy, buy, sell, sell. You know, so you're just waiting for 4 o'clock when those will all pair off. And 350 is when the NASDAQ will come out. Okay, Jesus, Jerry, go ahead. Yeah.
So I don't, like, obviously we get market depth on our platform to be able to trade, and we get the imbalance locator on our platform. So we wouldn't need to have the entitlement for it on eSignal, but it is under the market depth window.
Oh,
so that's, so if you have entitlements for market depth, then you should be able to get it through there on eSignal. It's just that we don't have a reason to, because as I said, it's built into our platform. Allows us to see things like CSAI, which is halted. And this might have been maybe the reason why the question got asked. Yeah, the theoretical auction price was 1050. Now it's 1133, which is exactly where CSAI halted. And if I pull up the locator and sort it by time, I would expect to see CSAI might be on here somewhere. There it is.
Yep.
Just saw it a second ago. It's all over the place. It keeps adjusting, but you'll see it pop up. So it should be one of the ones that's getting updated every time it pops into the top and then disappears, that CSAI. So again, we'll show you guys at 3:30 some early looks. Right now, I wouldn't expect too much. Just going to go ahead and sort that by size. Sorting by time is a bit of a mess because then every single update, something moves. But right now, there's not a heck of a lot that we'd be interested in. I mean, SU, not that big of a deal. Pins, maybe. They had a big move. Uber, but that's from the morning. I wouldn't be surprised if Uber were to have an imbalance today. But it was interesting that Lyft didn't do very well off that. I'll get to Lyft in a second. So Uber trying to revert the move. It never gave, as you can see, it hasn't made any higher low, so it hasn't given me a reason to add to it. If it can put in a higher low, I want to be able to add. It's still above VWAP as we speak. So if it can get that higher low set up on the 3-minute, then we can play it into the long.
I heard you mention this. Why did these guys get fired?
I have no idea. I just, I know you're looking at Sid Cicero.
Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know how long they've been doing this, but there's a local breakfast television.
I love Sid.
It's just, it's like a USA Today, but it's like Toronto version.
Yeah.
This guy used to be big into sports. I don't know where she's from, but yeah, I don't know. I used to watch breakfast television growing up. I forget Ann Romer, I think, and then there was some Italian lady that was from Woodbridge that was doing it as well. For a while.
No, but there
were some great characters on that show.
Yeah, like anybody's from here knows. If you're a
I just don't know why.
If you're a sports person and you know Sid, and then he made that step. You know, it was. I'm disappointed. Like think of like Strahan going on the whatever show,
Right. That's basically what it is.
replacing
Yeah,
Regis.
USA Today I was talking.
USA Today. That's exactly who Sid is here, and like, how are you gonna can him? Like, why? I don't get rid of your best talent.
Yeah, I mean, I got an offer to go host there, but we were like, no. I mean, I'm doing this, and I can't trade over there. Breakfast television. Come on, guys.
They probably have a great
Leaving
spread
you
of
guys?
pastries, so I'll say
I'm
that
leaving
much.
you guys. Yeah, probably they do. But SMCI, why the hell would we leave this? Because then who would give you these? Look, man, SMCI, congratulations to anybody on this, man. We are now $4 in the money on these positions that we're currently showing you. And that's all the positions that we really need. There goes SMCI. Let's go. Again, we had talked about this over and over again. We had brought this up to you guys on the Midday show. It was long there. I said it 4 or 5 times to both Joe and Obi, but there it goes upside. There goes SMCI. I mean, everybody's on this name. It was on our watch list. Make sure you grab that. It was, I put out today, like, what are we trading? All you guys are mentioning SMCI. So again, I feel like it's not necessarily rocket science, but a great trade there for many of us on SMCI as it carries the day again for me into the close. So congratulations for everybody.
Nvidia's going
on
big.
Yeah, let's go.
Bigger.
I mean, Nvidia was the boss of the trade. It's too bad. Like, we were very, very close. Yeah, whatever. I mean, we were very, very close to getting long right there. SMCI is holding it for me, but yeah, there it goes. Nvidia. Love this name, man. It's a big name. We talked about it in the account, so we're happy with that as well. But so far, so good here.
It's just another case of that Nvidia.
Yes, sir. I mean, we love Nvidia.
You know that song?
No, I don't.
Just another case of that OPTA.
PTA?
It's Leaders of the New School, I want to say.
Oh, I don't know. For some reason,
That was Busta Rhymes.
I'm a lot
original
younger
group.
than you, so yeah.
I know.
Oh, Busta Rhymes.
I'm an old.
Okay, I should-
yeah, LONS.
Busta.
Leaders of the New School. That was like 19. Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to bother. I've already dated myself by even saying Leaders in the New School. So nobody has any idea what I'm talking about, but check them out. They were legit old school hip hop group. But Nvidia at 134.90, so 135 about to break. All right, well, if we're not dipping into VWAP, we're breaking 135. So it's that simple. Just get a stop order in there. And when I say a stop order, like a breakout order, we can use stop order. Obviously, you can use a stop order to get in or get out. But in this particular case, if 135 breaks, we're just going to take it. So Uber still looking okay. Rocket Lab doing about the same thing. It's about 25 cents in the money, but I already scalped this level and looking for it to push a little further down. So maybe Power Hour is Nvidia hour, and we can get the breakout. Although every time I stare at it, they decide they don't want to go. Bedston Burrell knows all about Leaders of the New School ahead of their time.
Apparently, yeah.
I would tend to agree with you. I can name a few old groups that you probably can't get. You got that one, but if I were to tell you, actually, the recognized thresholds of negative stress, if anybody can name that group, I'd be very impressed.
No, not I. All right, so wow. Yeah, I mean, about SMCI going, and I'm going to take, about Palantir, $3. It's a beautiful day it's turning out to be right now, so far, so good. All right, what's up, Adara?
Just be aware of Instacart here, or Maple Bear Inc., CART. This one getting a little bit of volume here into the close, pushing higher into that $50 level. So watch out for CART. No catalyst I can see, but if I find anything out, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara, for that one. Yeah, if you find out any catalyst, let us know. But
come on, just break it.
Yeah, I mean, all right, I'm going to take another piece out here. It's only 313, but I mean, there it is again, Palantir. Let's just keep on going with that one. Out another piece. We don't have to do anything, but yeah, let's just find this profit and just go with it. This is a position that we've held all day. This is a 10 o'clock position. We talked about buying the highs at that point. We are also buying the high on Nvidia. If Nvidia breaks 135, I'm going long. So watch out now. Here we go. Looking to break 135. I'm only crossed up, I think, 10 cents. If we miss it, we miss it. I'm fine with missing it because we already got the rocket ship that is SMCI. So let's just continue to go with it. I'm just going to wait patiently. Hopefully Nvidia will break, and when it does, hopefully we'll be able to get long. But that's that. So I'm just going to wait for that. And here it goes. It's SMCI and Nvidia. Good trades, but I like SMCI better. Up $1.70 right now on that trade alone.
Oh, sorry, Nick W. I missed that super chat altogether. That's my bad. Appreciate you. Mind giving thoughts on A-Lab, gap to 115 earnings tonight. So Nvidia There's about 1.2 million on the offer of Nvidia. So it looks like it's going to break, almost certainly, but there's a little bit that they're just trying to gap through or break through as we speak. So here, I'll show you your chart. You wanted AAPL and 115 for a gap fill. I don't know what's going on with this. Made the easy thing of pulling the trade IDs down, but shouldn't have. You want a gap fill. The thing about, if you like a 115 gap fill, I guess that's a speculative play because you're talking about trading it after it goes. 100%, like the first thing I'll look at if they have a beat is this prior support to try to hold above. And if it holds above, I'd look for a continuation on AAPL. But that's like 10% away on Astera Labs. Like usually you'd be looking for, I thought you were talking about a play going into earnings. But in this particular case, just refreshing, the implied move is only 6%.
Right.
And yeah, so like the issue with that is like, it's just like you're over 10% away from that level, like, and then the implied move is 6%. So it would take a lot to get there. I think that makes a continuation play. If it breaks 115, great. But if you're staring that one down, the last move was a couple points, and today's is half of what you need to break that level. So I don't think it's a high probability shot, but that just makes it even better if it gets there, I suppose. So we'll definitely be looking at that one for you. There's not a lot in terms of earnings that Sean already went over, so for sure we're going to be talking about it. It's just when the implied move is showing you not that much volatility. I just think of how many people got burned making plays on MSTR when the options market was telling you it wasn't going to move, and then when it didn't move, it's like we shouldn't have been shocked when it didn't move, and that's what Astera might be. Joseph Birch is saying, okay, so some people, you're saying 17% on Astera? Here, let me double check another source then. Yeah, I'm just going to go right here and check, hit the refresh. I probably didn't even need to hit refresh. It's probably already up here. And Nvidia just doesn't want to break yet. So AAPL, yeah. So take back everything I said. That is absolutely, it is 19%. I don't know why I saw 6. So yes, just reverse all of that and 19% expected move. The 115 break would be underneath that and does look good. Okay.
Yeah, I sort of looked at that.
I don't know why I had that as.
Well, whatever. I mean, there'll be
fine.
different sources for different things.
I don't want to I want to update the note here. I don't want to make that mistake in the aftermarket.
All right, good. All right, so Tesla's now 353. Congratulations to anybody that rode that short. We were all over it, but unfortunately it will be an L for me today, but glad that some of you took it, held it, and there it goes, Tesla, man. Just to be able to have held that. We held like, it's funny, like when there's winners, you can hold them, right? I mean, this is what I'm talking about with Palantir being big, SMCI being big, but it's like the losers, you got to get out, you got to manage risk, and I think we did that fantastically right now. We're out of Uber. We got out of Uber when it broke that 60 mark to the downside. We're long at 77s right there off the jump. So that was obviously a pretty decent spot for us right into there on Uber. So we'll have to wait to see if that can come through. Right now into the close. What else is moving? I want to check out some Starbucks. Again, really like the name. I just wonder about the China sort of relationship there. But well up, well off. If you guys want to talk about getting some puts or something like that, I like the name, but it's so far off of its 50-period moving average right now. It generally doesn't do this. This is a Brian Nickel situation right there when we got that move all the way to the upside. So for me, I think I like this fade back in and eventually try to buy something on Starbucks around $100. It's only $317 right now. Geez, I feel like it's later than that. But all right, so Nvidia pulls back off of that. We did really great to get out of our, not all of it, but out of SMCI, out, 4240s as we get lighter. I only have 15% left now. Remember what we talked about? We had 40%, then we started getting some out, now 30s, and now upside again on that name. We already looked at Tesla, Texas Instruments, GameStop, that's right. Johnny, I think it was you, Johnny. He's like, oh man, you're just ignoring me here on GameStop. Not at all. I have 3 positions, and I do honestly like GameStop, and we've talked about that. It's up that 10%. We talked about it with Michael Noss as well. That's how much we liked it. But again, right here, GameStop, $27. I mean, I really like the long off the 200 period. Let me just zoom this back out, but that's down here. We started that at the beginning of the show. That should have been a great trade. 25.50, great break long there. Can't remember what the story is. It is on our watch list though for GameStop. It was
literally just a picture of
tweet.
Yeah.
Some
Cohen and Michael Saylor together.
Oh, that's what it was. Right. And everyone was like, Michael Saylor's short.
But also that he looks like in the picture, he looked a little like Brett Favre. That was.
Oh yeah, that was your comment. Yeah,
was my
yeah.
comment.
Shout out to Green Bay.
Is he that short? I don't know.
Brett Favre?
No.
Brett Favre's not.
Michael Saylor's short.
I was just. It looked like it in that picture. I don't know. Someone in the
Okay.
chat said that. I don't know how tall he is. I don't know.
I don't know how tall. I don't know how tall Cohen is to be able to make that judgment. That's the problem.
Say,
Like
I don't know what
you need the
short it is.
frame of reference.
All right,
there.
so everything's going, man. Yeah, we're still doing some damage on the board. I wanted to look maybe a little bit. I hadn't traded
Nvidia's
Fannie
not
Mae
gonna
and
break.
Freddie Mac. I try to look at it. Did I get filled? Oh yeah, I got filled on this trade early on in the. Oh yeah, it was nothing. All right, so up 4%, not doing much. Sometimes I try to search for some liquidity on these names. There's not much going on there. We do talk about it a little bit. Roblox as well for the New York.
Disappointing day for Roblox.
Oh, is it? Okay, 4%. Yeah, down 1%. Okay, so yeah, not much going on there. You're right.
I thought.
Pointing there for Roblox.
I actually thought Roblox was going to be a mover today. It was very close to like making the list. Thinking, hey man, like you hold on earnings, you put in a higher low, like right there. Like there's your support at 64. I'm like, if it holds 64 again, this would be like a potential breakout and fill the gap kind of setup. And then Roblox proceeded to do absolutely nothing. So, the only good news is I didn't trade it today because it wasn't doing much of anything. You can see it barcoding. I don't think it's over for Roblox. The fact that they had, okay, so you had the SEC investigation, you had the initial dump on earnings for Roblox, and it just got bought up like gangbusters on the first move. And if it can hold some higher lows, I think that's a good recovery story. So Rocket Labs is starting to move back in. I still bidding in front of 29.8, but if it bounces off 30, I'm going to revert out of this. It's now 320, so you're running out of time for these continuation moves, and I'm staring at you, Uber.
Yeah, Uber.
Because it's pulled back. It's managed to hold the prior support. It did the higher low, but then it's not following through whatsoever. I'm not letting this one get to VWAP. We're going to stop it out if it so much as makes a local bottom here on Uber. Well, I traded a couple times, but there's a distinct difference between this long, where it's just going straight up, and this one where we're catching the dip. So I don't want to give it all back on Uber here. If it can make another push back into like 78.6, we'll take a couple legs out. Not sure we're going to get that high of the day anymore here. Dinkelberg in the chat saying Netflix is unstoppable. You're right. The only thing that can stop Netflix is nothing, and then they can finally split. I just watched, what was it that just came to Netflix? It was the new Mission Impossible, finally.
Oh, is there a new one?
Well, it's like a two-parter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like Dead Reckoning. That's what it's called. Yeah, he did the opening at the same
Yeah. I saw him. He does all his own stunts and everything. So
Yo, he's crazy.
I know, and he's a
the
great
stunt
kid.
he does in this one.
Oh man,
like that dude is.
Is that where he's falling off of the motorcycle or something like that? I thought I saw something.
He literally rides a motorcycle.
Right. Okay, yeah. I saw that one. Yeah, the guy's nuts. But anyways, great. Good for him, for sure.
Good for you, bro.
All right, so it doesn't look like Nvidia's going to break. We did.
Stuntman's V too.
I took out. So now we have less than 5%, or between 5 and I don't know, between 5 and 10% of SMCI. We just got another piece out right there. I just was like, this doesn't appear to be going our way right now for SMCI, and maybe it is. I mean, we're $1.50 in the money. At some point, you take profit. And what gave me a little bit of a scare is that I was going over to Nvidia and I was like, maybe we buy this dip into the 50 period. So I actually got out of SMCI waiting for this, and then it didn't come in. It came in, but we didn't put any bids there. So that looks like definitely a missed opportunity right there on SMCI, on Nvidia, that dip by into 60s. I still want to take this 35 break. It's just not looking so hot anymore off that level. So that's something that I'm doing right now, looking for Nvidia. Palantir's $3 in the money. We're just going to, unfortunately, we never have enough shares when this happens, but then SMCI, then MNTS not doing anything. Google does fade off of 187. It never gets there. So that's probably going to be a short. Let's write that down for tomorrow on the short there. Look, we called Netflix a hell of a long off the earnings play. I mean, I really liked everything that they're providing there as far as live sports, and I thought that there was more triggers to be pulled there. Looks like Netflix continues to work. We just had that talk. I like Disney as well, but their earnings report wasn't the greatest, and they look like they're going to try to fade out a little bit today, down 1.5%, straight to the downside. Nice report. I don't think we ever got to 118. That would have been a huge sell, but you're underneath the 50 period and looking lower on Disney. I don't know where the 200 is lower. Yeah, so not a good report there. Missed the report. Now go underneath. This name's not looking great. It's DIS.
Yeah, that's actually surprising because I think
They lost subscribers.
I know that's the thing. Like they lost subscribers, but it felt like they were into that like the Boeing phase. Like, oh, you know, the worst is in, and you're sort
Right,
of
so
reacting
bad
a
it's
little
here.
bit differently. So you're at that point where you're kind of shaking off bad news, pun not intended. After Chiefs lost yesterday, yeah. So I don't know, Disney. The thing about it is, like, you should just be. Technically, it looks like a short off to 50 period. And when you look back, hindsight being 2020, that's pretty good resistance on Disney. Maybe there is a bit of a short trade in there. That said, got to look elsewhere. I think it was right to be shorting Tesla. And tomorrow, you know what? Tesla's the worst stock today for me. But I look at what it's doing again. I'm going to come in thinking short again tomorrow. It's just a matter of finding a better entry plan. That's what it comes down to. Tesla was a short today. It just wasn't the short that I traded at all, but it certainly was one. And that's all you can do is like, what is the actual pattern in the stock? And the stock to me is a trend down. Nothing about that changed today, so I'm still going to look short tomorrow and just try to find a better execution. Maybe it's a flat bottom break at 350. Maybe we're trading off this resistance at the 362 to 363 area. I could probably zoom in and find that more precisely, but you just got to be able to look for that short. And Skirt, is that SKRT? Was that Skirt in the chat?
Oh.
Why are you guys not trading Costco and Walmart all-time highs every single day? Well, I can tell you why we don't trade Costco. I think that's probably an obvious one because they refuse to split. You know, Costco, they're allergic to splitting for everybody to probably take some trades on. At some point, maybe they just don't care. So I shouldn't say at some point they do. But that's the reason not trading Costco. Walmart, I think on earnings sometimes we'll trade Walmart. It's a great stock. You know, I own this one, not Costco. I don't think it matters which you own. They're both great. You know, just it's a good thing to have in your portfolio, right, to balance out some of the tech. But yeah, this one didn't make an all-time high today. But you have a double top there at the all-time high on Walmart. That does look like a pretty good setup, but it didn't break the top. Costco was the one that went today.
Yeah, definitely like some Costco there.
Both great.
Yeah, I think it's just to answer your question as well. I think it's just style, right? I mean, if you trade names with bigger spreads, then you may look at a name like a Costco and Walmart. Yeah, if it sets up, I'll trade it. I mean, today I'm trading mainly mainly tech names because Uber is the only one really. I mean, MNTS, but I mean these are just like, you know.
What do they do?
They're just,
We know Big Bear, but
yeah,
I don't know
no, but I
about
just
them.
mean like they're not really like the big cap tech names that we were thinking about. All right, so into the close 327. Let's have a quick look at those imbalances, see if there's anything left on there. And all right, Altimmune, is that ALTM? Is no, Arcadium. It's nothing. All right, so SUET, okay, so Juniper maybe could be something, but it's not moving too much. Oh, Pinterest we saw from last week when they did have earnings. SMCI is fading out. By the way, just to let you guys know, like
that was a
Nvidia's
short.
not.
It's not breaking. I just canceled.
No, it's not.
I still have
I
that
didn't
order.
cancel. I'm still there in case it rips. But at the end of the day, it's coming back into the 200 period. So I think it's going to be a better dip and then rip situation than waiting for it to take out the bottom because, the top, because that may not come in. 130. Well, we might actually get the bid that we were waiting for in the first place. I'm still bidding down here. 134.20 is where we were the first place and never got filled. So if this comes in off of that, we'll like it even more. But I'll take a little bit of a bid here. Let's start the bidding in and around 40s. Right now for Nvidia, and then we'll put another one at 30, basically where the 50 period moving or the 200 period moving average is right now. That's 33, and then we'll just play off of that bottom 134. We break down through 134, we can get out, but let's play a little bit of a pullback in Nvidia if we're able to get that. That's a 40 fill. Let's see if we can get something. That's where I'm bidding right now at that wick bottom. So hopefully that will be something that we'll be able to play. But for right now, this is what I'm looking at. It's Nvidia, and we'll dip by it into 134, break lower, but below 134, and we'll get out of Nvidia. But right now, dip buying this name as it comes into the close. Futures still look fine to me, so I'm pretty fine with it. Let's just see where we wind up going, though. For right now, Nvidia dip buy. I'm bidding 44s and 33s, and then we'll reload it pretty decently if we can get down under here into the 20s, and then we'll try to lose. At that time, we'll be long about 30 to 40 cent hit there on Nvidia. I think is worth it. Here it comes. We're almost long.
Yeah, and here comes a bit of a bounce. Well, not the market's not doing much of a bounce, but Rocket Labs is trying to make its bounce back into the upside. I still have the lower high as my out, but I'm moving it into this prior. It was a support level at the 3/4 on Rocket Labs. So I'm just going to move my trail slightly above it to make sure it stays in the money. Remember, it's an upward trending stock. And you know what? Even if this breaks, even if we shorted it late for a scalp trade, Rocket Labs closing above 31, presuming it actually makes the next 25-cent move to the upside, you'd have a little bit of a higher low, a lower high breakout, and then a potential to make a 52-week high on Rocket Lab tomorrow. So it was a reversion trade for me that didn't quite get to the 30 level, but certainly this is definitely an upward trending stock. I just didn't like the let's go long at the absolute high, but you got to throw this one on your radar. Rocket Lab's decent short float, although I haven't checked it in a while, and this could be a breakout potential play tomorrow after 12% today. Let's go to Adair.
Talking about Astera Labs earnings a little bit this afternoon. So with that in mind, the IPO last year, actually just over a year ago, March, or it's just under a year ago here, March 20th, 2024. So I wanted to look at some of these returns since IPO date for some of these IPOs from last year. And it's notable, all of these major IPOs actually up from their opening price on IPO day. Reddit, though, is the most significant upside. We opened around $34, currently trading above $200 here. This is as of the closing price on Friday, up almost 600% from its IPO. So RDDT reports on Wednesday after the bell. Keep an eye on that. But ALAB, which inspired this graphic, up about 188% from its IPO opening price, also around $30. So keep an eye on both ALAB and Reddit reporting this week. RBRK, ZK, and TTAN were some other notable IPOs from last year. So check out this graphic on X at TTV Research. Should have a lot of exciting stuff coming, guys.
Yeah, Reddit's done okay for themselves.
What was Service Titan? I don't think that those. So I think those numbers are IPO prices, not actually traded prices. So hold on a second.
Titan.
Opening prices. Okay, so TT. Well, what do you have for TTAN though?
That's
as being up. Titan. What was? Show that graphic again. For Titan. I just want to. Do you have it up there, Andre?
101. It opened at 101.
Yeah, so it's not 48. So is that what's meaning it's up 48%? Nah, so
no, it's up 4%.
Yeah. So that's what I was just going to say. That one definitely not right because there it is right there. Service Titan. Okay, that's fine. Take it away. I just want to see probably a typo. I just wanted to make sure. So their Service Titan opens up at $99. It's at 104. So it's probably 4% there as well, right? If you're going to call up Reddit, RDDT,
to 5, actually.
say, I just want to make sure. So there's Reddit as well because we're giving them
What
money,
a
right?
stock,
So Reddit opened up at $47. So that makes sense. That's up huge, right? That's 225. So 50, 400%, right? At least. So a little bit under 400%, a little bit over 400% for Reddit. So yeah, man, I mean, we talked about getting 10 baggers. I mean, right there on Reddit, that's 4 or 5 times right there on Reddit. And that was just from the summer. So great graphic there. Thanks to Dara for that one. All right, we just got some more Nvidia. We're average price right now 38, so we're flat on it. If you're lighthearted in this trade, then you can get out. We are now long with Nvidia against 134. Again, the market's okay. I feel like up 1 and a bit. I like the long here, so we're going to do that with Nvidia and see if it can print out a little bit for us here. So Nvidia on the long downside. We're long out right now, right here, 138.38, 134.38. Tomorrow 138. For Nvidia,
yeah,
so we'll wait to see.
Wait a minute.
Right there, if we can. I'm not using VWAP, by the way. I was using this break right here, so 134 breaking lower, because we're at the 200 period. So we'll give it a little bit of room right now for Nvidia. So far so good.
There's also, by the way, that CSAI that was halted that a few people were asking about. Opened up and continued to go. Now up 165%.
Bye-bye.
Liquidity is at a premium. I just felt like I didn't show you guys the daily chart, which I think when it looks like this is a little bit irresponsible, should show you what the stock has done so you understand the context of this bounce, right? So it's a relief rally to be sure on tremendous amounts of volume, but no one ever went broke taking profits, right? Like this is $50 and straight down, bouncing off 6. You're going to have all kinds of levels here, like $18 to $20. Looks like a little bit of a level here on CSAI. But yeah, when these start to go, I think when you got them early, congrats. And then there's lots of room for it to go up. But then understand this is already done one kind of 180% pullback in a couple of weeks. So if we were to do it again, it should not surprise anybody. It's just I always say when in doubt, zoom out, and that's one thing I know I don't do enough of. We'll talk about it on the show, but if I'm not going to trade it, then I don't show the daily chart on it. So Uber is still in the same range. It's not really doing much. I think we made the right decision to get out of Rocket Labs here, as it's almost back at the high of the day. So we covered, and it's right back into 31 at the absolute tops to the upside. Don't want Uber to go. I don't know if you're still in Palantir, but that looks like it wants 116. 116 is the high today, but the high, there you go. The actual top from last week, so the fresh high is like 116.28. So you do have like the all-time high, like 25, 30 cents higher from here, even though Palantir is at today's high of the day. So it is an all-time high breakout at 335. The last time it did this, it was actually a good break. If Nvidia is not going to break, then maybe Palantir. But I kind of prefer the all-time high break to the 116, which is already coming on.
I mean, we dip bought in Nvidia, so here's another 20-cent winner for you. I don't know. I mean, I'm taking it out. I'm not completely in love with this trade again. I mean, we just wicked up to 70. I thought it would go again. I got some out at 52s and then right there at 57 on the 50-period moving average. Where am I waiting? I'm waiting at 78, right into here, actually right above this little level. So into here, thinking we could get it. It looks like we just wicked out up to 68. So I've been taking some out there on SMCI, as you guys know. So some more outs as we get lighter and lighter into 335 right now. So let's just continue on that long right now. Palantir, Uber, Nvidia. Yeah, just Nvidia. So Nvidia is my newest position. We'll wait to see. We got out of, let me see how many, oh, this is the first time I traded it. So 8, I don't know. We only got out of like maybe 15% up there. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. I want to hold this into the close. Hopefully it can be there one more time for us. So that would be that trade. Tesla's still there. Uber was a great trade for us at 77. We talked about where we're.
We just got a super chat about.
Oh, we did. Okay, we're long in our own account at Uber at $67. So
yeah, I was mad at myself because I know you got the reload in Uber much sooner, and then I got like the worst price because I was waiting for it to hold a 50 period at the end of the week and then buy it the next week. Ended up with like a trash. It was actually like high 68s. Which looked really, really bad, but it was getting back into a position when I had sold it a while back on the S&P 500 news or whatever. But it was Nick Dubs in the chat with a super chat right now. Thank you very much, Nick W. We appreciate all the super chats. All we ever ask, hit the like, hit the subscribe, share with your friends, join our community, and let's grow it together. Let's get to that 500K so we can do some axe throwing for you guys and then see who's the best axe thrower. I'm lobbying for that to be part of our celebration party and not bowling or something along those lines. So get us to that 500K likes. We appreciate you so much. And so, yes, I also like a swing on Uber here because you're doing everything right. Pullback, I like mean reversions as much as the next person. High or low, it held the 50 period and then play it back into into the local high, which should be about 86. So I like it. The only difference is it's not a trade for me. I was looking for a place to get back into it in the long term to not sell it. Let's go to Adair.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on MSOS getting a big push to the upside here. This is the cannabis-related ETF, so also keep an eye on these cannabis names like Tilray and CGC. I'm seeing these articles circulating on social media. Basically, apparently a DEA official, who is of course speaking anonymously, said that apparently the DEA is still moving forward with its marijuana rescheduling plans. This article came out today from the Marijuana Herald. And so, yeah, just to give some context here, why this was in jeopardy is because if RFK Jr. is confirmed here as the head of Health and Human Services, he's actually not known for being pro-cannabis, and he's declined to speak on whether or not he would be pushing this rescheduling forward. So the fact that the DEA, apparently a member of the DEA, said this rescheduling might happen regardless, that's a good look here for MSOS, pushing higher with volume TLRY, ACB, and CGC are other tickers to watch with this. Guys, back to you.
what his opinion is?
I was just sort of saying, Sean, I would think of somebody that's anti-big pharma, would he really not, he's not for weed? Okay, that's fair enough. But the one in that space, ACB is the one that's going. And MSOS, when there's news, sometimes the ETF is the right place to go in a general sense to look at what's going on in the space. But from an individual standpoint, CGC got burned, pun intended, after their report. ACB blew up and has actually made another fresh local high today, although it might not actually close above it. So strong moves here, ACB, another 9.5%. And this looks like a bit of an upward trend here on ALB. No, that's seriously. I just heard that Elon Musk made an unsolicited bid for control of OpenAI.
I'm going to go short.
Yeah, I don't want him. Why you keep doing this, Elon? So that's going to send Tesla. You can see Tesla heading to the downside here.
Maybe
so
not.
Unsolicited bid. Elon Musk-led consortium making an unsolicited bid for control of OpenAI is what we just heard in our ear.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Well, I'll try a short. Tesla's starting to pick up a little bit of volume right there. So I don't ever like, I'm only trying a little short. Like we've already talked about losing today on Tesla right now. I'll try a little bit here, see if we can make $2 or so back into 350. That sort of we wicked down to 351. I just went over there and my thought is, if this is what's the case is going to be, is that, again, just distraction. I had seen the talk about when he was looking to buy Twitter and eventually obviously did, that a lot of owners and traders and all that were a little bit upset that, of course, a lot of his focus now would be elsewhere, not on, there it goes, not on Tesla, but
97 billion bid.
Yeah, 97 billion, yeah. So, all right, so it just went up there. So we're just trying it there, but we did wind up losing. We got out 53.50 for a small little hit, but that's interesting news there for Tesla. Our Nvidia, meanwhile, we were able to get a nice bid down there. So, okay, this is starting to go a little crazy because, again, if they're trying to bid out and buy some OpenAI here, I don't know what that means for Nvidia or the space, but right now,
I'm just sort of thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what. Nvidia.
Wouldn't it be positive? OpenAI is trying to make their own chips to battle Nvidia. If Musk is going to buy them, it's so that it would stay not profit, because that's been his position the entire time. And if
53,
they're not a for-profit business, I don't think that makes them much of a competitor for Nvidia if you're not trying to make money. So that would seem to me like if it were to happen, it's good news for Nvidia. But sometimes you analyze these things too much, and that's probably a long-term thing. And I have no idea does Elon have a chance of pulling this one off? Who knows? But the idea is he believes that OpenAI should be
350
open and not for profit.
There we go.
We only have about 8 minutes. Yeah. We only have about 8 minutes till the imbalances come through. For real, you still have. I mean, I keep an eye on the sell of 900,000 on Pinterest. Most of these, like Juniper sell 1.1. I don't know if there'll be big deals. That is, ignore the ALTM. That's like a buyout. I should actually maybe even look at that to see if it's being deleted today. I know this company is being bought for cash, so
Nvidia.
This might actually be a deal that's closing. So watch out for that, but it's not likely to move very much. You got a small bounce. At this point, Uber is bouncing like 15, 20 cents at a time, so that's all we're going to take.
Okay, good job, Neil, there. All right, so we are right now back into Tesla. So now we have a position on. Looks like it's going to be we always had a position on, but now it's starting to come in just a little bit here as we watch out for Tesla. So we just shorted it at the 50-period moving average there again. So let's see what happens to the downside. We still do have this trade to deal with right now with Nvidia. This is now $1.50 in the money, so I'm going to try it. Okay, Nvidia is going to break lower. I mean, right now, we'll just try it because it's at this 134. This right now is just going to be a small little hit. If that is what it is, it's going to be breaking down below these levels of 134. So watch out now for that as a possible trade. Let's get lighter on it now as it's starting to go back to the upside here. So we're long on Nvidia, we're short on Tesla. I'm going to get another piece right here if we can on Tesla and see if Nvidia wants to go higher right now. So this could be a good move up for Nvidia. It just needs to happen first. All right, 134.25s we're at right now on NVDA. Yeah,
and remember, in 7 minutes, everybody, well, you guys already know this, but the imbalances are going to come out in 7 minutes. Nvidia is notorious for having decent size imbalances, so you're likely to get a shock. Someone asked me, are you shorting? Intel's at VWAP, but I don't love the trade here right in front of the imbalances. I'd usually be taking this flat bottom break underneath VWAP on Intel. As a matter of fact, I know I said I was taking this trade, but now it's 344, and it still hasn't broken this 1970 level, which was support at 1130. At some point, it's a little bit late in the day, and I don't want to take that trade at like 349 or 348. So I think we've kind of missed our shot at it. So far, Uber again is just being a little bit of a scalp trade, so it'll be a small win. Like compared to what it gave you earlier on the upside, like it's just not wanting to get back to that high, which is fine. I'll like a 79 break on this tomorrow as long as it closes above 77. Forget 77. I mean, yeah, 77, but I mean, look at on the daily chart, it still looks great. Continuation plays until you get to at least 84 on Uber every single day. The other thing we're going to be looking at there was that RKLB. I don't want to take the break, and we got out of it on the short. It got right up to our entry price and pulling right back in. But it's up 11% and was super strong. Did not want that one going all the way into the high on us. So we ended up with a scalp trade of, we get that 1 point there on Rocket Lab. Super strong name. I would probably lean toward continuation for this as long as it's closing above 30 for tomorrow. Nice opportunity, bouncing off the 50 period, higher lows all the way through. Might have been a reversion late, but it's still an upward trend. Rocket Labs, I'd look for the rocket ship to continue tomorrow.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? So that Nvidia was a good trade to get. Oh, that's still Tesla. Sorry, that Nvidia was a good one to get those bottoms, but for right now, we're just gonna get out of this one as the market tries to figure this out. So we're out of half already of Nvidia. Hopefully, it holds 134. It's not looking great. We got some more outs here on Tesla as we just made this. So we just made this back there. It's gonna be relatively flat. I mean, I know how much I was down on this name. If we get out now, it'll kind of be a flat trade. We're up $1.50 right now on this position. So far, so good. Palantir still $3 in the money. We're going to get out of this one come the close pretty soon as well. So yeah, no, not a rough day at all. It was a rough start for us as we lost our daily goal there on Tesla early on. But now we are absolutely, oh yeah, it is a $2 winner right now for us on Tesla. But here it comes, 530. I hope not. I hope 530, but right now, no. 352 right now coming in for Tesla on the downside, and then Nvidia trying to hold it out. So we'll be at the highest spot we've been at all day, but that's only because we couldn't get off going with that initial trade with Tesla. But okay, here we go. Just let's watch Tesla as it breaks lower. We're short this name again. We were short early. We're short again here for TSLA. There goes Nvidia, by the way. So it's actually a flat trade for us. It just broke lower there on Nvidia, able to take it out. But I'm just going to ride and see what winds up happening now with Tesla. It just bounced again off 52. I'm putting another bid here. Oops, that's sorry, that's the TQs. We'll put another bid down here at 52. Nvidia could get back going, but there's only 3 minutes until those imbalances. So
that's the key.
I'm fine getting out at 134 break there. Because if Tesla goes to the downside, this could be huge. Like if there's a big seller on this, man, I don't know what to expect here. I'm going to put a bid at 350, 351.05. Put a bid, and then I'm going to put another bid at 350.25s. See if we do get an epic flush here into the close, and we'll put another bid at 348. So here it comes in for us on Tesla, and let's just see what winds up happening now. So, all right, here we go, Tesla. Palantir still $3 at the high of the day, Palantir.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to Adair. We've got more news.
I just really wanted to provide some context here on this story about the Elon Musk-led consortium trying to bid for OpenAI. So it's worth noting this Wall Street Journal actually has a quote and information provided by Mark Toporov, Elon Musk's attorney. Elon Musk also used Toporov for his OpenAI lawsuit that started back August 7th, 2024. So he and Toporov kind of go way back when it comes to these OpenAI suits. Toporov said, or apparently Elon Musk said in a statement provided by Toporov for Wall Street Journal that it's time for OpenAI to return to the open source safety-focused force for good it once was. So this does actually seem like Elon Musk is behind it, or at least his lawyer has provided statements to the article, or to the article that broke the story here, guys. That I think that's definitely worth noting. Wall Street Journal actually having a quote from Elon provided by his lawyer, guys.
Thank you for the update there. I'm sure we'll keep hearing more about this. I can't imagine any shareholders would be happy with that. It's just like Sean said, it's a distraction thing, and whether you think it's a distraction or not, the stock has been punished before when this has happened. So we saw that with Twitter, and it was a rough time for Tesla, at least in the short run. And how else is he going to raise funds? With the imbalances coming in just 1 minute, I have a take profit at resistance at 78.6 on Uber. and we're just going to look out. I suspect there might be some imbalances. I'm going to have Nvidia up, but then this thing, if it gets big enough, that ALTM, I might have some eyeballs on that one as well, because I think that could be a deal closing. But we'll see. With 1 minute to the imbalances, I've tightened up always tighten up stops, but I've tightened up the stop to break even on Uber. I'm canceling an Affirm stop, which I don't even remember why I still had that, because I got out of Affirm a while ago. But yeah, imbalances in less than 30 seconds. I'll hang on to the long for Uber, see if we can't get a push into 60. If it comes out of sell imbalance, I should get taken out at break even.
All right, just real quick, scan that QR code below. We got to get to the imbalances in less than 30 seconds, but this will give you e-signal for free for 1 month. So that's basically it. I mean, we love the program. I've been using it for many, many years, over 20 years. And then just now, Sharif, Joe, and Neil are all getting accustomed to it, and Adira as well. So we'll be showing you more and more highlights with the e-signal platform. Get on board with it immediately. Scan that QR code. First month is free. I mean, the back testing, just the different. We talked about OB was, reversion, some of those trades. You got to be able to backtest these things and find out what's good. All right, let's get rid of that. Thank you so much to eSignal for everything. All right, here goes the imbalances. They are now out at 350. So let's figure that out. We did get out of Palantir. Nice downside push for that one. Other than that, SMCI, ALTM, we talked about that. Bausch & Lomb, TLT, Juniper. I don't really see anything. Intel missed $20. That sucks. Nvidia continuing with the sell. We tried it, guys. It was in and out. I mean, that could have gone the other way. I'm very, very happy with that one. We're down a cup of coffee on that. SMCI remains a bid. I think it's worth probably taking something out of SMCI right now, as we're already long, and we take that opportunity. We just put an 11. We missed it. Okay, maybe we'll get it. There it is. Give it to me. Give me those 11s right now. There it is. Okay, good out there for us on SMCI. Getting lighter and lighter, man. Tesla, we're still waiting. $2.30 in the money on TSLA at the day's low. We might as well take something out, but oh boy, this is making us smile a little bit here into the close on Tesla, although it just went up. Hopefully it falls in a little bit and we'll be able to get that bid, but good trade there at the end of the day. We'll make a little bit back on Tesla.
And someone asked why was I in Uber long? Uber's up 5%. It's been trending up for, I want to say 2 or 3 weeks. You can look at a daily chart. Been trending up for 2 or 3 weeks. It broke VWAP. It dipped into VWAP and held a support level. So that was it. But it got to 70. Hasn't been able to break out 78.6. So we'll like it potentially for a breakout tomorrow, provided nothing crazy happens overnight. You never really know. Nope. And shout out to you, David, in the chat for the super chat. We love all of our viewers. Just got out of bed and saw a Dear John letter from my liver. What a game. My Tesla down post-it note was making me money while sleeping it off. Yeah, Tesla, we like to short today, was a short, and still, what can you do? That said, I guess it was a great game if you're a Philly fan. As a neutral fan, not liking either one of those teams, I didn't find it was the most entertaining game, but I can appreciate unbelievable defense when I see it. Like, that's cool. It's cool to watch. Those guys just get absolutely thrown around. It was a good line that they beat up.
Yeah. Oh boy. Thank you everybody for watching. We just got 351.05s. So we just get $3 there on Tesla to end the day. So again, we talk about you never know where your money's going to be made. And we had lost on Tesla. Then we had that wicked opportunity there to make it back. Wicked awesome. So there was a good trade there. Palantir does come out. We got out of that one. We talked about it at the 50 period. Not a great out there. SMCI, great outs, man, at 42.20s, right back to the high. We got saved on this one as it was the other way on the inbound. There's only 3 minutes left. We had such a busy weekend. I was very, very exhausted. I got to go back over. The daughter's at practice again tonight. We're going to go check that out.
Talking about practice?
Yeah, too much practice. But whatever. My wife does it all, so I just go for fun. SMCI, there it is with the bid imbalance. So just wanted to show that one. We'll wait on it. Right now we're sitting on $4 in the money. Neil's flat. We've got the $4 right now with the SMCI long, which was really the trade of the afternoon for sure. Because of the movement. We reloaded it twice, boom to the upside, and here it goes right now. So I hope some of you were on it. It was a good trade there on SMCI. We'll see if we can continue to make these trades for, but again, we just trade what we see and we react after that. So just like this, here we go in for Tesla. Again, let's see if we do get a little bit of a turn up here for Tesla, meaning do the imbalances sort of wash higher, or do we keep coming to that low side here? So right now Tesla is on one to the downside on that report of Elon Musk trying to look at, again, the.
Well, he's
open-
made a bid apparently, isn't that? Like,
Yeah, I guess so.
I interpret that as-
we'll wait to see how it.
if you make an unsolicited bid, that would mean that you have gathered the team together and you've sent,
yeah,
it's out there.
unsolicited, I think, is the key too. right?
The question would be who's in it, how much is Elon having to put up? So, like I don't know, is it 5%? I have no idea. We'll get the details. 94 billion, and then
He got a little
he could
bit
be
cash.
half,
Got a
he could be
little bit
10% of that. You have absolutely no idea what that might be. Tisha Perkins, shout out to you. I know it's late and it's 5 minutes to go. This SSSS stock is making some pushes to the highs, but it's on 1 million shares and it's now 340. But it looks like it was a decent runner. When you have a late run on a stock like this, with not a lot of volume, maybe you look for like a day 2 type play. And I pulled it up, like maybe this could break out tomorrow. But 1 million shares, I don't think there's any opportunity. There's one with a couple names today. Uber has bounced and Rocket Labs to the short side.
There goes that.
Uber might actually break out the high. We were joking that it wasn't going to get to the high today. It might actually break that 79. I actually don't want it to break 79 right now because then that trade is not there tomorrow for a clean even dollar break on Uber, which continues to be super strong. There were no imbalances to really flip, although NEE, that one a buy of 1.5 million. That can move every now and then. If that were to stay, we've seen that stock do some moves. Like 1.5 million actually that's a third of the day's volume. Why is this on Blue Ocean? But that's a third of the day's volume on NEE, so it might be worth a look if that were to stay a buy and balance in the last 5 minutes.
Neil, we're over $5 in the money right now. Look at this MCI trade just ripping to the northbound side right now. Congratulations, all y'all, in that one, as we'll continue to watch out for SMCI trades. And then obviously Tesla as well just touched 350, 350.50. We did not get to 350, my bad. So we'll have to wait to see if that one can get down again as well. There was the trade for us, 350.50, right? 350.60 downside play there for Uber. We'll see if it comes back in one more time for Uber. For Tesla one more time. Here we go, man. With Adara, just a few minutes left, 3 minutes left. Let's see if we finally get that 350. We're at 350.25 for this trade here on, I almost said Uber again, on Tesla. Where does Uber close at? 78.60. Good trading on Uber today. We are definitely long there at 77. So that was a good one. Come on, Tesla. You can do it. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here that Donald Trump apparently speaking on Fox News right now, so keep an eye on DJT. Apparently, there's nothing that he's really said here yet that would necessarily be market moving from what I'm seeing, but just be aware, Donald Trump speaking on Fox News, guys. Keep an eye on everything there.
Yeah, that can move. Look, that can move anything late in the day. You never know what's going to get said, but I don't know. I feel like DJT is not even the place to be on that one. All right, just canceling all of my orders. Great trade on Tesla to the south side. I think you just got to look for it to be a short again until it breaks trend. It just looks like it's been a short. Just tracking here. Nvidia bounced off. There was no imbalance for it to revert, but at 355, it looks like there was a bounce anyways. Really not a heck of a lot on the locator here. I was looking at that NEE.
Look at Palantir.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm probably not going to trade that one. I was looking at it, and it was looking like it was going to be pretty good with that big buy and balance, and then it shot up when it stayed at 55, and I don't think you're getting a very appealing price buying up at the top. So it's a significant imbalance, but I wouldn't be punching long at the highs, unless there was an index action, which there is not. So only a couple of trades this afternoon. Thankfully, they both worked out, and I think we'll look for continuations for sure, at least on Uber out of the two. I'm going to head on up to the desk. We have Astera. We have Adara at the desk. Our market recap show. We'll be joined by Michael Noss as always. So we'll see you guys in a couple.
All right, good trading. All right, here we go. Yeah, so we're just watching basically these last two positions try to do something. SMCI, we just got out at 43. Obviously, that's going to wind up being a decent trade, and then we'll wait to see if Tesla can print us. I'm going to get out of one more piece right here, just in case something goes wrong in the after hours, but we only have about 30% left. I just put a bid at 351.13s. One little push down, we'll be able to get that. So good short there on Tesla. Only 2 minutes to go. Thanks, everybody, for watching. It's been a great one. Oklo a buy. Yeah, maybe. Come on, Tesla. Let's go. I like Rigetti the best just because I've traded it with pretty good success. Still waiting to get a little long. You know, the name that I really want, everybody, you know, we've done so well on Palantir. I don't necessarily, by the way, Palantir, I want to buy some Big Bear AI. If this can fall down, we may put on a Palantir type play and see when moon that. 117. You know, on earnings, when Palantir went to $98, $99, $100, we thought that that was pretty extraordinary. It's 1.7, like it's up 16, 17, 18%, you know, from where we opened up on earnings day. We ended at 99, 99.50 or so land. All right, SMCI, let's just see. We're almost out of everything. I'll probably take this into the after hours just a little bit to see where the prints come through. All right, with only 30 seconds left to go, we'll go back over to the page here and then figure it out with Adara coming over. Thank you, everybody, for the day. There's some memberships being gifted in there. Thank you so much, Nimrod, there with the memberships to 5. Get in there and grab them. Come on, Tesla, you can make that next move downside as well. Let's go, man. Big shout out today for Obi. Obi will be the man lifting the trophy. Good trades there today by Obi. All right, here we go, Adara. 4, 3, 2, and 1. I got to take some more water. All right, thank you for that. Yeah, Hydration Nation gets going there again. We're going to be back tomorrow, man. It's going to be a great one as well. Tesla, nice move. We have $5 in the money at the end of the day there. I hope some of you took that Tesla. I definitely hope you took the SMCI. That was a much easier trade. We had seen that going pretty much all day, and we hopped on board with SMCI. Tesla is still going, man. We're still bidding. We almost got it, man. We're at 350.25. Right now, 350 in the money on Tesla. Can we get a little lower with lack of liquidity here in the after hours? How low can we go with Tesla? Thank you so much for joining. We'll probably get this fill, I hope, in a second on TSLA. From me to you, thanks, Bears vs. Bulls, and we'll catch the rest of you tomorrow. It's the recap show. Ciao.
Thank you very much. We got the market recap locked and loaded for everybody. As you saw that move there in Tesla, it was not a very good day. I'm going to have to restart this. I have no data coming through my chart. But you saw Tesla breaking down on the news that Elon Musk and a consortium, don't know exactly who's in the consortium yet, don't know exactly how much of it is going to be Elon and his cash, interested or making an offer, $94 billion unsolicited to OpenAI, which in theory would make it difficult for Mr. Altman's plan for it to be a for-profit company. So that was weighing on Tesla stock near the end of the day there. I don't know if Derek can show the chart there as mine is not the data. I'm just going to restart it. But obviously to the downside went TSLA, looking awfully weak. We have a couple of earnings coming through with VRTX and Stereo Labs as well that we're expecting right after the bell.
We already have Vertex. So yeah,
Vertex
this Tesla chart, pretty gruff. There's a couple people involved here. Apparently it's XAI, which of course is Elon's AI, Valor Equity, and 8 VC. So some venture capitalists and also XAI are involved there. But VRTX here, speaking of things with X's in them, this one actually having, okay, I'm seeing, okay, so their adjusted earnings per share, a miss, $3.98 versus $4.03 expected. Their GAAP EPS, also a miss. That's going to be $3.50 versus $3.57 expected. Sales, though, apparently a beat, $2.912 billion versus $2.781 billion expected. So they did beat on sales, but they missed on both adjusted earnings and GAAP earnings per share here, apparently for VRTX. We are expecting Stereo Labs to come through at 4:05 p.m. Tomorrow morning's going to be a pretty big day for earnings as well. We've got like Shopify, we've got Humana, we have BP, which is also in play today, so it should be a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, Shopify, I think is going to be we don't know how they're going to do, but I think will be the showstopper in terms of trading opportunities for Shopify. That VRTX, Vertex here, yeah, not necessarily going to be making the breakout the way it's going. It's flat now. Well, maybe trying to press a little bit higher. I'll show you a 3-minute chart up here. Tried to press a little bit higher, but when you pop out the daily chart here, not a lot of movement, not a lot of excitement. If it can't get going off that 50 period, that's the kind of thing that's just not going to give you any opportunities to trade tomorrow. You want it trading at a new price. Lose the 50 period, you can look for some shorts. You break this out at 490, and it will be at least impressive to the upside. So we'll wait on Stereo Labs. Certainly would expect that could be a little bit more interesting. With the expected move being over 17% on Stereo Labs, and it moved significantly last time as well. Like it was, 18% the implied move. It was double that on last earnings. As you can see here, Tesla continuing to hold the lows at 350. Now with double bottom, the stock, it's been a short for a bit. We're talking about this as a short trade for a while now, and you're continuing to see it bleed lower and lower. There is some local support. I know Joe was talking about this. There is some local support on the daily. If you get about $20 from here, like 330 was a decent ramp spot. Well, if you look at this, it was a big bounce off the 330 level. Seems like that's where we could be headed there on Tesla to said downside. But when we get Astera Labs coming through, that's fireworks. Because anytime you're talking about more than double digits expected move, 37% the last time, and it's got gaps above and a gap below that can potentially get filled, this one could be an absolute rocket ship. And that would work in either direction here, Adara. Certainly looking for this as a continuation trade tomorrow. 7% short float as well on ALAB.
Yeah, I mean, I think that short float is certainly significant there. We saw here, I've just put out a graphic for on X or TTV research. These IPOs are up significantly from how their IPOs were priced, a lot of them from 2024. So I think that's certainly, there's been a lot of strength in those areas. Reddit as well, which is up significantly from its IPO as well. It's actually reporting on Wednesday night. So certainly something to watch here. A lot of those names that we did have coming through, like being introduced to the market last year, starting to get some of these moves. And now we have Astera Labs earnings out.
There it goes.
So I'm seeing here apparently $141 million of quarterly revenue. That is a record, and apparently it's up 25% sequentially and up 179% year over year. How does it fare? Okay, so it looks like it beat estimates.
118.
I'm seeing estimates of 128.2 million. They're seeing apparently, like they reported 141 million, so that would be a beat. Apparently their fiscal 2024 revenue of 396.3 million, that is up 242% year over year. So that is quite the look here for ALAB. But again, sometimes the estimates we have are not the same ones that the market uses as a whole. So we're going to wait for those numbers to come out here.
Yeah, and just so you know, it got all the way from 103 to 118. So it did put in a pretty big initial move to the upside, but we're already pulling right back in here as Astera Labs. So the volatility definitely there. It's still up on the session. Now it's threatening to go red. So that was a huge breakout, going $15 to the upside, about 13-14%, right back into the lows, and now you're trying to bounce. Not a lot of liquidity. We always talk about be careful. It's one thing if you're swing trading or trading in options or reacting to earnings the following day, as opposed to trading it in the aftermarket where there's not a lot of liquidity. You don't want to get kind of rug pulled on something like this. We're buying into those highs. So obviously insane moves were expected. But even with that up and down of $15, you still didn't even do the expected move when it pushed to the upside. It was 18.7% the expected move to the upside in Astera Labs. And as a matter of fact, it did fractionally lower than that. And yeah, actually, when you look at this, I just saw Nick W saying you think it's a lit grab if it goes to the downside. When you pop up the daily chart, it's got some support underneath here as well. So just watch out. Astera Labs, a fraction of the expected move. Sometimes in the options, they know what they're doing. And the market makers for now seem like they have won, as we didn't get as big a move as we expected here on ALAB.
Yeah, and I think too, let's go when the chat is asking, were the numbers good or bad? So the thing is too, is there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. However, I can tell you they're up sequentially about 25% quarter over quarter for their quarterly revenue. That is apparently a record for the company. But that revenue for the quarter also represents a 179% year over year increase. So that would be a pretty good number. You also have a 242% year over year increase here for their fiscal 2024 revenue. So yearly and quarterly revenue both up more than 100% on a year over year basis. And then again, quarterly revenue as well for that Q4 up about 25% sequentially. So these numbers seem good, but again, sometimes it depends. There's different estimates that certain people use, like the estimates that we see aren't necessarily the ones that the market's going to use as a whole, especially when you're talking adjusted numbers. So we'll have to wait and see. It does seem like they beat, though, across the board. Yeah, great clarification there, and that's why you want to make sure that you get the goods, do your research if you're ever trading on these earnings. Astera Labs right back into the bottom as well. So it's actually threatening to break lower on Astera. It's bounced twice off $100. It's trying to make a third bounce off of 100 even on Astera. If it loses that bid, there might not be a heck of a lot underneath that, at least in the short term here in the aftermarket there. Yeah, we'll have to see if it keeps Astera stepping to the downside. But in terms of the actual numbers here, we did get, as I said here, sales 141.096 million. That is up significantly year over year and quarterly. But it is also above estimates of 127.983 million. So that would be a beat Their Q4 adjusted earnings per share also a beat, 37 cents versus 26 cents expected. Also, Lattice Semiconductor came out, so their earnings per share here, 15 cents versus 19 expected. Revenue, slight beat here, 117.4 million versus 117.09 million. So slight miss on EPS, beat on revenue. Gross margin apparently down 690 basis points year over year. So that is a pretty mixed report here for Lattice. Their revenue guidance pretty weak for Q1 2025. Their EPS guidance, a slight beat. So really mixed look here for LSCC.
Yeah, and there goes 100 on Astera. So it did break the 100 level. Maybe the liquidity grabbed it. So it just came back on the bid at 100, went all the way down to 98 in the first look, and coming back in here. Just to show you guys the daily chart again, like you lose the 100 level, like the next candle wick was actually 88 on the daily. So if you lose this area, I mean, the last time it was underneath here, you had one basic day from 88 to like 99. So that is a pretty precipitous gap. And remember, this is a stock where you expected 18.7%. All they've done is rinse the top and then attempt to rinse the bottom and have an inside move for Astera Labs. Just to quickly go back over, I actually saw someone in the chat saying, is this OpenAI Elon Musk story, what does it mean for something like a Microsoft? We don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know what it means for, because ultimately, what would Elon want to do with this is the other side of the story. What we do know is that nobody ever likes it as a Tesla shareholder when he's distracted or having to sell shares for other purposes. So that's what we do know. I'm not going to sit here and speculate like I know what's in his head or what this is going to mean for Microsoft or OpenAI. I think that's the kind of thing that we'll certainly learn about. What we do know is that Elon Musk has definitely been against for-profit. He thinks that OpenAI should have been a nonprofit from the beginning. That's one of the reasons him and Sam Altman never got along on this issue. But you're now breaking lower, so Tesla continues to dump to the downside. I saw this too. The IonQ making a little bit of a move. I think there might have been some news here on IonQ as it bounced. It just bounced a couple of bucks, but 5% move there on IonQ as that one heads to the upside. Although I do believe in just a few seconds we're going to be joined by our good friend for a little bit of trade talk. You know who it is. It is the NOS boss himself for Trader Talk. Welcome again. We've got Michael NOS from Stats Edge, our favorite CMT, and the mean reversion was all over the place today, Michael. There were plenty of opportunities. I don't know how many you saw, but there were several names that were on uptrends that they were able to buy the dip and the support levels. And you've been talking about it, that this is the kind of market we're in. So thank you for coming on again. And hopefully today was a good day for you.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, everything happened. I wish it could always be this perfect, right? But Burlington stores for us cold Canadians. I bought a bunch there, a couple other small trades, but yeah, it just continues to be that market. It continues to be, this is Burlington I was looking at. This is the kind of market that we're looking for, and this is the market that the setups that I have trend following setups, of course, and long-term investing ones, they just aren't performing nearly as well as a lot of these mean reversion ones where things just get a little bit too extended. And I think that's just because of the market, right? I don't think there's anything, you got to look too far. That seems to be what's happening in the market. We get these big gap down and reversals and gap down and reversals. And today was no different. This, I don't know if you guys showed you guys this candle, but this is the spot cash contracts. And right off the open this morning, where was it? Right here. This was the opening candle at Sunday night. We gapped down pretty big because of this China tariff, whatever, and just ripped. And it always seemed to be the same. I wouldn't be shocked if we get a big gap up tomorrow and then it sells off. So it's definitely a buy the dip, sell the rip market, which is great if you're a trader. Not nearly as much fun, I don't think, if you're a long-term investor.
Well, I'm with you on that it's a good environment for trading when you get that kind of sentiment. But it's not necessarily the end of the world for the long-term trader. It's just that it's been so easy for the long-term investor, I suppose, to buy the dips, and then you don't have to have any patience when you're buying the dips in the long term. But that's not how it usually always is. I just think, when you've been around a while, hey, we buy the dips this year, and you're just going to have to understand, hey, if it's for a long term, what difference does it make if it doesn't do much of anything for a couple of quarters? You're just not going to see 20% in the market 3 years in a row. That's just not how it is. I think you just need a little bit extra patience, maybe with those long-term plays. I think they'll be fine. We're still in a nice little upward trend.
But yeah, and we shouldn't, right? It's no different from if you're in a day trade. It's almost bad if you're in a day trade and you buy something and it just rips up and it doesn't stop and just keeps going. You almost get a little bit nervous that when the profit taking comes in, it's going to come in pretty big. So I 100% agree. This choppy action in the market overall, I think is very, very healthy. We need to digest. We had back-to-back 20% years. I think we need to digest this a little bit. We need to see some rotation under the hood. And then maybe the end of this year into the next year, we can set up for another leg. So yeah, couldn't agree more. It's not fun, though, when you're looking at your portfolio and it's not changing. But I think overall, for the long run, the action we're seeing is certainly healthy.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. We had there were a lot of strong sectors today. We saw Chinese names were good. Energy was pretty strong. Gold was good. Like there was plenty of places you could look for strength. I know you've been talking about sort of like the places you could buy the dip. Crypto and Bitcoin in particular, a lot of times when you get that strength, it's like, okay, it's a risk asset. It'll do all right. This might have been, I could be wrong about this, this might have been the biggest nothing burger day on IBIT in quite some time. What did that mean for some of the other, I know you look at some of the smaller cap names, some of the smaller tokens and coins. What did that mean for them when you're this sideways? I didn't pull up IBIT once today to even consider a trade. That's how boring it was.
Well, Fartcoin was up 33%, so that's
of course it was
something.
Of course it was.
But no, you're right. And I think I've got the actual cryptocurrency up here now, and this action, if I zoom really in the last few days, I have never seen the closing prices, like just focus on the closing prices here. We have a big topping tail and bottoming tail, and we closed. Like I've never seen this particular action where we just can't get going in either direction, even for a day, it seems, in Bitcoin for a long time. Now, we've been talking about, me and you, Neil, with this range and, not really taking too much action while we're in this range. And that's one thing, but that's a, 20,000 point wide range. I'm just talking about just the last few days, just not able, just doji after doji after doji. And then we look at some of the other ones, like we mentioned with Ethereum, is broken and under support, can't seem to recover. Solana is okay-ish, but still stuck in this range. And if you look at the last week or so worth of action, not able to go anywhere, it almost feels like the crypto world is waiting for something. I don't know if there's, I have to go look it up, if there's some sort of scheduled talk about this Bitcoin strategic reserve or whatever it is, but it just really feels like we are hard stuck in a range and we're just waiting for some event to move us one way or the other. If I was very active in the crypto space, I know I'd be very frustrated right now because just you buy a breakout and it gets faded. You short a breakdown, it gets faded. So it feels like there needs to be some sort of announcement one way or the other. I was actually even on Kalshi today looking at the probabilities that Trump will do a Bitcoin strategic reserve by the end of the year, and the probabilities that they're dropped to like 40%. So it just seems like everyone's waiting, but I don't know. With a stock, you wait for earnings. With the market, it can wait for FOMC or inflation print or something. I don't know what ends up shaking up Bitcoin, to be honest.
Well, it's one of those things where like maybe you go to Kalshi and when that little drop in the odds of the strategic reverse, maybe it'll revert. Like it'll break the downtrend and break back up. And it's as simple as that. And then all of a sudden it'll get going. But now I saw that chart of Solana in there. I mean, look, Ethereum hasn't looked very good for a while, and you looked at three things: Bitcoin, the weird price action, but Solana has a pullback right into support. I mean, it hasn't really done anything off that support yet, but that sort of comes back to that's where the opportunities might be. Maybe it's just a scalp trade off that support level, a little mean reversion trade. Obi loves those trades here on the show. When I started out as a trader, actually at the beginning, as a prop trader, I was basically only trend lines. So like reversions and holding of trend, that's all I did at the beginning, and I'm really starting to get back into that more. It's something Obi and I talk about. That looks great on Solana and might be an opportunity for people to start to look for those types of trades. Do you see anything else like that? And Please, were you joking about Fartcoin? Is it really? Really
No,
doing that?
because it's funny. Just to go to my chart, I can't believe I'm like a serious CMT. Just look at this. So you were talking about that exact setup, and that's exactly what we're seeing on the Fartcoin. Full disclosure, I own a non-consequential amount of this because exactly what you're talking about. It's at the end of the day, it's charts, and this is my favorite setup. I know you trade this setup. We talk about it all the time, and I'm just going to talk about why I love this setup, and we'll just forget what asset I'm talking about for a second. But you have a prior resistance area, so there's going to be shorts that took place there. There's going to be people who missed the breakout and really wish they got this coin for whatever reason at this somewhere between 40 and 50 cents. So when you get back to that, you have short emotions, you have long emotions, and when you see it dig in like this, and I'm showing up 30% today alone, when I saw this on Sunday, I think I actually put out a tweet and said, am I actually going to buy this thing? Everybody in the comments said absolutely not, so I went and did it anyway. But it's the same setup that you're seeing right here on Solana that you mentioned. And this kind of coin is built on the Solana network, so there may be some correlation there. But if it breaks out and then it pulls back to the breakout zone and it holds that support, again, if you took all my quantitative tools away, every indicator, and you said, okay, Mike, you have to feed your family by trading, I would look for this exact setup to occur over and over and over again, because I know exactly where I'm wrong in this trade. If we break down this kind of 40-ish cents, I'm wrong, it's time to go. The risk reward I get is absolutely phenomenal on these trades, and you're following the trend. So yes, I am embarrassed to say it, but I'm a holder now, and it's not even just a little bit. It's a fair amount.
A trade is a trade. You know what? I learned this very early in my career. I've said this before. Like, I started out trading big cap tech stocks, was positive in my second month, but I wasn't really making any traction. I moved to small caps and instantly graduated. I moved to penny stocks and tripled my net like the first month after graduating to full-time trading.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. A trade is a trade. Do you have a setup? Do you have an execution plan? Is there enough liquidity for you to be able to execute it and hopefully scale up? Those are the things that matter for a trade. And as long as that's there in Fartcoin, and I can't even say this with a straight face, even though I'm being serious about this, then it doesn't matter. Like, everyone's like, oh, how could you do this? It's a trade. And it's bad to say, but the only thing you care about in a trade is being positive on it and making money on the trade more than you lose when you have a bad one. So that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Just, I know we're kind of going on here in time a little bit. I have to point this out because this just happened, and it's not related to you, but we were talking about this that Elon Musk is attempting to make an unsolicited offer, or made an unsolicited offer for OpenAI. Sam Altman responded via X. I'm just going to read what Sam Altman said here for everybody.
It's going to be good.
No, thank you, but we will buy Twitter for $9.74 billion if you want. Obviously, so the unsolicited offer was for 97.4. So he just basically took 1/10 of that, and of course that'd be a fraction of what Elon paid for X. So as you can tell, those two are, I guess they're not friends. They were together. I mean, look, they were together in the beginning. I don't know if it's like a Bill Ackman, Carl Icahn kind of thing at that point, but certainly it's going to cause some fireworks. And this is the kind of volatility we're going to be in. And Tesla was a great stock that was in an upward trend. Now it's doing a pullback. And my thought is, people keep asking, where's the bottom going to be on Tesla? I don't know. It's trending down. When it makes a bid and breaks that trend up, that's when I'll start thinking about longs. I'm not trying to catch any falling knives on stocks this year. I want to see clean reversion type trades there. It just makes me chuckle. Like, Sam Altman clearly has.
Elon responded.
Oh, apparently.
One word response.
Let's go to Dara.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we have a one-word response here from Sam, or from Elon towards Sam. Swindler.
Oh, boy.
That's all we got.
So what's interesting is that Microsoft isn't moving at all on this news. Like, I brought up the chart, and they're just staying away as one of the majority shareholders in OpenAI. So I guess maybe the shareholders of Microsoft are a little bit too mature for the back and forth antics on Twitter. But I think it does kind of highlight, and you were insinuating this as well, Neil, we are in a different market environment than we were even last year, in where you giant tweets weren't coming out and moving multi-billion-dollar companies a couple percent. And even when it happened with the S&P 500 with the tariffs, a tweet comes out and the whole market gains a couple $100 billion worth of market value over a number of days. So it's good to focus on the technicals, but it's much more important, I think, in this market to have a risk management plan, because you could buy Tesla because it was a nice looking chart, at least a little bit ago, if we were going to hold these prior breakout zones, the same setup we just talked about, but starting to bleed now just because of a tweet. So make sure you do your analysis, you have your plan, you understand that, especially in the world we're living in right now, where I'm buying Fartcoin and the richest man in the world is tweeting at one of the other richest men in the world about their companies. Anything changes quickly, so make sure you have that exit plan.
Well, looking at your Tesla chart there, Michael, I'm assuming when I see that nice little downward channel, which is something I'm eyeballing on Tesla, that when you take those profits in Fartcoin, swing trade in Tesla, if it can break that trend. Actually, is it not better if it presses the wedge into that support a little bit better, maybe even like slightly breaking it to trap some shorts or get some weekends out, then reverting the trend? If it breaks the trend here, I kind of feel like you want it to go a little further down for the optimal trade.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just playing off these prior highs. It's the same, and this is the beauty of technical analysis, right? We went from Solana to Fartcoin to Tesla, and there's the similar chart that you can play the similar way. You're playing against a breakout point. And the reason I chose this point on Tesla, and I can probably highlight it a little bit better if I just do a little box, just these prior highs right back here, is because this is the breakout that happened in December. We were hanging out around these highs. December happened, we had this nice little breakout. So we're just looking for where the emotion is in the stock. So there's probably a lot of people who are shorting against this level. They're now back to even, so they potentially could cover. There's a lot of people probably who wanted to buy it around this 350 area. They missed that initial move. It's back down to their price now. But you're right, even better than something that stops right on the dime and reverses, something that bleeds a little bit in to, shake out some longs, to trap in some shorts, and then reverses from here could be interesting, like you're talking about with the top of the channel. I think this is just kind of the easiest way. If you're trying to plan the exact entry on something like this, you're like, oh, well, what constitutes a bounce off this level? Trying to figure out an exact where do I buy. I think in a perfect world, we do just some sort of chop against, maybe we break out and then we just do something like this for a couple days and then we break out, just using the trend line as this will be the moment to close above that trend line is what I'm looking for. If we see that, I'll get involved. I'm wrong under whatever the swing low is. I'm going to try to target all-time highs and see if we can break through it. But again, just like I said with the other ones, what I love about these setups is I know exactly where I'm wrong. Right. I don't have to think too much about it. If we get a close back under whatever the swing low ends up being here, if we end up getting one, that's my out and it's time to move on.
And this is exactly why we appreciate having you on there. Like, it's just reasoned analysis, so you can structure a trading plan, so that you can keep it simple. And then the best part about it is, if you have a trading plan which is that binary and easy to explain, well, then you can actually track the data on it. Like, you can strategies of that nature can be back tested. They can be forward tested. Things that are a little bit more discretionary, very difficult for you to quantify outside of looking at your P&L every single day, there are strategies as a day trader, that's part of the game, but for the most part, I think as a swing trader, and to a certain extent as any kind of a trader, it's very important. And that's why we love having you on, our favorite CMT. I'm telling you, everybody, what I love about it is you can get Solana, like you said it, Solana, the Fartcoin, to Tesla, and all be looking at tradable setups that we can all benefit from. We appreciate having you on, Michael. Can't wait to talk to you at the end of the week. And have a great trading week, of course, and look forward to talking to you again.
I look forward to talking to you guys, too. Hopefully I'm a Fartcoin millionaire by then. We'll just see.
Hopefully everybody is, although I don't know if I will be. Thanks so much, Michael.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Michael.
I chuckle about it, but he's laughing all the way to the bank on Fartcoin because it is moving. And you know who else is laughing? Anybody that bought the dip on A-Lab, which it didn't quite make it to 88, so boo to you, A-Lab, for not going. This is the candle, we're talking about this candle right in here. There's your 88 support on the daily. It actually bounced clean off of $90. And when I say clean off of 90, I actually really clean off 90 right back to 104. So from bottom to top, you have 90 to 118, but that doesn't really count as the expected. So you do have that much volatility, but it's still only 2%. So a very much inside day. If you simply sold the rip or bought that dip, you had to wait for the best prices possibly. Ooh, this is a good one. Actually, I'll answer this question. Before we get out of here and do the roll call, Lasse Hansen asked, why do you wear 2 wristwatches? I don't. This is a Whoop. So it's like it's like a fitness tracker thingy. Like it's not even a watch. It does absolutely nothing except track vitals, sleeping, all that kind of good stuff, steps, like everything you would get in a fitness tracker. So I've been wearing this for a few years. I just have this watch, which this is like my lucky trading watch. It was the first the first major purchase I made when I started making money as a trader, and I still wear it every day to trade to remind myself that I'm not the guy that wears expensive watches. But like a lot of people do when they have first good month and you're young, you spend money on something for yourself. And anyway, so I bought this for that, and I'll probably never buy another expensive watch again. It's not, I have nothing against them, it's just not really me, although I thought it was really cool at the time. So thank you very much for that. Whoop is fantastic, it tracks my sleep. We talk about this as a trader. It's really important to make sure you get good rest, and your mind is fresh. And I've always been a really terrible sleeper. Runs in my family. My dad was the same way. Been an early riser. Some of that is I just don't sleep through the night very well, and I do the right things, and I can track to see what works for me and what doesn't, and it does help for sure. So Astera Labs, still only up that 3% here at Dara, but you know what time it is?
Yep.
Not time for more back and forth between Elon and Sam Altman.
Oh, there is more, though.
Although there is.
There's so much more.
There is more.
Oh my gosh, Elon Musk said, never a dull moment on X, and then posted, scam Altman.
Yeah.
So, 10 out of 10. I want the next Not Like Us diss track. Like, where's that at? Where's the next Ether? Where's the next Takeover? You know what I mean? I want like all of these iconic rap battles to come back through Sam and Elon.
True that.
We're not going to get that, but we can enjoy.
You know what? What's crazy about it is like you have two incredibly successful, really smart dudes, and they're just like hate, get a little bit of a disagreement. It's like, whatever happening to be able, like, there used to be a time when you could disagree with people and it didn't mean like the end of the world. Like I actually, at the dinner table, you could talk about anything, and it's good to disagree so that you can discuss different perspectives, and you can learn from each other. And now it just always turns into arguing and insult. I have no idea what that happened.
Altman.
Scam Altman. Just maybe don't agree with the guy. You're both very smart. But before we get out of here, I just want to remind everybody, if you want to be part of Roll Call, then you have to be in the chat. And to be in the chat, you've got to be a subscriber. So hit the subscribe. Let's get to 500,000 so we can go axe throwing with the team. I really want to go axe throwing, everybody. I missed it.
Is that what's happening?
The company did axe throwing a few years ago, and I don't remember, but I think it was in the afternoon while the market was open, and I was a risk manager at the time, and somebody had to stay there for the traders, and I think that ended up being me. That's why I didn't get to go. So I'd like to do axe throwing when we get 500,000 subscribers. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, everybody, and let's get some roll call on. Big shout out to the entire team, especially to Ramin on the ones and twos all by herself today. Hopefully Fabian gets better. Thank you to Andre. Thank you to the Midday crew, the Bash Brothers. Replaced by Obi today with Sharif. Great job, Obi. My man Sean, of course, Brandon on the desk, and Adara, as always, dropping the news knowledge. And thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls. Time for roll call.
And thank you so much to everyone in the chat. Thank you to Neil, Sean, Brendan, Sharif, or who's not here today, but hopefully he'll be back soon tomorrow. Joe, shout out to Obi, oh boy. We have Andre, Fabian, Ramin, and we have Bears versus Bulls. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you to Sam and Elon for keeping our lives interesting. And thank you to Walt Winchell, Catan, Joseph Birch Music, Trey Only, Drop Trades. We got Neil in the chat. Raul, Crypto, FOMO, Redo Stocks, Hurt Scrambler, Sir Poopy Paper Hands, Fizbot, Chachi, Sunny Shiba, Donkey Trader, Phil, Muhammad Ali, great name, Canna Club Chicago, Yoshi G, Marcelo Prieto, Poor Robin Hood, Los Pollos Hermanos. Shout out to Breaking Bad as well, Better Call Saul, and Giancarlo Esposito, one of my favorite character actors, Rob Jenkins, Hans Beer, Stock Trader, Sir MM, Martin, Skirt, Trade Scientist, Vizbot, Mario, or Marie. Sorry, it's Marie. I apologize. Marie, my contacts are very bad. Naps, Aris, Mad World, and Jesus 619, JCan will end there. And yeah, guys, we're going to have more Sam and Elon beef probably tomorrow. I'm going to find some way to make an infographic out of this because that's what I do over here. I don't know what it'll be, but we'll find out tomorrow when we find out more market stuff.
Perspective, like a respective net worth you could do.
Right? Or like, tweet timeline. We'll think of something.
There's lots that you can do with that. And a shout out to Sunny Shiba in the chat. Love that name. One of my favorite all-time hip-hop groups is Camp Low, the Sunny Chiba, the Geechee Suede. They can get that glow because we're going to push it to the limit and live it until we swim in them digits. We're going to get that glow. And you know what we get to do tomorrow, everybody? Come right back here, as Adara said. Why? Because the markets never sleep, and we are Trader TV Live. We'll see you in the morning.